Southwest D0. Get the shots back over towards him, right?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time once again for the PUBG Global Invitational S. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Clover and Froz as we prepare to kick off day 3 of the second week of the Survival Series. Favorites have made it through, but some have floundered at the bottom. We'll talk more about them, but for now, I want to talk about our favorites who are here on the desk. Clover, Froz, it's great to see you guys. Clover, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. This has been a very interesting week of watching so many teams get through to the finals, and I know that we're in for a treat today.
Froz?
You know what? I've had my coffee. It's almost time for some PUBG, and it's on a global stage. It can't be better than this. This is the best.
It doesn't get better than this. You know, Paper Thin was talking to us earlier today, and he sort of likened this to sort of tennis series, right? How players have to adjust for different kinds of courts, different kind of weather and circumstances, and that's what PUBG brings. It's not perfect every time, and that's where I find the excitement. That said, let's get into talking about some stuff. We're going to have the schedule for you guys. We're going to have the prize pools for you to look at, but most importantly, it comes down to who makes it through. You see right now what the current leaderboards are. Shoot to Kill is ahead, but not by a lot. And that's not really going to hold for us, because at the end of the day, whoever wins the weekly final that starts in 2 days gets $50,000.
I'll tell you this, no one is saying that Shoot to Kill won't win that, so they might get that even more money added to it, to their 51K right now. But yeah, if you look at it though, STK is one of the few teams who's actually won money every single possible time. Them and Infantry, those are the two teams that have won money every time it's been possible to grab any source of cash. And looking at things, STK is also one of the teams who've played fewest amount of games so far here in PGI.S. So I guess playing fewest games isn't always the worst case.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Clover. There was a little bit of discussion early on about this idea that do teams find themselves weaker when they aren't as able to play as often? What's your opinion on that?
I think that was definitely a fear that we were wondering, but Shoot to Kill put that to bed really quickly. And on the flip side of that, we've had teams that have had lots of opportunities, the most amount of games, and they haven't really been able to get a chicken dinner. So there's not really a guarantee either way.
Yeah, let's take a look at the prize pool to see exactly what these teams are playing for, and then we're going to get into those teams that haven't had a chance to get a chicken dinner that have been playing the entire time. But before that, let's look at the prizes. On the left side is the weekly survival prize pool. There is money on the board for this stage. Not anymore, though. Only the first 8 teams to win get some extra cash in their coffer to take towards the end. On the right side is what we're really playing for. This is the meat and potatoes, Frauds, because every single week, that prize gets bigger.
It gets bigger, but every little dollar counts. It doesn't matter if it's $1,000, $10,000, because this is the PGI.S, and we will crown a champion. It will be the one with most amount of prize money won throughout the whole PGI.S. So every little penny counts here.
And if you're a team like STK, Clover, you have to, these are guys who prepare for the potential future, right? This idea that they've won money every time they've played. If you win week 3 and 4 and get second in week, say, 1, you would have more money than whoever wins the final week. So technically, layering up that cash early could be the difference between being crowned the winner and second place.
Yeah, you don't want to give too many people a chance to catch up, especially now that the Lottie I think are starting to figure each other out, figure out how to play not only this format, but one another across their respective regions. So the further you can get ahead, the quicker you can get ahead for all of these teams, the better.
Now, you saw the list. Here's the schedule of what we're playing today. Only 5 games remain. 3 in Miramar, 2 on Erangel. So you better be good at fighting in the desert if you want to get through on this one. As a reminder, there are 4 teams waiting in the wings to join. Division X actually, well, this will be their first game right out of the gate next. And then we'll have Meta, T1, Global Esports, Exet, and LG Divine joining in for their chance to get the win. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from yesterday as you talk about what you remember and what stood out to you from yesterday's play, Frost.
I mean, yesterday we had some rough circles, and well, honestly, rough circles and PGI.S just go hand in hand in a way. But it was amazing to see some of the teams going through. Yesterday we had for example, one of the teams that been kind of struggling getting that chicken dinner for a long time, but they finally got it and they're making it through to the weekly final. Also, of course, Daytrade is one of the teams because they won their first chicken dinner yesterday, and that is a huge deal. This is the first time they're going to be going into the weekly finals. But so far, we've seen them coming in pretty late during the weekly survival, but they've done a phenomenal job there as well. So, yeah, there's a lot to expect from Daytrade going into the weekly finals, where they don't need to have the wins, but they can just have those good games.
Yeah, you know, we've got 13 teams that still haven't yet been to a final, and we take a look at last week, so you know that that is a lot of players that are absolutely kind of itching for the chance to prove themselves this weekend, and with only 5 more chances, they're going to really put the work in. I mean, you talked about Oath and how often they got so close but couldn't quite clinch it. VP, another team like that does come to mind, at least in terms of performance for this week, but ENCE hasn't yet been to a final. We've seen them come in looking very hungry and ready to play, and I think that there's quite a few teams that for sure going to try to make that push today.
I mean, you brought it up. Oath ultimately did get through towards the end of the second day of play. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, Froz has not. They have literally just been on the cusp more times than I care to count. They've been playing very, very well. They've been trying Virtus Pro, and they've been trying Virtus Fast. They've been trying Virtus Rotate. None of these Virtuses seem to be coming out on top. What do they need to do to get to the weekly final?
They just gotta keep on doing what they're doing, honestly, because sooner or later it will happen. They will get that chicken in it. So far, what we're seeing is they're trying out a lot of new stuff. Everything, as you're saying, from rotations to how they're splitting up during the games, to where they like to play from, to how they play, what kind of pace they're playing with. But there's one thing that stands out a lot, and that is that Virtus Pro is kind of the only team I see right now that is doing all of these kind of stuff. All the other teams, they're kind of just trying to go for one sort of playstyle, while Virtus Pro is doing all of this. This means that they will be ahead later on in the tournament if they can master this and basically become unpredictable for all the other teams. And that's going to do them great in the long run.
Let's talk about some unpredictability. Here's a team that's been unpredictable for me, Clover, the Sonics. They started so strong. They went to the weekly final and did and then they came here and what? So explain to me what's happening. I will tell you, Shrimsy tweeted today, oh, we were doing it for the fans. We wanted to give you a little something to look forward to. See us in the finals tomorrow. Do you buy that?
You know, I think that Sonics kind of have a, you know, they came in as one of the strongest names out of the region, two-time PCS winner out of NA. I think a lot of teams were looking to see them as a big threat, especially with their performance in scrims leading up to PGI.S. That said, I think what probably has even hurt them is the fact that they have been such a threat. I think people are very quick to extinguish some things. You know, Frost talked about VP and their adaptability. I think some of the big teams that are coming in haven't quite adapted as quickly as they should, and it is starting to hurt them now.
All right, let's talk about big threats, Froz. Yesterday, in the winners' interviews, first we should mention the Chinese region is absolutely dominating. Only 2 of their teams have not made it to the weekly finals so far. But in the interviews yesterday, 2 of the winners, when asked who are you worried about in the weekly final, both said STK. STK is living rent-free in these brains. Why is that?
It comes down to their playstyle and them being a little bit more unpredictable than other teams. Just again, what we saw in the first week when I had the ranking games, how they were hot dropping on FaceCam. That is something you don't know. Will that happen again? Will they do it against us? You're leaving all this kind of open questions for all the other teams, and they did it in such a good manner as well. Not did they just hot drop, but they finished the job as well. Later on, they went down, basically hunted down FaceCam and make sure that they were gonna get out on 16th place in that game. And that is kind of what scares the other teams. But also on top of that, what we normally see is that during the weekly survival, all the teams are doing big splits. They want to take a lot of ground, they want to take a lot of control so they can rotate in the next circle, knowing that, okay, we're going to have the best position. What does STK do? They take all 4 into one compound and they hold it down. Basically just holding it down, and they make sure that they win the games. And that's why they don't even play any weekly survival games, because they just go through straight away.
And they're modifying their strategy very effectively. I look forward to seeing what they do as they move forward. For those of you who heard us list the teams, you saw who's playing today. You may have noticed DA was not on that list. I assure you, they will be playing on Saturday. Maybe not under the circumstances they were hoping for, but that didn't stop Multi-Circle Gaming, did it, Clover? They were in a very similar circumstance last week. They didn't get to play in the seeding rounds. They fought hard on the weekend, and they came through and will now be in the weekly finals this week.
I mean, it was an explosive entrance for sure, especially with those wild circles on Erangel playing in the swamp, which we don't see very often in competitive PUBG, that the circle goes in or around that area. But Multi-Circle, very similar to kind of SDK. You know, they took a position, they held it, they didn't overextend that, you know, make themselves vulnerable to all the teams around. And when it got to the late game, they made the push at the correct time. And you know, given the fact that they have played so few games, it's even more impressive that they were really able to hold themselves against all the other teams in that lobby without as much time kind of spent getting to experience or play against all of these others. So again, just proving that anything is possible for those 5 teams coming in today.
So last week, just as a heads up, we're moving into game 12 here in just a few minutes. Patrick, last week, Attack All Around came in on 13th position, the 13th game, and got through on 14. We saw Multi-Circle come in and get through on the game that they entered. So it is possible. Do you foresee any of these teams, Division X, Meta, T1, Gex, or LG Divine, getting through today with so few games in front of them?
Looking at their performance so far, it's quite hard to say yes. I'm going to be honest. It's hard to say yes to any of these teams right now. I think they need to realize, okay, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? How did it go last week, the survivals? And okay, we shouldn't be focusing. Sure, they should be focusing on the games here today, but what they should be focusing on is improving themselves for next week, making sure that, well, if we land in the bottom 16, if we don't make it to the weekly finals, we need to make sure we're going to be on the top of the bottom 16 there so that we can come in early on. It's kind of the same teams that we saw coming in late last week with Division X, Metagaming, GX. All 3 of them last week came in on a 14, 15, 16 place. And this time, again, kind of down there. Of course, we have T1, we have LG Divine that started. They had really good ranking seeding games, and they were starting in the top 16, but they still didn't manage to make it last week, and now we see them in the bottom. That's a really bad dip, but they got to get back up from that right now. And, I mean, T1, they're going to have 3 games. LG Divine, they're going to have 1 game. You just got to make the best out of the situation.
All right, we saw Division X there a second ago. This is the first time that we've gotten to see them, Clover. We saw no money earned so far, 30th in the pick'ems. Not been a great sort of hype or week for these guys. Tell me more about this team.
You know, this is kind of like Frost said, they've got a lot of work ahead of them, and I think that they still need a little bit of growth in terms of kills and damage, ways that they can really experience the lobby. We kind of have seen a little bit of two different distinct styles of teams. We've got guys that are coming in, getting big kills, they're playing extremely aggressive, they're being explosive, and we've got other teams that are kind of taking the slow road, you know, the tortoise versus the hare, and both seem to be working for teams thus far in the lobby, but for the teams that are coming in today, a little bit more on the tortoise side. And so I think that if they are going to get that chicken dinner, it's going to be done so very carefully.
You know, they got 6 in PCS2 APAC. They got, I think, 2nd in the next one. They are a team that seems to get better over time like a fine wine. Will Division X live up to that? It's yet to be seen. Another team that you just saw there, Froz, TSM, waiting to play. This is a team that I thought, honestly, would have been through a long time ago.
Maybe, but at the same time, they're one of the few teams that is a little bit crippled coming into this, playing with a sub player straight away. But Wookie has done a phenomenal job. So far, he's the second in kills in the team itself. You have Ira sitting on 54 kills and Wookie actually on 34. So that's a big gap already there. But what we're seeing is that Wookie is fitting into the team better and better into his position, not only being able to play the backliner, but also being in the front line and pairing up great with Iro, which is where Fix would normally be playing. So they are trying to like figure out, okay, how do we make sure that Wookie is more comfortable in Fix position, and we want to go back to how we normally play with Fix, but this time with Wookie on the lineup instead.
That is a great point. For those of you who maybe weren't up to date on that, Froz pointing out Fex is stuck at home due to COVID restrictions, as well as Dofos, their sort of manager coach, not here either. So TSM is working at a little bit of a disadvantage, but rising above adversity is what separates the best from the rest. Right, Clover?
Absolutely. And, you know, we've seen Iro rise up just a little bit. I think that, as we've said a couple times with some of these teams, if they just keep doing what they're doing, try to push forward, we might start to see some magic happen from them today.
All right, we're about a minute away from the start. Froz, who do you think? If you had to pick a team, let's just have some fun to get through on this game. Who are you picking?
I gotta go with TSM. I feel like they were looking great yesterday. They had a few good games, and they're looking to go forward, and it's doing better. And I'm looking forward to seeing them win this game.
Real quick, who's your pick, Clover?
You know what? I'm gonna go with Ents. I'm feeling similar as well for that.
All right, I'm going to pick Furnace Pro. Let's get ready to go. Remember, guys, if you're watching the YouTube stream, we appreciate it. But if you're having some issues, come on over to Twitch. We're still working on fixing up what's happening over there. The roof is open. The game is getting ready to start. A big shout out to Toomey, Zowie, Intel, and Perrier for making this thing possible. That said, game number 1 is about to kick off. Let's head over to the Secretariat of Syntax, Toby and Paperthin.
Thank you so much. The devilishly delightful and detailed desk coming through with us for that awesome analysis, bringing us into game number 1. I'm Paperthin. Joining me, as always, this week, Toby, as we get ready. 5 more teams, Toby. That's it. 5 more teams get through the other 15 and then get to join DA and hang out in the reseeding rounds during the weekends.
It's gonna be absolutely incredible to get to see these teams fight for the very final spots. That's for sure. It's been pretty crazy so far, to be fair, and getting to see now how things are gonna go down in the final 5 games here is gonna for sure be crazy. It's I kind of have to point it out, right? We have 2 NA people on the desk, and they both picked EU teams to win the first game. I feel like no love for Zenith, no love for Sonics, and maybe no love for either Burram or Pero, because they're going down side by side here.
Well, they're dropping pretty close. Burram really likes to get over towards that El Azahar area, and Pero typically dropping somewhere around Minas, and it is going to be, yep, southeastern circle this go around, centered right on top of Los Leones. I don't think we need another Los Leones finish, but we'll see if we can avoid it this time around. I think poor Pansy and Poro had to deal with too much of that, in my opinion, and let's just watch as Edie tries to hold on. He's got a mini. They don't even know he's there. That's going to be 2 with the mini, and now we're coming around the corner, but he isn't able to hold on long enough, nor does he get any finishes, as Gray is able to save the day for Petrichor Road. And I should just remind everybody that PGI.S is presented by Intel, where the gaming happens, and the gaming just happened already. We didn't have to wait very long, Toby.
We sure didn't. It was right off the bat. And I was not expecting a guy with a mini to best a guy with an Uzi up close, but of course, when you look in the wrong way, it does make things a little bit easier. Would have loved to see him getting the 3K there, but in the end, it's all for nothing. Down he goes. Nice attempt, but off to a tough start. It's going to be Burram losing a player early.
Yeah, so Burram does end up dropping at Hacienda in this because of this plane path and stuff, and they're kind of vying over one of those side compounds with Pero. Now, the problem for Pero is all 4 of them are stuck in that spot. Division X joining us for the first time here. They make their first appearance, and they are down south of Los Leones, so potentially not a terrible circle for them to start. We'll see how it goes. Ents, Clover's pick. And I think they are way up by Alcantar, so it's going to be a road trip for them, and probably Navi, who's up in that corner as well at El Pozo. I expect to see them coming in late, as is their typical style.
Yeah, it's I feel like the later we get into these survival weeks, more and more of the more passive teams start coming back into it, and I want to say that it gives a good opportunity for the more aggressive teams to go out and get wins. But because this format and the way we are only playing for the wins here are because of this format, essentially it's granting favors to the more passive teams. We've seen it a lot of times. The teams that just play center compounds and maybe get a little lucky getting circles going in their directions, they also have really good chances in winning these games. So more and more passive teams in these lobbies mean more and more teams hard committing center early, hoping for circles to go their way. And if you're an aggressive team, I heard some discussion about it the other day. If you're an aggressive team, normally if you're on the edge, you can try and kind of fight your way in. And then even if you don't win a game, at least you get a kind of a reward from getting the kills, trying to move in. But getting hard shifted away from as an edge team now, there is no chance any of those center teams would have lost a player because they've been sitting there from the very start of the game, and it just makes it so incredibly difficult for the teams having to fight their way in from the edge of the circle to get wins, whereas opposed to before, even if you didn't win the game, at least you were credited with a little bit of reward in terms of the kills you're able to find.
Yeah, it forces some really brutal options. In particular, I think back to one of the Miramar games yesterday with Oath, where I think it was on the Team Liquid one. I think it was on our first Miramar game, where they had an option to kind of go, or was it the second one? No, it was the second one, because it was the, it was the AAA, or was it the AAA win? Yeah, the AAA win. And because Team Liquid won on the first day. Sorry, I'm getting my days mixed up. So it was on the AAA win, and Virtus Pro took the spot that Oath was kind of hanging out at. Oath had like a 2-2 split, and they went to the edge to try to block off Navi, which I totally get. You want to keep your back angles clear. But Virtus Pro ended up getting a little bit further in that game, and that's the decisions you have to make in this particular format is, do we have to go against our nature? Because Oath talked about this in their interview as well, where their nature is to play edges, clear their edges, make sure they're clean, and then go forward from there. Whereas this format, that's much more risky than usual because you're not going to be rewarded with points for doing that unless you're able to come through with the win, of course.
Yeah, it's not easy when all that matters is sitting on top at the end of the game. It's especially with the caliber of teams we got playing. Last week we got some of the more at least heavy hitters, I want to say, at least in terms of close quarter combat, out of the way pretty early with them qualifying through. But we still have a lot of very capable fighting teams in this lobby. So if you're a team that's liking to play on the edge, if you're Navi, if you're Ends, whoever you are, you can't just expect to run through on the edge because there's so many terrifying teams. Those two as well, really good teams trying to fight that edge with you, and I mean, if you aren't safe there and you aren't safe in the center, where in the hell can you go to keep all four alive?
Yeah, it's really interesting that from my perspective, like if you're going to play Edge, you have to be able to control a ton of space. Just really, swat a lot of teams away from you. Like a day trade, in my opinion, watching them did a pretty good job of this. They got center, they got some good circles, but they were controlling a lot of space. They were giving themselves those percentage chances to get those circles and being very passive while doing it.
And I think Frost brought it up on the desk yesterday during or after the South George finished that 4 a.m. one. I think it was a smart point that you cannot just, 4 a.m. they didn't just play to kind of go, okay, we hope the circle goes to us, we'll just wait and see what happens. They constantly put themselves in a position to try and get themselves the wins off of it, right? So, and similar to what I like to see, when we see those teams that just kind of turtle down inside compounds, I go, well, guys, yes, you have the compound, it's great, but you got to use it. Don't just hide in the buildings. Don't just sit in the bathroom and point your gun at the door. You got to use that compound and get info. You got to be constantly being proactive. Got to go out and gather information. Use the fact that you have this compound for cover to your advantage. Don't let it become your downfall because you allow teams to get close to you. And some teams we've seen do that exceptionally well. For example, 4 a.m. yesterday. And some teams we've seen almost throw games and actually also throw games because they were, I guess, getting too comfortable in the heat when they should have been out in the tundra.
Yeah, and if you want to back that up with a little bit of stats as well, because I fully agree with you, and to just reinforce the point you're making, Toby, right now, if you're talking about average damage per game, 4 a.m. is leading all the teams in this event so far, and they average just over 1,000 damage per game. And that's actually insane. That's a ton of damage. I mean, that's 10 knocks worth of damage. So they're really getting it done in a lot of different ways. And oftentimes damage, at least in the super settings, was one of the key indicators of a team's success. It still seems to be pretty darn important in this particular format with the weekly survivals.
And the thing you have to keep in mind, because you can go, okay, 1,000 damage, I can get 250 damage per player in my games. Sure, but it's on average. Every single game you have that don't go your way, where you're going down early and don't get any damage in, that's going to pull that average down by such a big margin. So if you exclude all those bad games, or the bad games that 4am has had, because there hasn't been a lot of them, that just means those good games have been that much better. I mean, 4am have been all over the place, shooting at absolutely everything they've been seeing. And they're probably one of the few teams that, when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, they haven't changed their playstyle all that much. Many of the usually very aggressive teams have maybe like taken their foot off the pedal a little bit and started slowing down a bit to try and take more passive center positions. And let's see, Remy already lost one early. Noatra just below line of sight. Xavier can't get eyes on him there. But yeah, it's they're one of the only, like one of the few teams that have maintained that aggressive playstyle and it's been working out for them.
Yeah, and it is kind of interesting to watch that 4am to me hasn't changed much in what they do and how they operate. And again, and also there's something about that 4am team that whenever they get to a big multi-region tournament event, they seem to do really damn well. And it's just happened time and time again throughout history. Circle going to head up towards the northeast. This one gets a little bit fascinating because the north quarter of it is field. The southwest quarter of it is city. And then there's like a mountain range in the middle.
I'm looking at entry force 36, and I was just pure boy, get in the car, because Sylvia is sitting alone in what we at least in the EU call the Ends compound, which is just on the west side of Impala. Prime position to be in right now, because as we expect with the circle shifting away from Las Leones, not this one. Next circle could still go straight back into the city. Keep in mind, if we get a southwest hard shift here, everyone would have to get into the city with 1 or 2 intro. I don't even want to. Oof, that's just gonna be brutal. But if it goes towards the north, exactly. If it goes towards the northeast, which I would expect, given where we have all these quote unquote unplayable terrains, it's where entry force 36 is sitting right now is looking very, very promising.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the spots in the circle that I'm looking to. I like Ensa's spot at the southwest or southeast, excuse me, La Bendita compound. I find that one to be very powerful in circles if they keep shifting away from the city and more towards the crater itself. We'll see. But also Tianba, if it shifts down to the southeast, I think typically does pretty well out in open space with like that area of the map that you and I talked about yesterday, Toby, that is very playable even without compounds, which is why you and I like to see circles finish down there. But they, in my opinion, they're one of the best at navigating that particular part of the map. Part of it is because they drop there, so they're early to the show, but they're also the ones that are often finishing, really putting themselves in good positions.
I think I'll keep it to me loving those circles when teams are actually down there. If this one goes southeast now, like 80% of the teams can't find their way down there. It's gonna be very, very tricky for teams to maneuver to. It's gonna be really difficult to go anywhere. Like if we get any kind of a hard shift here, we're gonna see at least half the teams that are still alive having trouble, and that's with a capital T. Big trouble getting into the circle just because of the terrain we're maneuvering around in. We have a big mountain ridge covering the south and the southwest side, kind of blocking off Los Leones. Oh, let's see Senya. Can he connect anything somehow? I'm not seeing any damage tags, Senya. You don't usually miss all those, but maybe a little rusty. Gotta get warmed up, and now he's warmed up. He just had to dial it in, you know?
That's all you need sometimes is that first couple sprays just to really get it under your belt. And you'll actually see a lot of players get some sprays in during the looting phase just to kind of get warmed up a bit as well. Now it's Zenith's turn to run through phase after successfully getting by Navi. Take a little bit of damage this time around as a few shots from phase are managing to land on the mark, and Punij is kind of driving around trying to figure out where in the heck they're going to go, because they're actually still outside of this next circle, and they do have a couple teams already lined up along the outside of the Bendita crater.
And I like the idea of them trying to rotate north around, because if they do, they have Petrico up there all on their own in a very wide 2-1-1 split, and it's only phase 2, so keep on rapping, guys. Keep on going all the way around, and in the meantime, all you guys in chat, keep on spamming code, because that does mean that the code comes on screen, and now it is there. Get it in the game, get yourself some EP, get yourself some coupons, get yourself all those nifty skins, and you'll look good in game. And oh no. Oh no.
It did it.
Oh no.
It happened.
Oh no. Oh no.
This is wild.
No.
This is
It's gonna go into the city. It's gonna go into the city.
I think it has to.
No.
I think it pretty much has to, doesn't it?
No.
Oh boy. Oh no. Well, I mean, I guess it's only fair. Pansy and Poro had it, now it's our turn, apparently, is what it's looking like, as now the mad dash begins. K7 right behind VP as they are already settled into the northern part of the city. Sonics over to the east of all of this. You can see on the map in the bottom right-hand corner, they're going to try to make their way in. There's a bunch of teams. Tianba coming down the main road, right through the eastern side. Navi FaZe neck and neck with each other on their race to get in here. Furia, TSM, Buriram heading to the mountains. Everybody else trying to get into the city. It looks like some other teams still outside of the circle, probably trying to figure out what the hell to do. Booyahoo goes down quickly, and this is why you want to get in there fast. VP is going to wreck in the first kill. And then here is that Navi FaZe horse race I was talking about earlier.
Getting into the city from the east is going to be so difficult. Right now there is space for you to go, but you can see there are 4 teams sitting just on the east side, not really daring to commit, because I'm thinking, oh, let's hold that thought. 8C finds one. That's going to be Tap going down, and I mean, you probably couldn't expect to get in here with all players alive, running side by side with another team, and unfortunately for Tap, he's going to be the first one to fall. Let's see if FaZe and Navi, if this fight will ensue. Kemba is up and alive, trying to prone it out, at least for now. We'll see if they commit to it. Nah, not gonna happen. Fuzz and 8C, they know there's more to gain by going into the city now. Because I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking there's no way this circle is gonna pop and not hit some parts of the mountain. So maybe we'll just see a rogue circle going a random spot, and Fuzz FaZe, while Senya might have lost a teammate, a little bit of revenge comes in there.
Yeah, I think the reinforcement call came through because Uba and Gustav recognized that Senya was there, and now they're just going to abandon it and try to get deeper. It is Pero who's stuck on the side of the road with 2 of their members actually further to the south. Kia Damwan trying to put some damage into Detonation Gaming White as they cut through with a 2-2 split right now around Kia Damwan's current position. Indigo and Under gonna hang out by the rock and see if anyone tries to go through the road. They know there's a bus, and that bus does not handle the terrain on this. There's 2 buses, in fact, for Detonation Gaming White. My word, this is we're going to school today for this Japanese team, and those buses do not handle the terrain on this map well. Seeing if you can take advantage of it. There's the other 2 members of Detonation Gaming White. Zenith gonna come through. Sonic sequel. Wow, I'm thinking back to my programming days there, Toby. Back when I
That's all good.
when I had to do SQL. It's Sonic's. And yeah, this one gonna head over to the west. There you go. Looks pretty well inside of Los Leones.
I'm seeing 6 teams on these. Make that 5, because Fury does have a place to go that need to find their entrance to either the city or up to play the mountain. Now, we do already have Detonation Gaming White and TSM up here. Seems to me like Detonation Gaming are opted to go below into the city, but everyone inside the city already would have to try and plummet north, and Ends now coming in. You can see them on your map there. Down 1 Kia doing the same thing, trying to find a place to call their own in an area of the map where there just really ain't a whole lot available.
Yeah, Necro's just going to spray everybody, but finally somebody switches over, makes him back off a bit into that God compound. Ent gonna roll on into the city. Now it's Kia Damwon's turn. Meanwhile, Detonation Gaming White runs into TSM, cut down pretty efficiently there under, heading right in the same kind of direction that Ents was, and it's gonna be the same shots from Furia that are changing the directions. Looks like under, that vehicle's gonna have some problems anymore. They're in the city. Squeaky's waiting, gonna find the knock onto under immediately, getting ready for the grenade. Let's loose. Let's see if it can get inside that door. That's going to land right in Sungjong. When it goes off, there it is. The finish onto under, the knock onto Sungjong. Perfect grenade from Squeaky. Some mollies and others coming in, and now Indigo and Kale scrambling to find cover as yet another molly. So all the throwables being utilized by Ents to keep Kia Damwon at bay.
Yesterday was Rustenma with the utility highlights, and now Squeaky throws an arrow in there. Great throw, great knock. Not sure if they can really capitalize on it, but at least gets 1 flush on the team from Korea. In the meantime, we'll see Furia trying to make their way forward. They do have Division X just on the other side, and they need to hold off here. They need to stand strong and prevent them from getting a footing. They might have a chance to push out, but no, they have to stay in at least for now.
Yeah, you can see the smoke walls going to link the God compound over to the red brick there. Tiggleton running around on his particular building, and some grenades being thrown at him by Besto. Besto out in the open. No way Tiggleton's going to let you get away. And it's going to be Na'Vi, the first team eliminated, 15 alive. And with the way that these circle settings tend to happen, with in particular with cities, there's probably going to be a lot of teams alive as we get into this. A lot of players still up. The longer this one drags out and the more of the city that's in it. Now we'll see how it wants to maneuver into Phase 5.
Thing to note as well, I noticed that just earlier when Navi and FaZe were fighting each other, they had Kemba playing instead of Orange. That was a little surprising to me. Not sure. I mean, I have seen the free Kemba spam. Maybe he's been in isolation in South Korea. I'm not sure, but they have him playing now. I'm curious to see if he's gonna be their main fourth for the remainder of the day, or if they're gonna be swapping back and forth between him and Orange.
Yep, there's another knock onto Sungjong, standing in the corner for Kill Demo to line up a pretty easy mini spray down there. And that's going to be another knock into his belt as immediately they are looking to get that res. Stuck in the shacks are Kia Damwon, but the circle does center in that direction. But this is a very difficult area to hold. A lot of open space, a lot of nadeable locations, a lot of good angles to take. Now, Indigo does get Rusty Zera off the vehicle. Diggory's going to finish him off. Rasputin out, looking to see if he can get another grenade in this door. And this is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of really good angles to get in here. And there it is, the double grenade from Raspu, finding yet another big moment here. And let's see if he can get the finish. But Kale stuck on the outside there. Only one way in or out of that particular building.
Well, you said you wanted to see if LATAM could wake up and get themselves a spot in the finals. There's a good chance here. We'll see if Fury can maintain what they have now, which is kind of the center position in the circle, at least. But in these city endings, sitting in the center is not always easy, especially when it's Shacks you're sitting, and maybe you'd want one of those compounds a little further on the side. Instead, we'll see how long they get to sit in the center for, and if they can maintain control, having lost a player already.
Yeah, you can see Tianba's waiting for Zenith to come up the stairs, and they are very cautious about it. There's a few holes in the floors you can kind of get grenades and other things up as well. Linshu gonna opt to switch over to that micro Uzi. You'll see this a lot with the pro players these days. They like the shotguns and the high rate of fire submachine guns in up close quarters battles, as they are just faster, the time to kill, a little slower with those. So that's what you're really looking for in those situations. IQ 500, not much going on over there just yet. Pero stuck outside as Furia did move forward, but still Division X has not left that particular area.
Ooh, Ike's left, gets 2 out of the car. Both goes stub and Uber goes down. One gets flushed. Nate's thrown forward. 80 does heal. Oh, the timing. Ike's reloading just when 80 came around the corner. He's now backed off again. Will throw the smoke to grant himself some more cover. Second Nate comes in. Will it get him down? No. Blows just on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, we're looking for Ike's left. We've seen him with the 1v3 versus FaZe in the scrims, looking to maybe try to do it again, but this time 80 being very cagey, doesn't want any more of that fight, realizes he's in a less advantageous position, going to readjust, see if he can snake his way through. Now finally Division X is abandoning this compound, moving up to the gods, trying to fill in behind Furia, but there's E36 up on the side, Pero lurking behind all of this. 80 still trying to push through, but Pero not going to let this happen very easily, if at all. He does get the headshot onto Gray there through the trees. That is a nice piece of shooting from 80, but he is now stuck as he tries to go for the first aid. The blue has arrived.
Oh, that's such a smart molly from Long. Completely isolating him. Once phase 6 hits what it will now, there's no way 80 should be able to get in here without taking down to blue. Very smart isolation play from Petrichor Gaming there. There should be no way 80 gets into this one alive.
Yeah, that's near impossible now, as Pero has completely bared down on top of it. They are not looking to let that happen. K7 in the meantime trying to find a way to push through for themselves. VP still hanging out towards the middle. Now the Sonics going to be across the road in another one of those red open warehouse compounds, and some smokes and other things going to try to obscure the vision of the Sonics. Grenade going to come out from Tiggleton there. Not sure if that's going to connect with much. Meanwhile, Tianba and Zenith still stuck in the same building, and Zenith has slowly worked their way up the stairs, and Tianba has allowed it to some extent to get to the roof as grenades start to rain down onto them, and they file in like there's a fire up there and they're trying to get out the fire escape. There is not much going on here for VP, though. They are blocked in well by Sonics, and now tons and tons of smoke's going to be used. And here comes Tiggleton around with some frags. I don't know if that's going to catch with any big. Oh, Batulin steps towards it, takes 50 damage off of it, but Hyruzen and Liu trying to escape on the side. Minx jumps out and takes about half damage. Now we are jumping out the side of the building for Tianba, and I think this might bamboozle
and it paid off.
Zenith a little bit.
They have no clue. They're still looking around inside the building. Now they're running towards this east. Maybe they heard and they just thought, you know what, there's no reason to take this fight. If we can get a spot in the circle, let's just go in, let's wait there rather than sit outside and wait for a team to potentially push towards us. Now, DXG wanted to cross earlier. They managed to do so, but as I say that they lose 3 players in doing it, it's only really Virtus Pro who managed to make that south to north cross. Nope. Yeah, there you go. DXG, all she wrote for them, and BK goes down. That's going to be the end of their team, and Virtus Pro, they get across. They keep 3 alive. We'll see now if K7 and Petrichor can do the same thing.
Yeah, K7 throwing some grades to slow up Petrichor Road while they make the push ahead. And they're getting into the front of the building. Now they have kind of surrounded Pero a bit, and Zenon watching the angles. There still is E36. They still have that mountain. They can watch what's going on. Gray's going to use that Saiga to good effect. Gets locked down and out pretty quickly. Finally, Savior comes alive from the sides. Going to get Aches left. Now, it is just up to Long and Gray for Petrichor Road. Blue is here, and this is phase 6 Blue. You can't really hang out in this one too long. Good spray from Long. Finds Savior through the air. Gonna put him on the knees. Zenon, last one alive for the team from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, TSM finally pushed out of the compound as well. They were sitting in there for a while, and now they're pushing up towards entry force 36. Trying to take the fight to them. Oh, is that a nade? I'm not sure what was thrown there. Oh, Cena, nice peek though. Gets the bait in with the nade thrown forward first. Gray falls down. Long is still here, and he's going to be able to get the kill in return. So not only does he get the kill, but he should be able to, get the rest as well. And Sonics, in the meantime, coming in from the west, they're going to be running straight towards Virtus Pro. Do they see Hyruzen down behind here? Do they not check it? Do they not check it? Do they not check it? We saw a little jump in, mate. Yep, hello. How are you doing? I don't think you stay alive in this one, Hyruzen. Oh, there's a molly on him as well. Burn, baby, burn. Nothing you can do. Throw some nade. Maybe you can get a kill with it. But nope, not gonna happen. He falls. They go out Virtus Pro. So does Entry Force 36. And that gives TSM a good amount of space on the east side.
Yeah, they've been hanging out on that northeast corner for quite some time, and then they just found a good opening to just wipe E36 out, take that high ground for themselves, and they're going to be able to watch this circle and try to figure out a way to make a move in, as it does have to move away from this high ground into phase 7. So Buriram going to be dead center. Kale for Kia still alive in that single door shack that has no other way in or out. He's been able to hold on to it so far. I'm pretty sure Buriram's going to be aware of him in there. I saw him pick up a kill in the feed at some point. Now, Sonics dealing with Hiruzen and Virtus Pro going to continue their march forward along the side. Ents over on the left, and look who it is. Pero sneaking up around the back of this. Going to find the crate there. Not sure if there's anything left in it or not, but TSM is up, and I don't think they have any clue that they're coming behind. Gray getting ready. Put some shots into Iroh, back over to Sonics, who Tiggleton did find a knock. Gray did get that knock onto Iroh as well. Tiggleton stuck in the corner now where Hiruzen just was.
TSM were so focused on figuring out how to approach the circle that they not only allowed for Petrichor to get across the road, but couldn't do a hole. And now finally, Wookie is here, damage done. Gray is on his own. Iroh should still be up for res, but as it seems like it is a second knock, needs to get him, commits to it. That's going to be Miracle going forward. Gray runs over the top, wants to do some damage here. He knows he has Vart just on the other side. The Psyker comes in hand. Let's see if he can find something with it. Is he flashed? Yes, hand is in the face, and he falls down. Great play from Vart around the side, finds a third kill, and also now making more space for TSM to push forward, further forward to the north.
Yeah, and that's a huge moment for Vard because they're going for the res on Iroh in the back. He has to win that 1v1, or else it could quickly turn into potentially TSM falling as a squad. Now, Sonics behind a wall and still on the left. Raspu, the only one alive for Furia from the early game move they made. It is Kia Damwon gone as Kale was taken out. Now TSM with all that time, but they took a lot of damage with the Pero push. So over to the side as they get ready to figure out where to go in this next circle. It is just kind of going to center up on these shacks and other things. So a lot of hard cover to work with here, Toby, but a lot of players still alive. So very chaotic, very important about managing your angles and corners.
It's going to be difficult for TSM to push into this one. They do have two vehicles. We saw Buggy and a pickup truck. They might try and put them to use. Maybe they want to peek first, throw some smokes, see if there's anyone looking. Now they throw the smokes. I like this play. Throw the smokes, throw the molly. They don't know that there isn't one person there. So throw the smokes, throw the mollies. They opt to not bring the vehicles, it seems. Wookie now was the backside player. He's going to run up with them as well. Buriram are towards the south side. Noadra peek forward. The nade's in hand as well. Will he throw it? He might end up doing just that. Wookie shooting over towards Tianba as well. But they have opponents close, and Vart just spotted one. Noadra down to half HP.
Yeah, really important for TSM that they keep Wookie alive with all those smokes he has. Those smokes become worth more and more as this game winds down. Sonic still trying to dislodge Ents on their left. They're not really able to do it just yet. Ents doing a good job holding it down. Diggory's going to find H-Win. Knocked. Mime, I don't think has time for this res. Instead, going to focus his attention to the other side, see if he can get it done. There is the smoke wall available for him. Raspu now 1v1 against Mime to try to hold that off. Tianba still holding firm over on the west side of the circle, with Zenith actually getting ahead of them a bit in this circle now, even after them doing a good job getting away from the push up the stairs.
Everyone's been backing off and backing off and backing off, and now we're reaching a point where there really is nowhere you can back off to. This fight between Tianba and Zenith will have to happen eventually. I'm looking up towards Ends as well. They have a bit of a high ground position to play from. They will have to come down. The game is going to end pretty much in between everyone. Rustenma, bullet to the face, kickstart finds him. Rest should be possible though. And as you can see, I mean, everyone's going to have to move. That's what's make this one interesting. No one has the dot. No one can claim the dot because it's in the open.
Exactly. It's right in between Buriram and Zenith. You can see there our observers showing us exactly what the terrain is like. The southern part of this, a little bit higher ground. But coming down off that hill is probably going to require smokes more likely than not, as there is no hard cover along the hillside itself to utilize when you're coming down. Now, Tianba trying to see if they could push their way forward. Zenith going to throw a molly, try to buy a little bit of time, knowing that the blue is coming, knowing that eventually Tianba has to make a hard decision. Either run through the fire or take a little bit of blue, which is even much more dangerous. They're getting swarmed and swatted, put down by Zenith. Really nicely done. Great hold by Zenith there. Good patience, but that's going to allow TSM to leapfrog a little bit further forward, Toby.
Yeah, that should give them more space to push in. Zenith still has the eyes in the other direction. And now Miracle from inside the building finds one. Squeaky falls down. Noadra takes down Raspu as well. So that's going to be Furia eliminated. We're down to just 4 teams, 3 of which have 4 people alive. Should ENCE be able to get the rest on up here. Birmingham have what's closest to the dot, but they're only 3. And as I say, that Tixu now falls as well. So 2 knocked on ENCE.
Yeah, that's not bueno for ENCE, and Buriram trying to make up for that bit of a throw they had at the end of the day yesterday against Day Trade, seeing if they can rely on their insanely good close quarters combat abilities. Noadra looking up over, gonna underhand that Molly, trying to get those sprays, those hip fires while he's jumping, looking up over the hill. In return, they're gonna throw a Molly at him. It actually goes over his head, lands behind him. So for now, Noadra, okay, Canaxi waiting to see if anyone else from ENCE is going to push forward. I'm pretty sure they could see him from Squeaky's position, though. In the meantime, Zenith setting up nicely over on the western side, trying to just buy time, trying to hold everyone else out, cover those angles as much as they can. Diggory looking to push forward. There's a lot of smoke in front of him. Now the fight between Zenith and TSM has kicked off a bit. Noadra's going to go down to the blue. It's just Canaxi left here for Buriram. TSM down to quite a, only a few members left, but still Zenith 4 strong. Blue is on their back. ENCE trying to get through here. This is a wild and crazy finish. There is going to be smoke everywhere. TSM does get Iroh up. This is going to be wild.
Absolutely insane. 4v4v2. ENCE don't have the numbers. They have something that remotely looks like the nice Molly over the top is going to tag up a lot of the players. Miracle falls. So does Vad. Iroh down as well. The slaughter has begun. Wookie is all that's left of the team. All out of this game. TSM eliminated. It's just 2 left and ENCE 14 kills this game. 8 for Diggory. Do they get it? Did they win it? Yes, they do. ENCE get the win. I was completely confused there in the end, but somehow they bring it home. I think Blue took the last player, and it seemed for a second that Squeaky was as confused as I was, but the Finns finally do it. They had back-to-back second place. As you can see, the fist thrown in the air by Squeaky. They are happy. They are ecstatic to finally find themselves a spot in the finals.
That Molly over the wall at the end to catch almost all of TSM was so huge, so clutch, so smart. And Zenith, you could see, they're going to fist bump, but there's a little bit of frustration there. That was an opportunity to them for sure. But the cover does leave them. As that circle starts to come in, Toby, their side gets more and more exposed. It starts out pretty good, and they do a great job handling Tianba. But as that circle starts to get in towards that star, it opens up angles for the rest of the teams to look at them, and they get wiped pretty quickly between TSM and ENCE.
What a finish. Congratulations, Clover, for with just 1 second to make up your mind on a team you wanted to pick, going for the winning team. That's that deserves a shout out. ENCE finally getting themselves the win. And ENCE is one of those teams, alongside with, I guess, DA, team that we've been mentioning as in they have the capabilities. They've proven to us, they've shown so good play style, and I gotta say, in this end game, they were maintaining full control on the top. I was surprised to see Tianba not go up in their direction to try and make a play. They opted to go towards Zenith instead, but ENCE played it damn well. With the mollies lobbed over the wall, as you were saying as well, really playing contain onto the guys from TSM, but also the way they fought their way through the entire city. So much for the deaths to break down after that.
Yeah, it was a really fun game to watch, and ENCE, I think their discipline really behooved them there. They never kind of broke. They were always fighting together. They were always there for the reses. Great use of their smokes to cover each other, to set up walls to get through to their next positions. Great timings all around. It's what makes ENCE fun to watch is, they don't splash. They're not fancy, but they're very smart and tactical.
Very, very great team. Now the Finns finally get a win. Let's hear what they have to say.
인텔과 함께하는 PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌 2주차 12번째 매치에서 승리를 거둔 팀은 ENCE였습니다. ENCE 팀의 루스투마 선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Congratulations.
Thank you.
네, 바텀 16 이후에 좀 기복이 있는 모습을 보여줬었는데 오늘 매치 전에 과연 어떤 전략으로 임했고 그리고 팀원들 간에 어떤 대화를 나눴는지 좀 궁금합니다.
So what did you guys talk about? How did you guys prepare for the match today? We had good games yesterday. We just kept doing the same thing we did yesterday. We closed out the game today. We could have won yesterday already, but small mistakes in the end game cost us the game, but we are happy to win now.
네, 어제 경기에서 좋은 모습을 보여줬지만 아쉽게 실수가 있어서 치킨을 가져가지 못했는데 그 부분을 보완해서 오늘 치킨을 가져가게 된 것 같습니다.
그러면 오늘 전반적으로 경기력이 좀 좋기는 했지만 어떤 장면이 좀 인상적이었던 것 같아요?
Was there any impressive moments that you have from match today? Impressive moments?
Can you repeat?
Is there any like impressive moments that you had from match today's match?
It was pretty special to win a city circle. It was pretty hectic at the end. I think it was 4 Zenit and 4 TSM next to us, and me and Digger on the other side of the wall. We're lucky that they fought each other, and we could just pick up the scraps, I guess.
네, 마지막에 자기장이 조금 좋게 나와서 마지막에 승리를 가져갈 수 있게 된 것 같다고 생각합니다.
네, 저도 사실 마지막 장면이 가장 인상적이더라고요. 자, 이번 주 파이널 상금 1위가 무려 5만 달러를 가져가게 됩니다. 5만 달러를 획득하기 위해서 어떤 전략으로 임하실 건지 마지막으로 궁금합니다.
So the weekly final prize money will be 50K for this week's weekly final match. How are you guys going to prepare for the weekly final match this week?
We have some time, some extra time to prep now. We can watch the game from today, see which teams make it to the final, prepare accordingly. We're gonna see where we can drop, because drop spots are they change based on which teams are playing, so we're just gonna see how it works and keep playing the same game we've been playing the whole time.
네, 오늘 쉬게 되면서 남은 팀들의 경기도 리뷰를 하고 그리고 저희가 해왔던 대로 연습을 꾸준히 하면서 내일 이번 주 주말에 열리는 위클리 파이널 매치에 임하려고 합니다.
네, 루스트마 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 오늘 인터뷰 감사드립니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 엔스팀과 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 저희는 13번째 매치 전에 분석 데스크 함께 하겠습니다.
You can count on the Finns to bring home the wins when it matters most. It's easy for Ents and easy for Clover as she picked them to win that match. So a shout out to both of you guys for coming up big on that one. Let's get into the highlights, and we'll start with Clover because predictions.
You know, I mean, when we first saw this circle popped, I think a lot of us said, you know, it's kind of centered on Leonis. Are we going to get a city finish? And it had a kind of first wild two phases in phase 2 and 3 where teams weren't quite committing yet to the city play. But when phase 3 popped, we saw it was definitely going to be city. Instantly, we saw teams kind of reestablish themselves in the zone, and Ents was one of the first to take center.
Looking at Ents, if you rewind that just one circle though, they were one of the two teams that actually in circle 2 went for a compound far up in the north because they were committed on that second circle. They knew that the circle was going to go up north, but no, it didn't. And that's one of the most important rotations they did throughout the whole tournament so far. When they went down into Los Leones, not only did it go down there, but how they got there. They made 3 stops on the way, make sure they were scouting out. They would not take any risk, not any chances. They were going to make sure that every rotation they were going to take was going to be a safe one. On top of that, of course, once they got there, we saw them having fight a little bit against Damwon Kia. And those nades were just raining out, but still towards the end they still had those utilities, so important that still had a few to actually use.
Well, it was a crazy win from Ents off of the back of some crazy circles, but ultimately the Finns come out on top in a very difficult exchange with both Zenith and TSM. You'll see them advance to the left side of that board as Metagaming will step in to make their statement that they deserve to be here. Not a lot of games left, though, to accomplish that task. We'll see if they are up to it. This will be the second team from LATAM, as Paper Thin likes to put it, coming in to play these matches. My name's Taviz. I'm joined on the desk by Clover and Fraz as we get ready to kick off game number 2 shortly. But before we talk about 2, we got to reflect on 1. Let's start with the circles. If we could put this week in a box, that box would be wrapped in paper that just says the circles are horrendous. They're violent, they're all over the place, and this game was no different, Clover. It literally, they started southeast, we saw a crazy shift north on 2, it zipped back to the south on 3, and ultimately gave us an urban ending.
I mean, it did, and we saw teams have to get really creative with it. You know, Tiamba, of course, was stuck on the roof of Zenith. We saw them jump off and quietly escape, but they didn't entirely escape the clutches of Zenith. You know, we had teams kind of controlling the north, south, east, and west of town that ended up being our 4 teams left up at the end of that game, all coming in with a lot of kills, starting to deplete their ammo and utility. And as we saw with all those nades and the mollies at the end, Ince is the one that ended up coming on top.
I mean, the teams that put in work got there. If you really think about it, Patrick, the top 3 teams got 33 of the kills in the game. 64 players dropped. Like, that is obscene to see that heavy of a top load.
And this is kind of the ultimate test with circles like this. You need to be adaptive in a game like PUBG, and all these 3 teams, we saw TSM coming in from northeast, you had ENCE coming in, being in the center, you had Zenith coming in from the west side, and all of them were basically conquering their side of the circle and then clashing in together in the end. But we had so many teams towards the end as well. In the last circle, in phase 9, we had 6 teams. We had 19 people alive. That is very unusual. Even though it's sort of an urban ending, it's not often you see that many people there.
All right, let's take a look at the kill and damage counts. You can see ENCE very well represented up there. Diggory with 9 kills. Is that? I had to double check that on my second page because that is insane, Clover.
Absolutely insane. You know, we saw nades, mollies, guns, everything come out from Ince at the end, and they did quite a bit to clear their way. You know, it wasn't just that final fight that really awarded them these kills and damage, the work they put in, as well as TSM, right? We saw that they were kind of one of the last teams to come into the city. They were playing the rocks, they were getting kills, they were helping clear some of that space out, and that's why we're seeing both of these teams here on the top 5 for damage, to show how well they seem to have control of the town. But of course, ultimately, there could only be one winner, and that winner of this match was Ince.
Worth noting, Iroh, you saw him with over 400 damage for us, but he only got 1 kill in that match, so a little bit of thieving going on there. Metagaming coming in for us, joining the fray. This is a team that has also had challenges. Last time we talked about TSM's challenges. What are the challenges Meta has been facing?
Meta has had a rough time so far, and we saw them in last week's Weekly Survival. They only got 2 games. This time, they got 4 games around, so that's going to double the amount of games they have to play here. We saw them already, of course, in the bottom 16 as well, doing not too good, but we know that they have the potential. There's been a lot of talk about them maybe having a lot of issues with communication, bringing in Wicked with the Korean, and I mean, else they would go like, they would not be talking English. But now they're forced to talk English, to communicate in English. And that kind of is an issue, but we saw the other day a highlight with some of the comms. It wasn't looking too bad. I just hope that Ragnar actually got himself some of those honey butter chips, because looks like he needs some for tonight.
Those who don't know, VHC could not come because of visa issues. Wicked stepped in, and they are communicating all of them in their second language. All right, about 30 seconds till we start. It worked last time. Let's try it again. Clover, who wins this?
You know what? We're going to Erangel. I'm gonna say Sonics. I think that they're gonna find a way to have their own phase Sunday, so to speak, right? I think it's
okay.
Sonics.
Okay. All right. You know what, Froz? Let's ask you. What do you think?
Hey, TSM, they got all the space in the world, and they did great in the last game. I gotta continue to go with them.
Froz doubles down on TSM. Sonics picked by Clover. Toffee says phase, baby, because this is when they rise. Let's all rise up. It is time to start our second game of the day, powered by Intel. Let's head over to the pantheon of perfected pontification, Paper Thin, and Poby.
Much appreciation to our always astute analysts coming through, as I am trying to pick up my alliteration game here in game number 2. Game 1 finds ENCE with a wild city finish win. This plane path on Erangel, right down the center, starting over Severny, ever so slightly shifting to the southwest a bit over Pachinki. And okay, Toby, they got their predictions. Clover was right on the first one. She got ENCE. She's going Sonics this time. I heard FaZe, TSM. What are you feeling on this one?
It's so difficult. It's so difficult. You look like a legend if you get 1 out of 16 correct, and you look like a doofus if you if you don't get it correct. You know what? I'm gonna go with Tiamba.
Tiamba, I like that.
Yeah.
Tiamba
Yeah.
definitely someone that I am very high on. I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna say Damwon Kia. I'm gonna say this is finally their moment to shine.
Surprise.
I'm gonna go with my Korean Homer pick and just double down on Damwon Kia. And even though they've not looked great, I mean in that game it's really hard to say. Now this circle West, pretty fair West
Tiamba
circle. Not Yes, this is very much a Tiamba circle, but this is Oh, Silzit, if you land one of these, please. Do it
for the YouTube Reddit. Do it for the X amount of thousands of followers you'll get.
Wasn't it Uba who did it with one?
No, it was Memo.
Memo
did it to Uba.
Memo. Memo did it to Uba. That's what it was. Okay. I remember the clip, and I remember Uba being involved, but all right, got it.
I remember the clip because I was casting it, so.
Yes, and I remember that's another part I remembered from it. I was like, I know Toby was a part of this, so I can say something and he'll remember. Because your memory, much better than mine. My memory is scrambled like eggs, my friend, but yours spot on, sharp like a knife. And this is going to be interesting. Not a lot of teams over on the western side, typical of Erangel. It's kind of center to eastern heavy with where the cities and locations are that people like to drop. And already I see Division X making their run towards the center. Buriram dropped Gatka, so they're going to be center just by nature of where they land. Na'Vi down at Ferry Pier. And you can see Zenith so close in that last round, just coming up short of joining SDK and Oath in the finals from NA.
It's funny to me how we're applying, because had this been the start of any tournament, just every single game, in the end you always go, oh, it's the final match. It's oh, this is what everything comes down to. They need X amount of points to qualify, and I feel like every single match has that. Wait, what is the buggy doing inside?
You could drive through there faster, I guess.
I've never seen anyone drive loot shelter before. That is, okay. We learn something new every day. That's impressive.
Now I'm feeling the Zenith win, my guy. Now I'm like, all right, they're playing next level PUBG right now. This team right here as well, very capable of pulling off any kind of win. A couple Mosins in the hands of Buriram United. Just gonna plop a shot into Division X. Not gonna connect with it, as they're kind of driving around, seeing what's available, seeing what's not. Buriram jostling around themselves, trying to control the space around Gatka and give themselves a good position. Now, here's what I'm going to say. I'm gonna preface this game way at a time. If this finishes in the fields to the west of Gatka, like south of Hospital, west of Gatka, if it finishes in those fields, like if it keeps shifting that direction, I am telling you right now, I have seen Buriram win so many games in those fields. It's crazy. They work east to west so well in that spot that I just am like, I'm ready to just call the win for them now if it goes there.
They're maintaining their two-way split for now, and I like that. They're sitting with Konaxi and Edie up on the top, and with the other two players down inside Gatka. And I agree with you. They've been playing extremely well around those fields, whether it's them maintaining their splits for long or if just playing out of the same compound. They are a team that, I gotta say, has surprised me in terms of how scary they can be in a close quarter fight. I didn't give them much credit in the start. I thought other big name teams would kind of overrun them in team fights, but they've been holding their own for sure for a lot of it. And also when you see them do what most teams do in this weekly survival, play compounds, they are really mobile and dynamic and constantly moving around and making sure to check threats from each side and not just play it from inside the compound and kind of hide it out. So for sure, can only agree with you. I mean, the stats add up. They play well as a team in the end game, and they play well around compounds. If the circles keep going in that direction here, there's a very good chance it could go their way.
Yeah, and they really understand this part of the map, and there is going to be a gift potentially for meta. I think they're circling around it, making sure it's safe, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we see this Mark 14 fall into the hands of Sparking, the player that is always coming to your mind first when you think about the Latin American region and that team meta, as he has provided highlight reel performances for us already here in this tournament. I wouldn't be too surprised if there's a few more in store. Virtus Pro cutting towards the quarry through Na'Vi a bit, but Na'Vi anywhere near any of this to really do anything about it, as they are still making their rotations. Looks like they're heading western edge-ish for now.
Yeah, they like to play on the western edge too, so it makes sense for them to be coming in from out there. They can either like settle down in the swamp area and push in through the forest up towards the observatory, or they can try and wrap even further west. They have currently got DXG split in a 2-1-1, so there's a very big chance that should they opt to pull up on any of their positions, they'd just straight up leave. I mean, we know DXG to be a pretty passive team, and as much as I wanted to see Tianba go out and get a great start here, I'm a little worried for M200. He does have a gutter to hide in, but he's not right outside the compound, and shouldn't try and go for this. I'm afraid they might lose one more player.
Yeah, they're doing a good job just pouring the fire down on top of K7, trying to buy some time to get to M200 potentially. And it's going to take quite a effort to get there. Likely a few smokes along the way as well. You can see Zenon just hoping to maybe get lucky as M200 creeps around. Linshu is going to take damage from Furia now, as they're starting to pepper him. And it's going to put from the, it's up from the,
with
from
the
Everest.
3x.
And they are just, well, you take what you can get. And in this situation for Tianba, they might have to let M200 go, because I don't know if there's any, well, I look at it and maybe there's a chance, Toby. There's still a chance if nobody else like gets involved in that fight. But it's going to be still so hard.
Oh, you see here, they tried to pull up on the building. Did he get him mid-air?
Oh my God.
What?
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
What?
That is ridiculous. That is filthy.
Absurd, and unfortunately, Tampa's time has run out. M200 will fall, and I guess, again, we've seen everything, and, well, hurry up, they keep on shooting down in this direction. Now it's K7's turn to take damage. Necro finds a knock, but should be pretty straightforward. Rest with the door being closed. Pretty easy peasy for him to get back up on his feet.
Yeah, that one's not going to be a problem for K7 and Tianba. That's just one of those things where you just got to kind of tip your hat to the other team and say, well played. That's a crazy shot. You went for it. You connected. Nothing you could do about it. I mean, that's why you go for those shots. Like every time you got to, it's just like the old Wayne Gretzky meme, right? You got to, you miss every shot you don't take. So you might as well. You've got plenty of bullets left. And in this case, it pays off for K7.
Yes, sure does. Just you usually wouldn't see teams try to make those shots, but with the drive-by meta being the way it is, even the flying into buildings is where you'll get your gun out and start shooting. Now let's see. Zenith had a great second place last game, and now they're pulling up to meta, who just got here. Ooh, Punich actually alive for now. Can he tap the foot? Yes, he can. Silson finds Punich immediately. Wicked a little out of position. Needs to get down and help his teammates if they want to maintain control of this compound.
Yeah, Wicked tends to kind of roam around by himself and try to do some reconnaissance early game and those kind of things, so that's why he's out ahead of the rest of meta. But Zenith, the other three, trying to see if they can catch two members of meta inside of that house. It's a very nadeable house, and Roth is not going to have any of it. Ooh. Sits Wicked down quickly. Bang, bang, and Wicked comes over to help, but his location quickly revealed. Now Sparking's turn to try to come in and reinforce the meta boys, and he's going to head up to the hill for now and try to get a sniping position.
Look at how much control Zenith has taken in this compound. After getting here, they immediately forced meta back to playing around literally just one building. That is very impressive, aggressive plays coming out of them.
And it's the worst building. It's just not a good one to be in. And in a lot of situations, that particular compound is very risky. Circle is going to head back towards the Gatka area a bit as it just kind of centers up. So not going to change too much here. And Sparking saying, well, guys, good luck, but there's not a lot I can do for you at this point. It's up to the two of you. See if you can somehow win this fight or at least escape, as they do put some more damage into Punich. Ragnar going to get that one, as he was indeed a big fan of the butter chips. Me, not so much. Can't stand the things myself. But, if you like them, all more power to you. But I find them to be particularly not great. I don't like sweet in my potato chips, Toby. I just can't stand it.
And I mean, I must say, I thought I thought you were wrong when you said Sparkin was just gonna leave. I thought he was maybe gonna try and reposition and get to play from somewhere else. Now he is still shooting back towards Zenith, trying to get an angle onto the guys from the roof. And actually they are leaving now. So him going all the way over towards the south side of Chopsticks has actually paid off for the team, because both the teammates now get to leave. Will Sonics get to take them down mid-rotation? We'll see if Tickleton can land these. Doesn't seem like he's succeeding in doing so. And, well, Miller, despite losing a player, gets a lift for another circle.
That is a tricky one for Meta to escape, but they're able to do it. FaZe, in the meanwhile, going to send their forces down towards that same area. They're kind of veering towards Chopsticks at the very least. See where they want to end up with this rotation. Gustav and Uba going to lead the way with their UAZ and motorcycle. Cross shots coming through from Tiggleton once again. And Tiggleton still not able to do much there. It's a tough one. There's a lot of trees and other things. Gustav, they're able to drive right over, as you can typically do if you do it right. You can just go right over the first chopstick into the second one. Going to find themselves at the end of it and taking the ditch.
They get themselves into a decent position. At least it is for now. We've seen a lot of teams just plummet into that dip before, and all kinds of hills tend to break loose. But the good thing for their position right now is A, no one's there. B, they can keep their vehicles safe for rotations to come.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot at all. It can be a little tricky. If you have to leave it to the west in particular, but it's still something that's very playable, and as long as the chopsticks are in, you could do a pretty good job defending from it. It's very playable, but like you mentioned, sometimes teams will just crash it because it is such a good spot that is, you know, a relatively safe area. Linshu over on the side, hitting E36, jumping down the hill, and he's gonna find that last shot into Sato. And that's going to be the knock, and he's going to pop some tires as well. Sato continues to make his way down the hill and going to get behind that particularly beat up, I think it's like a delivery truck.
Yeah.
And finds safety for now. Speaking of deliveries, there's a code that we're delivering to you. A6Q9GL49S9FD. There, I did it. Your turn.
So smooth, Favor. So smooth with the transition. That was like delivery truck. What do you mean by that? I just kind of agreed with you, but I saw what you were doing. You were setting it up. You knew exactly when that promo code was going to be on screen. You had your timers right, and you got it.
Yeah,
good
well
job.
aware.
Good job, Favor. It was very impressive. Very impressive. Let's see now. Circle Southwest we go. Well, Virtus Pro, they haven't been the team to get themselves circles all that much. Now they do. We'll see if they can maintain control here in their two-way split, or if they're gonna gang up and commit to one of the two buildings. You said if it ends southwest of Gatgat, well, that's exactly where we're centering right now. Buriram not thinking twice about going into Gatkan. We still have a lot of teams towards the northeast that have to find their way in. We'll see here. There they go, Connection ED grouping up with God Meow and Noat, running the same thing happening over towards the west side as Division X Gaming managed to get themselves all four together.
Now, to be clear, I mean west of Gatka, not the south field, but the one that's west of it. The one that's across the road is the one that Buriram, if it goes there, Buriram dominates those areas. But in this one, I'm a little less sure, because for them to hold Gatka could be very difficult for any team, right? It is actually a pretty large compound, and for one squad to lock it down by themselves, I rarely see even the best of the best able to lock Gatka down. Eventually, you do have to just kind of let another team come in there. So the important part is making sure that you control the compound that's closest to the center of the circle, so you have the favorability of leaving that one.
And now one of the real terrifying things to me about this circle is, A, we have a massive field that you really can't do anything with, but it's because the hill on the west side is still in. Because that hill is in, it grants such a good overview that you can't utilize the field at all. And that field is, I want to say, over 50% of the circle. Let's see. FaZe, as well as other teams trying to tell teams, nope, don't come to us. Go fight somewhere else. Go somewhere else. We're here. We're scary. We'll force you to go through. Everyone is shooting. Of course they want to kill them, but it's equally much to send a message that is, just please don't pull up on us, because we kind of want to win this game.
All right, Shin Boys trying to cover the rotation of Roth. Sonic's right on his heels, going to force him out of the vehicle. He had taken a bunch of damage. Mime is waiting. Easy kill and flush there for them. So for Roth, not able to escape in time. Sonic's on the move. They're going to claim the southwestern compound. Somehow, some way, Detonation Gaming White has gotten up into these hills you were just talking about, Toby. And they had to cross basically the entire circle to get here. Now, unfortunately, Kemba sees them, but Kemba whiffs on those first couple shots. That's going to allow Machao to get down the hill. Now some other shots ringing. I mean, for Navi's credit, they do have a great surround on this. They have no idea the tabs here. That's going to be a lot of damage, but still no knocks yet on the Detonation Gaming White.
Well, they need to get this over and done with quickly. Fortunately for both the teams, there isn't really anyone around now. Senya does finally find the knock. Malofo falls down. We've seen both Malofo and Macau do tons of damage. They've been all over the kill feed, despite the somewhat passive playstyle from Detonation Gaming White. They've been really effective. Kemba finds the first, second one falls, and Kemba is there to get the third. Great cold hold from Na'Vi. They were sitting tight. They weren't pushing forward for a good while. It allowed for Detonation Gaming White to really get into positions, but at the end of it, they said enough is enough. They push down around the side. Kemba finds the double, and they get themselves the wipe.
Detonation Gaming White has to get smokes out there. There's no smokes thrown in that entire fight. There's no smokes. They have to throw some. They have to block some angles. They're under pressure from two different sides. Something's got to happen there for them. Well, anyway, over to Furia as they push through to the northern part of the circle. Going to take this hill to the northwest of K7. There is enough of a dip here that you can stay underneath it. Problem could become if Pero or Tianba decides that they want this territory for themselves. Back over to Kickstart and Zenith. Shinboy's still alive as well as Sonic still rotating in behind them. Kia Damwon on the move to the east. Let's see if there's going to be any fighting over this real estate. These hills ever so important for now, as you know, like you mentioned, Toby, while they're still in, the fields are virtually unplayable.
Yeah, I don't see a opportunity for any team to go to the field now. While there's no teams fighting on the hills, I mean, Zenith are down below, but Sonics have space above, Na'Vi have space above. I don't see an opportunity for any team to sit in the field and keep all four alive for the next circles to come, unless if they get really fortunate.
Yeah, well, FaZe doesn't have many options left at the circle. Hasn't been super favorable to them this go around. So heading up into the hills, in the fields, they cutting across, heading back away. Vard is going to be the focus of our camera as he drives, leading the train for TSM. FaZe now cuts over to the hills themselves. They're able to get through there without taking a ton of damage. So, and they are going to roll right to that same spot where Detonation Gaming White was.
But their timing is perfect because they knew that it was Na'Vi fighting against them over on the west side earlier, and now they're actually taking a fight to element entry force 36, and they're taking casualties already. You can see Na'Vi in trouble. They read the third party opportunity perfectly. They sent it pretty much across the circle and take fights on the other side. Now in the meantime, Sonics, they have been met by Damwon Kia. We'll see if they can hold off here. No knocks so far.
Yeah, Damwon Kia generally pretty good in up close quarters got fighting, but now they're getting decimated. Under and Kale, their top two frontline fraggers, going down very quickly here. Mime has been knocked as well. Shribsy and Tiggleton are down here, so it's up to H-Win for the Sonics, taking a whole bunch of damage, but hasn't been finished off just yet. His Molly does find Indigo, so now only Sungjang. Both of these teams doing critical damage to each other. It all comes down to this 1v1. A good grenade gets some more damage into H-Win, down to 32 health. Sungjang finding the members of Down, but H-Win, what in the world? Through the smoke, takes them down. And that is going to be Damwon Kia out.
I was just gonna say, and now he has the opportunity to go back and rest his teammates, but here comes TSM. They're not gonna let that happen, and they get both of them. So while I thought there was a chance for Sonic to get back to being 3 alive, ain't gonna happen. H1 is on his own. We go further into the field, and now is when you can start considering trying to go into those fields and play something there. There is still a bit of the hillside in, but it's gonna be hard to play from for sure. Over towards the west, FaZe still there, and we had 3 pull-ups happen at the same time, one of them being the one we see on our screens right here. Division X Gaming got pulled up on by Petrichor, and they have completely dominated them. While the knock does come in on towards Mamu, it's still a 1v4. And now, let's see Furia trying to play an underneath position. Are you going towards that hillside as well? Where are you going, Furia?
Well, they're trying to wrap around the back of the hill, but TSM already dug in. H-Win does find somebody on the backside in a Na'Vi. Furia is going to pull up on the bottom of this hill. There's no way in hell those grenades are going to anywhere close to where TSM is really, I guess, a little closer than I thought, but still too difficult to get them up in the hill. And Furia getting torn apart in crossfires between a lot of different teams. There's Zenith getting involved as well, and this is just a massacre. K7 rolls up to Zenith, takes a whole bunch of them down. They lose a couple in transition. Tianba, in the meanwhile, dives to the center of the field They lose Mings, but they're able to get into some kind of playable territory. FaZe gets E36. It's fighting all over the place.
Uber just got a 1v4 against Entry Force 36. There's every single team from the north opted to leave at the exact same time, and I don't envy our observers for trying to pick a fight to follow. Uber just 1v4'd Entry Force 36. We have to see a replay of that at some point. I hope at least we'll get his POV from that situation, because that went down real quickly too. Gustav now trying to hold off against Petrichor, who opted to push this way around. Once they got the wipe on towards the guys from the North Division X Gaming, they went down here. Now let's see Ixlip, first one to fall. 80 finds him. 80 goes down as well though.
Yeah, Ixlip just kind of yeeted himself into 80 there. Smokes are going to come down, so they go right for the res. Uba, the one-man army, still up on the hill. He's going to see a lot of Pero. Gets one. Can he get two? He does. Uba wrecking the rounds for a couple different teams here. Just Mamu left for Pero. This is why you can't let this guy alone. You cannot lose track of him. Fuzzface now peppering some shots into Mamu. Mamu gets behind a tree. There's a little bit of smoke in front of him to cover, but Uba now is going to get the call out from Fuzz, going to get that ping down on the map, sees him come out, plops a couple SLR shots down, nothing connecting. Those looked pretty good through the smoke, just not quite able to find the mark just yet. Now Mamu running up the hill. Uba should have it done, and there's Uba with 7 kills on the round.
What a game. Now, we didn't get to see the first one, but these shots here pretty much all connecting. Very great play from Uba. He's immediately going back to shooting again. Finds Lorena as well. He is woken up. Uba has woken up. Is he going to get one more? He knows the position of the other two Tiamba players, but he ain't able to find the angle. Will miss out on that one too, but Tulin says thank you. And now, speaking of Virtus Pro, finally it's their turn to have to make a move. Tiamba playing with 2 in the middle. Now the hill is all shifted out, so the field is all of a sudden getting that much more interesting. Question is, how does Virtus Pro play it? And also for FaZe Clan, how do they plan on getting into the circle? Let's see here. There is the replay. Finds the first one. Goes down to the second. Pops him instantly. Finds the third on the other side. Instant spray down on him. And then reload. Find the fourth over the hilltop. I saw it unfolding in the midst of all the chaos and the kill feed. And there you go. That is a full piece for Uber. What a slaughter.
Just absolutely incredible. I mean, the guy sprays at that distance, just so accurate, so good, so well controlled. And that's really difficult for any team to deal with. I don't care who you are. And E36 are going to be the ones who suffer this go around. Now, Wookie has K7 lined up. There's a few vehicles, a few of the old Zenith vehicles, plus some that K7 brought to the party as well. And Wookie going to be watching this. There is a FaZe that still has to come down off this hill as well. Wookie trying to buy some time and space for his teammates to get down the hill themselves. There's a good grenade, or excuse me, an explosion from Lin Shun. And that is going to be 2 down very quickly for K7. Just Lockslock left. That UAZ is pretty well beat up, so if you blow that one up, that might be it for K7. Fuzzface does get down the hill, finds that hay shack, but here come the grenades to get rid of it, and Fuzzface very quickly knocked by good grenades from Tiamba.
This is another factor that we haven't talked too much about in the later weeks, but the fact that we can now blow up hay bales means that those smaller hay bales, the round ones that you see Minx and Lin Shun sit around, they become the prime positions because they aren't destructible the same way that the bigger hay bales are. So while the bigger hay bales might grant you some more cover, they can also be removed like we just saw with Fuzzface, and he's now stuck in the open. Gustav goes down, gets flushed as well. Upa is on his own. He's done a great work so far, but I don't see this run be possible, and nope, not gonna happen. Hirutin finds him 7 kills. Great performance from Upa, but FaZe falls short.
There's a fascinating 4v4 brewing on the south side of the circle. TSM versus Buriram United. Ooh, Lin Shu gets out-dueled by Zenon with the SLR there, so that's going to put him on the knees. Mings could be looking for the res. Some grenades trying to reach out and finish what they started, but they are going to be coming up a bit short to get to the knock. Zenon now going to use the opportunity to heal. There was a knock from Canaxi, and quickly a couple down for TSM. Over on the side, Wookie is dead. It's just Iroh solo for Team Solo Mid, and he is trying to hold on. They're going to pop the tires out underneath him, thinking about seeing if he can hold them off and maybe somehow, some way get to that res. Not going to happen. Miriku's dead. Guadra just spraying into this vehicle. They're going to blow that UAZ up. Really smart here by Buriram, recognizing that this could be their opportunity to finish the member of Team Solo Mid off. And there are going to be some stuns popping up and in. He's prone. Not a whole lot left for Iroh to do yet, unless somebody else gets involved in this fight.
We talked about Burham, and I mentioned them not having biggest faith in them previously. Here they show it again, straight up 4v4 between the two teams, and they're just slaughtering TSM within seconds. Iroh, all that's left of the team now, and he can do nothing but prone. Issue for him is he's not inside the next circle, so Burham, they can now go back, step it back one sec, go, okay, let's focus inward. We'll just have one guy play isolation on Iroh. We know he has to make the run for it. He doesn't have a vehicle functioning. Edie, go in, get a spot in the circle. Issue being now that Necro is right next to him. You might want to throw preemptive nade, even if you don't see a guy over there. There is a vehicle that's almost blown up, and you have to expect there to be a player there too. And while all this is happening on the south side, Virtus.pro is trying to position them better up towards the north, and this could be a very, very, very interesting straight-up 4v4 between Spurram and Virtus.pro. Noatra finds TSM. Out they go. Iroh eliminated. One snake in between these two powerhouse teams.
Yeah, so that fight with Buriram and TSM beats Buriram up a little bit. Some utility being used. Virtus.pro looking pretty decent with some level 3 gear. A few throwables in the pocket. But Tulins has a good opportunity. Only able to connect one shot there. But Spyro did find Godmeow. So Hiruzen looking up and over this slight angle on top of this hill that he has. Edie's going to get the return knock onto Spyro. He is on the ground. So it's a 1-1 knock trade so far. Meanwhile, there is just Necro chilling for Furia, just hoping that these two teams do enough damage that he's going to be able to spring to life at the end, potentially take a win for himself. There is still Canaxi with that bolt. Keep my eyes on that, see if he's maybe able to get a good knock onto Virtus.pro and open the door here for Buriram.
Both these teams have had second place finishes in this set of weekly finals. Oh, I thought that vehicle might hit Edie, but not gonna happen. Necro is still alive as well. And well, Frost said on cast, don't throw this. I don't think in this particular game there's a lot to throw. We're all, of course, thinking back to the game against Daytrade yesterday, where I think both for you and me, Paper, and for a good portion of the viewers and the desk, they thought Buriram had it on a lockdown, and yet Norwich managed to bring it to a win for the guys from Daytrade. We'll see now if Buriram has what it takes to finish it off, and as I say that, Godmeow's falls, so 4v3 with a snake in the middle. Who's gonna win it? Buriram have to move over the hillside. Oh, it's looking good for Virtus.pro, but let's see what's gonna happen here. Noatra falls early.
Yeah, this is starting to fall apart for Buriram. They did so well, but the angle's just a little bit better. This hill for Virtus.pro, really useful to try to line up a bunch of shots. They have a little bit of cover because of the hill line as well that they can shoot over. So it's going to be the AWM for Lou. Spyro is rezzed, and he is trying to push a little bit forward, and Necro is going to just chill. He wants no part of this. He waits, and he's looking very much towards Virtus.pro's direction.
I guess the good thing for both teams is that they were 4v4 just before, and they saw 9 alive, which means there has to be, like, had it been 3 and a solo, maybe the other team would have thought, wait, okay, there's just 4v4, and they would have ignored the snake. But now everyone knows, guys, somewhere within this still pretty big field there. Oh, never mind. There's a snake, and he's dead. How does this always happen to me? I try to build up a storyline, and the guy's dying mid-sentence.
Hey, you are just the snake charmer, man. You are just catching them out and squeezing the life out of them, my friend. So now Virtus.pro, yes, really has a great lockdown in this. Now that being said, if you can get Lou out of here with that AWM, you're going to open up quite a bit of space. You have a Mark 14, one of the most destructive guns in the games. Edie does a nice push forward. Some cover fire from his team helps a bit, and it's Virtus.pro trying to take advantage of it. But for now, Virtus.pro has a line set up around that northwestern edge, and they are not moving.
This is where Virtus.pro. I mean, we can talk as much about how we want, as much as we want about how Buriram is a great team. We haven't really dialed in on Virtus.pro in these situations. The way that Batulin splits out the players in this is so damn terrifying. Now 4v2, they're like, the way they're just swarming them right now. They're spreading out. They have control of both sides of the circle, and they're slowly gonna start pushing forward. They're slowly gonna start pushing in towards the dot in this one. Very, very, very thought through play style they're bringing into this. No chances, no crazy plays. Now, while all this happens, they do manage to get the res up onto one, so not overcommitting on this one, but they're using the time to push further forward. Canaxi folds, Spiro, nice off-angle position. Do they spot one on the side? They do not. Ooh. One folds, 2 folds, Luandra and Edie, they're not giving up yet.
Yeah, these guys are nuts. They do not fall easily. They're all over the place. They react to things quick. They're going for the res onto Canaxi. Spiral over to Batulins. Lou looking around by Hyruzen. Edie seeing if he could catch anything else. It was a good effort here by Virtus Pro to take advantage of the fact that they had a couple frags left. Edie's going to get in the car and drive. See if he can avoid anything. There is smoke for some cover over here, so utilizing that smoke against Virtus Pro. Going to come up along the side. Mollies are next to him. He avoids it. Grenade out front. Bounces off the hood, isn't going to catch any damage. Trying to see if he can get somebody along that edge, doesn't find it. Here comes some stuns and some mollies of his own. Edie has to get on the ground now. It's Noadra holding the center of the circle. This is interesting. Buriram, with all of this work that Virtus Pro did to line themselves up around the edges to try to contain Buriram, Buriram has brute forced their way with those 2 knocks towards the star in the center of this, and now it's a prone game. This one could actually take a full another minute, and I say that Edie lines up one, gets the knock onto Batulins. I don't think there's any reason to try to flush that. Just look and see if anybody's trying to take advantage of you on the side. Lou still has that AWM, and now he's pretty keen on going to the assault rifle. And look at this, VP bunched up behind these smokes. Now Buriram has kind of pushed their way forward, shepherded VP in, but they're going to get the knock onto Canaxi. Now it's just 2 left for Buriram. Hyruzen's going to see Noadra in the grass. Edie, the only one left. Can he do it? The 1v3 is it going to be possible. He sprays down. No, it is going to be Virtus Pro finally coming through with the win here in the Week 2 Weekly Survival.
There is so much for any viewer and any lover of PUBG esports to take away from the final 3 minutes of this game. They were playing a complete mirror image. I loved what Virtus Pro tried to do when they got the first knock. Don't overaggress. You know what? Let them pick it up. We'll use that time to get ourselves into a better position. They push forward. All of a sudden, now 2 knocks come in return, and instead of just overcommitting on the push, knowing they had a 3v2 advantage, they do the exact same thing. They use the time, Edie out on the flank. They say, you can get your 4 players back up. We'll position ourselves. We'll throw smokes to you that you might be able to hide behind, but you're going to be in between a smoke and the wall. You won't have any vision on us. We'll play the precision perfectly. So much credit to both these 2 teams in playing a hell of a good end game. But in the end of it, the polar bear is out of hibernation and they've made their way to the weekly finals.
Yeah, that was just such a masterclass in how to navigate field endings. Both of those teams so skilled, so smart. The counter punches constantly being thrown. At moments, it looked like it was going to be Virtus Pro, then Buriram, then Virtus Pro, then Buriram. But finally, in the end, Virtus Pro does it again. By the way, Edie did get another knock before he was finally finished off with that spray. I mean, it was crazy close between those 2. And Buriram, man, they just like last week, they're coming up ever so short. They have a taste of victory, but they're not able to close it out. But for Virtus Pro, Toby, we talked about them basically every day, that they're always in it to win it, and finally they're going to get it done.
I wish to see, I know it's not going to happen primarily because of Corona restrictions, but I wish to see the PUBG players of Virtus Pro just go over to the Buriram's booth, give him a handshake and say, GG guys, good fight, because that is going to be one of the most evenly fought fights you're going to see in a lot of end games of PUBG Esport. Very well played by both teams. Let's hop over now to Virtus Pro and see what they have to say.
PGI.S Weekly Survivals Week 2, and the winners of our 13th match is Virtus Pro. I'm here with player Batulins. Congratulations. This is your second time making it into the weekly finals. How does it feel?
По-русски, да, отвечать? Мы чувствуем себя убитыми просто, потому что вот эта неделя, она какая-то была, наверное, простыми словами, да, сложная, очень сложная, и этот формат, он просто выматывает, самое главное слово, наверное, здесь.
저희는 지금 저희가 살아있는 건지 죽어있는 건지도 모를 만큼 이번 주가 너무나도 힘들었고
This week was a really tough week
게임이며 정말로 정신적으로도
with the games and the screens. It's been quite an exhausting week so far.
그래도 이렇게 또 승리를 하셨네요.
It's really great that you guys have still made it.
전략을 참 재밌게 보고 있거든요.
I've personally been really enjoying Virtus Pro's strategy.
그리고
on the motorcycle and on the boats, and how you guys will lie in line. How's the atmosphere amongst your teammates?
Мне очень нравится ваша тактика. Либо вы поднимаетесь на байке на гору, либо вы лежите на одной линии, или вы плывете на лодке. Очень интересно. А вы когда вот в игре, как у вас коммуникация хорошо происходит?
Коммуникация с точки зрения чего?
Когда вы такую тактику делаете?
Ну да, мы известны тем, что мы не боимся пробовать что-то новое, вот, и все вот эти залазы, лодки, это все, ну, горы это как бы это наше личное, да, а лодка это эксперимент, который неудавшийся, вот, в общем, вряд ли будем его еще использовать, а так, нет, для нас это обычное дело.
네, 저희가 이런 전략을 사용할 때 항상 사용해왔던 전략이고요.
Whenever we use these strategies, we're actually very used to it, and even going over mountains are something that we're used to. But I think taking the boat was a bit of a stretch. But because most of our strategies are something that we're used to, we're very good at communicating with each other. What can we expect to see in the weekly finals for you guys?
Спокойно. Просто я думаю, что просто будем играть в свою игру и все. У нас все было хорошо, и это форматом просто убойный, поэтому да, все будет у нас отлично, все будет хорошо. Мы, наверное, проработали все ошибки, которые были до этого, и вообще, ну, в принципе, как пойдет.
저희는 항상 해왔던 대로 차분하게 운영할 생각이고요.
We're planning to approach it just as we have until now, and we also are aware of the mistakes that we've made, and we're going to work on fixing them. We're expecting some good results, and no matter what kind of game it is, we're prepared to take it on. Thank you for your interview.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 버투스 프로 만나봤고요. 저희는 14번째 매치.
Two teams that have been close so many times meet in the middle, but it's Virtus Prone who becomes Virtus Pone as they bury Ram 6 feet under and climb into the weekly final. Highlight time, Clover!
You know what, I feel like I can't even follow these puns because you were just so on point, but I think, you know, the chat, we've all been Virtus Prone. We've been really feeling for them, this team, and this was, yet again, kind of another awkward circle for so many teams. We saw a lot of these rotations creating these early fights, and creating almost this dominant position for some people. VP actually took that compound just outside of Gatka, where Buriram had been sitting for much of the game, and of course being the two teams that ended up facing each other there in the end.
That was one of the most epic endings we've seen in a long time. Virtus Pro versus Buriram, and it was so nice because what we saw was basically Virtus Pro was taking the control in this beginning, and Buriram was herded together into one spot. But they would not take it. After getting those two knocks on VP, what happened was that we saw Eddie straight away going out on the west side with the US there, make sure that they're broadening out, they're taking more control over the situation. This is the moment. And while that was happening, we saw what was actually happening, that Virtus Pro is going down. They were getting herded together now. But what made Virtus Pro win this game and not Buriram was the only fact that Virtus Pro was standing out while Buriram was all prone. So whatever would have happened, Virtus Pro would have the movement, the ability to just be on the feet and moving around, while Buriram would be a stationary target. But once again, so close from Buriram. It was a well-deserved win from Virtus Pro though.
Take a look at the weekly Survival 2 standings as they are right now. Virtus Pro does move to the coveted spot on the left side of the board. We'll have T1 joining into the fray with Gex and Divine on the standoff. This is another team just like Oath Clover, who was close constantly and finally manages to get through. Other teams that have been consistently close to getting through are TSM and Buriram. Both have had trouble closing out their games though.
Yeah, I mean, we saw even today TSM having some very great moments. Even on this match, you know, we saw them take that fight there to Sonics. There were some good opportunities, but the problem, of course, with that big open field circle, a lot of people were looking for very similar places to put up, and unfortunately, they fell a little bit early, as well as FaZe, right? We saw those amazing plays from them once again, but unfortunately, when push came to shove and the circle shifted back away, they had nowhere left to go.
And not surprising they were phased by that circle. Let's take a look at the actual standings after that match, as well as damage and kills, where I think we're going to see the hero that is Uba showing up, because that man went into monstrosity mode. Or I think, as you said it earlier, Fraz, 2019 Uba showed his face, and it was awesome to watch. 21 points for Virtus Pro as they come in first place. Buriram, who is no stranger to second, walks out with 14 and a dream of maybe a win down the line, because points just don't matter here. It's all about getting the win. Let's take a look at the statistics, Fraz. I assume Uba will be on top. See if I'm proven wrong.
I mean, there's no doubt that Uba will be on top, but I gotta say again, Buriram, though, how they played this end game, this is what we want to see. They're not throwing the game now. They stepped up enormously. Look at that. 2019 Uba is back. 2021 Uba looks a lot like 2019 Uba. And what we saw from him there, when he took out E36 by himself, that was just amazing. How he was swapping the guns back and forth. And oh my God, that was so nice to see.
Clover, take a look at the damage. What do you got?
I know, look at this. I mean, Buriram, we're talking about the fact that they are putting in the work, unfortunately just not clutching. And Linshan as well. You know, Tiamba was another resident in the field in that infight. They had probably some of the better cover that could have been there in the forms of the, you know, the hard hay bales, the ones that won't blow up to throwables. But with so many teams shooting at them from every other side, they really didn't have anywhere else to play from. And I just starting to think that, you know, we're running out of chances here. We've seen a lot of these teams that have played in every match thus far this week, consistently being up there in the top 5, consistently being up here in the top kills. But when are they going to clinch that chicken?
Let's get into that. Let's talk about the teams that have played them all. What teams remain? I think I had you write it down for me, Clover, so I'll ask you. What teams remain from the top 16 that have played the whole time and still haven't gotten through? Because I want to watch them in the last couple matches.
A lot. But I mean, yeah, FaZe and Sonics, I think, are one that we've really been dipping back to quite a bit. These are the two teams that, when we talk about their respective regions in NA and EU, they're the strongest oftentimes, and definitely big fan favorites. But for whatever reason, both of those teams aren't really making it out of the mid game hardly ever.
So FaZe and Sonics, definitely two of them. Are there any others, Patrick, that we're waiting on to see performances from?
I mean, if you look at the top 16 from last week that's still playing here for the win and still haven't made it, you also have Furia, you have TSM, you have K7, you have Navi. It's still very big names we're talking about. And four of these teams actually won money. They were the top 8 to qualify last week, and now we're seeing them struggling here. And not all of them can go through as well. But what I feel like we're seeing here is that TSM is one of the teams that has been improving a lot, while it's looking like a little bit like the opposite from Navi's counter side. It's been looking a little bit better the past day, but except from that, it's been a little bit of a rough path for them.
Absolutely. It's been a rough path for them. It's a rough path for Sonics, Damwon Kia. These are teams that we thought after last week would be in a better spot, and instead they're all dropping at the bottom half of the bracket. We'll see. We've got 3 more games to play to see who gets to play in the weekly finals for the big money. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with match number 3 in just a few minutes.
Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S starts on February 8th, and as is custom, we're launching a brand new Pick'em Challenge to go along with it. Each Pick'em Challenge is a little different, so make sure to watch all the way through to find out what's new and what's changed this time around. It all begins on January 20th and 21st when the esports tab officially reopens inside the PUBG PC and console clients. All throughout PGI.S, you can use this tab to keep up to date on participating teams and players, along with real-time tournament info. This is also the first chance you'll get to purchase the first set of killer PGI.S gear and begin supporting your favorite teams. Since this is quite a long tournament, a second set of gear will become available at the end of February. The first challenges begin on February 6th, and you'll have from Tuesday to Saturday each week before the weekly final begins to participate in the challenges and pick your winners. Rewards from the previous week will be distributed before the next challenge begins. Now let's talk about those challenges. We've got 3 different challenges this time around, molded to work within the PGI.S tournament format, so pay attention even if you think you've played it all before. The first challenge is to guess the top 4 teams that will advance to the weekly final each week. If one of your selected teams makes it to the top 4, you'll get a prize according to the rank they end up in. Simple as that. You can pick 1 team per voting coupon you wish to use, and 4 teams are guaranteed to be worth EP, so choose wisely. The second challenge alternates its win conditions every other week. On weeks 1, 3, and 5, you'll have to correctly guess which team will score the highest skill points during the weekly final. A correct answer will award you a whopping 200,000 EP. On weeks 2, 4, and 6, you'll have to guess who will take home a chicken dinner during the 10 weekly final matches, with each correct answer earning you 25,000 EP. You can only win once per team, but the good news is you don't even have to pick which game they'll win, making this challenge even easier. This challenge also requires voting coupons, so make sure you plan out where you want to spend yours before making a selection. Voting coupons can be obtained by purchasing PGI.S gear, or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 30% of the revenue from PGI.S item sales is given back to participating teams, so pick up some cool PGI.S gear and show your team spirit. The final challenge requires you to pick the winner of the 32-team event match that takes place from March 5th through the 7th. This is a free event and requires no voting coupons, but can still net you a sweet 50,000 EP for a correct guess. Looking for ways to grab a couple free voting coupons and some EP? The first one's easy. Simply log into the esports tab and you'll pick up a free voting coupon once per week. Make sure you grab them though, there's no going back if you miss a week. Secondly, we'll be randomly showing codes during the PGI.S broadcast. Codes for a free voting coupon will pop up during weekly survival broadcasts, and codes for EP will pop up during weekly final, rank decision, and survival tournament broadcasts. Fans who are quick enough can enter these codes in-game to earn free voting coupons and some free EP. You can only claim 1 free voting coupon per week through this code, and you can get up to 80,000 free EP during the entire PGI.S event. These codes are first come, first served, so be quick or try your luck again the next time a code appears. Once you've racked up a nice pool of EP, make a trip to the esports store and choose from all the sweet new PGI.S gear available. You'll have until April 14th to spend your EP, so stop in early to plan out what you'd like and pick it up as soon as you earn that required EP. That about does it for this overview of the PGI.S Pick'em Challenge. Now it's your turn. Log into the esports tab, research your teams, plan your strategy, and get picking. PGI.S is our biggest tournament yet, and we want you to win big alongside your favorite PUBG teams. PUBG, PGI.S, and the Pick'em Challenge. Your time to win starts now.
Welcome back, everybody, to PGI.S. We're on week number 2, the last day of the weekly survival paper thin, along with Toby, bringing you all the games today. What a great finish we had there. And so far today, Toby, I think coming into this, a lot of fans might have been a little concerned if you were an EU fan. Only Team Liquid had made it through so far, but now Ensign VP joined them with some impressive performances to start the day as we get ready for game number 3.
Yeah, it's been a good showing for EU overall today for sure. It's been impressive to watch, and of course we still have a few teams on the list we're missing to see go through: TSM, FaZe, and Na'Vi. And speaking of Na'Vi, I actually during the break between these two games here, I had a chance to talk to the manager from Na'Vi, Lyra, and I asked her, can you put like any comments on us seeing Kemba rather than Orange play? And she just said pretty straightforward. I mean, we have that 5th member as a part of the active roster, and we're trying still to kind of adapt to this only wins matter format. So while we have 6 players, we're using these earlier weeks to try and figure out what's the best setup for a wins only format, and we're along with everyone else trying to adapt. So they're sure that while they're maybe testing things out right now, they'll see a lot more success later down the week. So that was like her message to the fans: no worries, Na'Vi here, and we're gonna come back for it later on in the week. But for right now, they're testing out different things to see what's the best setup for them for this type wins only survival week format.
I think that's totally fair and makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Gen G do that on the first day here with subbing out Loki for Alpaca, and they got a win, and it worked out. So I think that's fair play, a smart idea by Na'Vi. Now over to the outside of Picado. Shrimzy way outside of Picado going for a vehicle. He is, I believe, going to be able to snag that and get out ahead of Furia. First circle up to the northeast, and wait, what?
Why are
what?
First of
wait, what?
Why does okay? So Meta shoots.
What happened?
Okay, so
did he get shot?
Silson,
I didn't see it.
Yeah, no. Silson shoots Lin Shun, and Lin Shun mollies himself as he goes down. But why are they even fighting for this? I mean, to be fair, it's first of all, I said it again. Second of all, it's T1's presence, I think, that really made this an issue. The plane path forced them to contest vehicles on the edge of the city, and now that we have T1 in the game, the team that just joins, they claimed west side control inside Los Leones, forcing Meta further east, because earlier we didn't see an issue with this whatsoever, but now that this is the case, Meta goes further east where Tianba was free to take vehicles before, they now get contested for it because they have opponents nearby. So I guess that's the lesson learned, that with these constantly changing lobbies, maybe Tiamba should be aware that if T1 comes back here, Meta will go further east, and that could cause troubles, and it did.
And it's early disasters for Tianba again. We just saw it in the last game. We've seen it, honestly, a few times so far through this event where they're not respecting. I think in some ways the way that these teams are going to fan out early, really prioritize those vehicles, make sure they can get the good ones, particularly on the southeast side of Miramar, because there's not a lot of roads down there, actually. As much as you and I talk about how much we like playing down there because of the terrain, that means that there's actually not a lot of roads, because roads suck to cross in the late game, right? They're actually horrible. However, early game, they're pretty important because you need to get the vehicles that spawn by them.
Yeah, I was just going to say, one of the things that to me makes for a good endgame is endgames where you don't need vehicles. Because in any endgame where you need a car means you're very limited with cover. So when I say I like an area like that down towards the south, it's because you can actually play on foot and get good fights going without, oh no, we don't have a car, we can't drive into the middle of the field and build a car for it. I think it's more even, similar to what we saw last game. It was like, other than the fact that Buriram was one player short coming into the end of it, it was one of the most evenly fought battles we've seen in a very long time. It was just a flat field, and both teams had only their utilities and whatnot to gain an advantage in that fight. And that's how it played. Like, that's why I think it played out so well. When you give one team a compound, another team having to pull up on them, or when you just make it extremely one-sided, it at least sometimes to me becomes less of a viewing experience than when you have these two teams that just brawl it out very evenly.
Okay, so they drop on the same roof. Look at how quick on the drop. He throws the molly at both of them, and Silson just was fortunate enough to grab that Saiga. That's pretty good, actually. I like the attempt. You have no other choice. Might as well throw the molly and see if you get lucky. with something. I don't know what. Maybe you're able to land a punch in there as well so you can get the knock onto Silzen. But Silzen with the side gun not going to sniff anywhere near that as he takes him down. So, yeah, I think I'm going back to what you were just saying about the vehicles and the other things. It's kind of interesting to me because I like it when when it's like a flat circle like we had in the last one where it's just up to the players, their raw abilities, their abilities to utilize their smokes and their other things and just their movement and natural raw mechanics. But I mean, come on, Toby, the Michael Bay aspect of having the exploding cars and the all this stuff. I mean, something to be said about that in my opinion. Now over on the far northeast side of the circle is Detonation Gaming White heading in. Kia Damwan is north of El Azahar. Buriram has El Azahar this time because the plane path was close to it, so they're able to drop into it. There is no TSG to fight needlessly over that weird compound to the west of it. And FaZe north of all of this, as you can see here, just watching and seeing if anyone's going to roll down into that U-shaped compound below.
There's, I want to say a lot available on the north side, but it's, again, one of those situations where you having a compound might give you a false sense of comfort because a lot of the compounds up towards the north don't grant you any vision. So yes, while you might sit in a compound and it's all good and dandy, you have a wall to hide behind, if the circle goes anywhere but where you are, you're very limited in what you've had of opportunities to scout forward. So while we're seeing the splits early, of course, that makes sense. When you have to double down on a compound with your full team, I hope that players will prioritize the ones that at least grant you some sort of vision, because there is a lot, as I said, a lot of the positions in the center of this circle, just on the north side of El Azahar, where you have a shack or you have a few buildings stacked together. But other than just sitting in there waiting for teams to pull up on you, you really cannot use them for a whole lot. You can see maybe 15, 20 meters outside the compound, and that's really it. So you won't have a chance to know what's going on around you whatsoever.
Yeah, I think right now we're seeing the teams kind of recognize the situation for what it is, and most of them are spread out, covering high ground, covering areas to really get the information. You can see Mamu actually takes a little bit of damage from Amina. Amina is going to hang out there, and that's going to send Mamu on to the motorcycle. Drive away. Sato trying to catch some long-range shots. Gets one to clip into a member of K7, but that is going to be the retreat right into Pero, and Aches left here. Lock into the mini church. Takes some damage there. Does Mamu. Aches left still trying to hold down the angle. Now, there is E36 that's kind of able to watch this a bit. Now, we've seen them be pretty passive in the past. Will that continue to be the case?
Wait, I'm seeing them stay, and the remaining Paratrooper players come over to help here. Long is going full speed forward. They're pulling up on this. I thought they were going up to play the hillside, but no, not at all. They're committing to the compound. They want to contest this, and I think K7 are in for a surprise here as the rest of the team is pulling on up to the building. They're going up on the smart side too. Now they do have entry force 36 on the other side, who should be able to at least damage the vehicles from there, but this one could be stalled out for quite a while.
Ooh, there's a knock from Amina from E36. And yeah, well, I get what you're saying, Toby, but you also have to remember this is Petrichor Road. That grenade just not able to find enough space to do damage. And they, similarly to 4 a.m. in some respects, are hyper aggressive. They just want to get in there. They want to take these fights. They want to win. Aches left going to be in the front. Gray's grenade finds two, opens the door for Aches left. Lock's going to go down to his fire. And this is why they do it, because they are darn good at it.
Of all the teams that K7 could pull up on, they choose the team in the lobby that gives the least swear word. they will contest you. They don't. It's similar to when you try and do a gatekeep on FaZe and they just stop their vehicles and go, "Oh, you're gonna regret this, buddy." They just turn around and they take the fight to them. Similar here. You can see this. They get the kills. They clear the compound, and now Memo goes straight back to where it was before. Like, oh well, no big deal. We got 4 kills. Not that it matters, but we still have the compounds. That's all good.
Speaking of regrets, IQ 500 almost had a few there, but he's able to get himself enough traction. Come on up the hill, and they're going to drive through that, I don't know what to call that field that goes into a beach. It's one of the odder parts of the map over in that northeast corner. And they are going to be driving on the backside of Detonation Gaming White. Poyos Asados there in the God compound. And Machao is going to be looting through a bit. Gokuri on duty to keep track of what's going on. Those shots just to alert Division X that there is somebody there. Please don't come towards us. We don't want to fight you. You guys stay back there. We got here first. Okay, this is just like queuing in line. You got to wait your turn.
Speaking of teams that like fighting early, the polar opposite is probably the Nation Gaming. We're like, no, stay away, stay away. Phase 8, okay, we'll consider it now, but until then, stay away. And, well, don't stay away because now we have to go. The circle just hard shifted back towards the southwest, and while there were compounds to play around before, we're going into an open field on the north and an open hillside on the south, and everybody except for Furia and T1 have to send it to claim anything whatsoever, because there's really not a lot to take.
Yeah, Ragnar trying to take out Indigo, and he's going to do it. Indigo gets over the hill, but Ragnar is going to splatter him. Well, Silzen's technically driving, but regardless, Ragnar did the hard work. Silzen with the easy follow-up. So Damwon Kia continues to not be able to navigate these early circles successfully. Luren and Tianva already lost one early themselves. Just going to drive through TSM. Nobody trading shots. That's unusual for this particular meta, but TSM a little more cautious, a little more reserved. Dangche up on the side here, and he is waiting, and he finally does get the knock, and it's going to be Adder, in fact, who gets the knock on Vard. Adder over the side. He's going to get another. That's a two-piece for Adder. Miraku and his teammate trying to get through. Finally, Adder dislodged by Iroh. Miraku going to hold the door. Where is the rest of T1? They're going to need help. I think they're on their way.
They were trying to maintain a two-way split, but that's just way too greedy at this point in the game. Adder is down. Two enemies were taken down as well. Oh, if you throw a molly, they might be able to prevent the reses. But nope, not going to commit to it. Nate is thrown, though, but I'm not sure. No, they don't get Vard up yet. So Iroh's up, but Iroh falls straight back down. Iroh out. Vard flushed as well, and it's just Miracle left alive. He tried to stay put in this one. They thought they had it in the start, getting the first two knocks, but now no, not gonna happen. It's just him left alive versus what probably will be the entirety of T1 once they get the res up. And yep, there you go. The cavalry arrived. They took them down. Adder will get back up. As I say, that Star-Lord gets knocked. Now he's called in the open. Will he get flushed? No, not yet. But Dangche Milofo was trying to flush one. But in trying to do so, Dangche put his head straight in his crosshair. Are they putting up on this?
I love this from Detonation Gaming White. Finally learning those lessons from the weekly reseeding rounds last time, and they're going to pull up to this. I think Detonation Gaming White should just wipe T1 off the board here. They've got the opportunity. Go for it. Dangche completely beat up. Aqua 5 going out to Adder. Malifaux should see it on his side. Indeed, he does. It's going to be Aqua 5, though, recognizing it, going to cook a grenade of his own, let fly, as the rest of Detonation Gaming White's rolling over here. You got to be really careful just pulling up short, not taking critical damage just yet. Aqua 5 doing everything he can to hold that, but now he has no options. He has to abandon Adder, get back into the U-House, try to see if him and Dangche can hold on.
I am mind blown. This is like seeing a unicorn experience. We just experienced a Japanese team doing something aggressive early in the game, Paper. That is as unique and rare as anything you'll ever see, and maybe this is the start of something very special where actually Japanese teams will start playing aggro in the early game to claim control. If that's the case, look out, world. Japanese is coming for you, because if they can combine their passive play style with also being able to aggress when they have to, like we just saw from Destination Gaming White here, there's a whole lot more fear to be spread from the Japanese region into the rest of the world.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you right now, Detonation Gaming White, when it comes to their mechanical abilities, are up there with a lot of the other good teams. They are no slouch. Goodness gracious, this circle. By the way, there's a lot that's awful about this circle, and the fact that the road still bisects it is just awful. I mean, that road is terrible to cross when you have to go up and down that hill. It's just horrible.
11 of the teams are not inside this next circle, and there's 14 teams alive. 11 teams will have to make rotations into nothing. There's nothing they can claim. I mean, Entry Force 36 has the compounds in the north. I'm assuming they'll go play together. Navi's already claimed the last compound in the north. There's nowhere for them to play that's not just forcing them to go straight into the open. You can see the collateral damage that's coming with this now. Sonic's trying to sprint it through. They lose 2 instantly.
Yeah, and it's Dangche and Aqua 5 with the buggy that are going to do the work onto the Sonics as they try to navigate their way to this shack, find it, pull up, hang out, grab a cold one, and let's rest up. Get ready for the rest of this game. Meanwhile, Kemba from Navi does take one down. That's on the north side of the circle, in case you're curious. There is Meta, who has nestled up next to T1. And speaking of Navi, here we go. Senya getting some good damage. Can he get the finish? No, he cannot.
He's on his own on the edge of blue, while Navi is in a pretty thin 2-1-1 split. Of course, they do have compound security, but for now, we'll see how long they can maintain control of that. And one of the big things here is not just the fact that we're forcing teams into the open, like we can see with the Nation Gaming right here, looking for anything to play around, but it's the road. The road essentially works like the Rozhok River. It's like the road is, the hill is so steep down that trying to claim any control of that is impossible before, I want to say, phase 6, maybe phase 7, especially if there's teams in the compounds down on the road, like we're seeing with Furrier right now. And since we're still splitting it, not half-half, maybe 60-40, you can't be guaranteed what side we're going to end on. Right now, we have 5 teams to the north. The remaining 9 teams are on the south side. If we're seeing a north hard shift here, all kinds of hell will break loose. It's going to be complete Armageddon for these teams to try and claim anything. I don't envy them at all.
Yeah, it could end up being a graveyard inside that road, depending on what this circle wants to do. You see it so many times with how steep it is, particularly on the west side of LSR. It is just so difficult. Now, over to Buriram, who is on the northern side, on the less, right now, statistically likely side to end up in the final circle. But they've got a wide spread. They've got Pero kind of underneath and above them a bit, as Ake's left going to go for the heal, and then the Murado is going to go. It's the open top Murado, not ideal. That level 1 Murado, as sometimes people refer to it. And they are going to gather up Godmeow and Edie. Are they going to be ready for this push from Pero? I'm really curious, because it's going to be 3. They're going to shoot out the side of the vehicles. A little damage being traded. For now, it looks like Buriram isn't going to dig their heels in just yet. They're trying to maneuver into better position.
While it happened off screen, I'm loving how FaZe rotated in this one. We saw them getting, alongside with a few other teams, massively hard shifted away from with that phase 2 shift, but they spent the time, instead of trying to fight their way through the east, they wrapped all the way south. First phase is still only now coming into the previous circle, I should say. They've spent so much time trying to wrap around this, and are now coming in from the south side, which is going to be very difficult to play from, don't get me wrong, but still, they've made what I think not a winning rotation, but a rotation that will keep them alive for much longer than had they tried to come in from the north. I think that's a very smart play on their part, similar to Paper Thin, what we saw with Multi-Circle Gaming in their win on Erangel yesterday.
Yeah, it's a smart rotation that increases their odds pretty significantly compared to what they probably would have had to deal with otherwise. Meanwhile, Buriram has Godmeow way over on the western side. So I like what we're seeing here from Buriram, being active on the map, crossing from one side to the other, trying to find territory and situations that benefit them more than just trying to fight out in open space and see if they can get it done just by, you know, being better than the other teams with their shooting. And in this case, I like it if this if this goes either way. They at least can hide their vehicles in here for now, try to keep those alive, which is going to be important. As much as we talked about other parts of Miramar, this is going to be a part of Miramar where vehicles are extremely, extremely valuable.
Just as we talked about how much we love circles that don't include vehicles, I don't see a universe where anyone can win without having a vehicle in the end of this one. Tianfa trying to ride the wave on the side of this hill. They will get up underneath. They could stop here at the shack. Are they stopping? No, they're going further forward to the dip, and they might end up running into T1 if they go too far. I think Lorena went forward. Now they go, don't stop. This shack is good. This shack is fine. Let's just stay here. And I think Lorena's going to settle there as well.
But Michael Bay, explosions.
but
well,
kills,
we'll see.
but dying.
Yeah, drive-bys. Okay, so let's see what the Sonics want to do, as FaZe did make that rotation earlier. This is where they settled up. They found just enough room inside the circle they can hide underneath this hill. Sonics might be opting for the other side. Pero continues to find struggles as they are attempting to get in somewhere, and there is Meta and T1 watching and waiting, and Senya sends it into phase, and it's going to be Fuzz. The quick spray down with his AK. Uba now starting to pop some mini shots, and 80 gets the knock. Uba did the hard work, and this is going to alert the Sonics to phase's presence. They come up over the hill. Tiggleton gets an easy knock. That's going to be Fuzz down and out, but there is some crossfire now coming. I believe that is either Division X or Damwon Kia that's putting shots into Sonics.
Circle, in the meantime, commits to the south. I mean, there's still the triple hard shift north opportunity, but I would strongly assume that it's going to end up on the south side. So while T1 sits center, they only have 2 alive, and everyone else who have the numbers other than Furia are having to come in from all sides of this circle. Uber and Vehicle 80 along with him, trying to send it forward. There are only 2 left alive. In the meantime, Shrimsy and Sonics now have to try and make a play here as well. Uber in the open now. They need, as we said before, those vehicles for cover, and a buggy and a Mirado just ain't the cars you want to be hiding behind when we have big, nice minivans and Broncos in this game as well.
I think it's probably taking like all of the patience that Mamu has left not to pop shots at Meta there. I think his instincts are telling him to just pick up a point. You're on the edge of the circle. You're probably going to go out anyway. Doesn't matter right now. It's all about survival. Grenade up and over. If that grenade is on the money, it hits Uba, finishes 8Z. Doesn't get enough to take him down, but Kale is going to be there to finish the job. And FaZe, for all their hard work, goes down in 14th.
You got yourself a drive-by, Nate. Are you happy? Are you not entertained?
Yes.
Huh, Paper Thin?
I am entertained
are,
and happy. Thank you. Yes.
That's great. Great play as well from Roger. Once again, Buriram very, very quick on their reactions. They had the compound to the west. They saw the knock on the side. And okay, Kurogi, I see you. Silson falls down, puts the SKS to great use, and they're trying to make more space for themselves on the north side of the circle, too.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here. They're methodically poking at the other teams and really controlling their space as best as they can. Division X is stuck in the compound. They know that Division X is down there underneath them. They're not going to reach out. Teams haven't really been doing it. Poor Sato, though, runs into the Groza of Luren. And Pure Boy and Amana get out and try to do something about it, but they are in a killing field. There is a ton of bullets being spammed at them by Tianba Furia over on the side of that as well. I don't know how well they could see it, but for now, back over to Meta. Wicked has managed to get up to the fence line at least, establish a foothold here against Zenith.
And this might be the repeat of the story where we say we want to see these teams use the compounds better, because right now Zenith are stuck on the edge. They allowed for Meta to go into a position I think they should have taken control of early when they saw the circle shift away. They didn't opt to, and as you can see now, the Nation Gaming White are here. I mean, in the meantime, Interforce and Navi does both get booted out of the server. Down they go, but they're right now being contained by 2 teams, and I'm unsure how Zenith are going to be able to get out of this compound alive.
Yeah, I think, and also for Detonation Gaming White, there's no reason to get any knocks. Just keep yourselves going up. Don't take a lot of damage. Just watch what the other teams are doing and kind of maneuver forward. Kia Damwon stuck in the shack with 4 members of Buriram who were able to leave that compound, and now they can go on foot, work uphill, use that natural cover from the terrain to their advantage. Back over to Zenith. Shinboy looks like he's only one alive, and Wicked says goodbye. See you in the next one, potentially, unless, of course, Meta wins. Then they will not, but we'll see. Meta's on the southeast edge. Still a chance, but Detonation Gaming White above them, and here's the push from Buriram. It's just under, though. The up-close and personal expert for Damwon Kia gets some good damage. Now they're going to start throwing the stuns. He's trying to get a grenade cooked of his own, but nope, the stun's going to be good enough. Edie going to finish the job. Damwon Kia out in 9th, and back over to this fight, and Machao has been knocked. Ragnar finished, though, for Meta, and it looks like Meta's actually done.
Yep, out of the game they go as well. Very nice push down from Detonation Gaming White, but also really smart playing from Tianba. Not overextending, just going, we'll take everything we can get here. And fortunately for them, I mean, Meta were forced to look uphill while they were sitting behind them. So smart playing by them. Lorena now active. Once more, we heard Clover earlier say Tianba are scary on... Oh, did he just eat that Molly? I think he did. Tianba are scary on Miramine. Well, they're showing it. You and I have seen it throughout the years as well. They are a very, very terrifying team on this map. We think back to the first week and their 16 kill 4th place. they just know how to maneuver in this terrain so incredibly well. They are only 3 alive. They lost one, remember that, in the very start of the game, but it has not kept them from getting into a decent position in this match, and also found a lot of kills with it.
Yeah, their use of throwables, I mean, they're so pinpoint accurate. I mean, you can see their throwables are so good. Their mollies hit the actual bodies of their opponents. So, I really, really love to watch them with their frags and mollies. Now, again, Mings and his teammates looking over to Furia coming up the hill. Ooh. That's 2 knocked already. Some good sprays from Luren with the Groza. Some good follow-ups from his teammates. And that is 2 down. Raspu gonna fall, kill Demo. Very much in dire straits as well. Necro trying to find some other foothold. Sonics, in the meantime, have wandered into Division X. Division X pretty passive on this to allow Sonics to get this close.
I mean, the story keeps repeating itself when you just hide down in a compound. Yes, the building is all good, but now you're giving all the opportunities to contain you to Sonics. I want to see, maybe not IQ 500, he's trying to play a close quarter here, but I want to see Fergus, I want to see Long K try and wrap out back and contain from inside, rather than allowing for Sonics to wrap around. And let's see, Tiggleton gets in, gets the flash perfectly thrown forward. IQ 500 falls. Nice reaction play from Tiggleton there. Didn't know he was in there, throws the flash, gets the peek, gets the kill as well, and now we're in a 3v2.
Yeah, now they're just rolling through, but a grenade from H-Win. Oh no, Shrimzy's grenade actually takes him down, and the Sonics, what started out so good, falls apart ever so fast. Long K finishes it with the AK, but that was just one little misstep is all it takes. And that's going to be the Sonics going down. Once again, Buriram was peeking around that fight, once again putting themselves in a fantastic position to potentially win this, and they are going to set up the barricade onto Division X as the circle heads in a northerly direction from their compound. Tianba over, still hanging out on this edge, still just doing a fantastic job, just forcing Furia, just kind of sweeping them aside. It's really impressive how they're able to maintain this pressure. I mean, it helps that you have a Groza for Lorena. That really puts a lot of pressure on teams.
Gotta feel bad, man. Sonics, I mean, you can see what Shrimzy were trying to do. Wanted to cook the nade so that it exploded right as it got through the window. There would be no reaction time for the opponents. But then as he gets knocked with the nade in hand, there also ends up being no reaction time for your teammates trying to run away from it. And it just exploded straight as he got knocked, unfortunately. Down goes Sonics. Now it's they didn't succeed in wrapping to the east. Now they're going towards the west, and tons of damage done towards Got Me Out, but he gets to stay alive. Molly thrown forward. Does it go too far? No, it goes too short. Second one thrown forward. Too plenty of utility being used here by Fury. They have Rusty Sarah down below as well. He needs to get around now because the circle will indulge him if he doesn't manage to get uphill. And you can see Noatra actually knows. Maybe you've heard him below. He knows there's one coming from down there. He needs to hold this angle and wait for them. And for Fury, they need to time this push very well together.
Yeah, it's really good senses here by Noadra. Rusty Zera trying to work his way up as quietly as possible. Noadra is so ready for it, though. Who's going to be? Rusty's going to win the duel. Quickly get the flush as well. Smoke's going to come out. Really wants whatever utilities in there, plus he needs to get up this hill. So those are dual-purpose smokes. Very smart by Rusty there. A battle with T1 and Tianbo over on the other side. Gabmiao, however, still trying to prevent anybody from getting further up this hill. The angle's still steep. 4-kill demo. Now Godmeow goes down to Necro. So this is fantastic work by Furia.
Great effort to try and constantly sweep back and forth like window shield wipes, just clearing their hill to try and take control. Now Necro falls down. This could be terrifying for them. We'll see if they opt to push back. They need to contain them. They need to maintain control and need to prevent T1 from potentially pushing down below and shooting at them from behind. They know that they're down there. They know that they're bruised up, and now they're trying to take the fight to them. In the meantime, Aqua 5 finds Minx, but damage still being done. Edie finds Rusty, but Edie goes down in return. DXG finally have woken and pushed forward.
Canaxi does have an AWM. You're not going to find much use for it here. Molly goes down right next to this res, and it does almost catch Rusty Zera. They're able to move in time, but Canaxi, what in the world? How the heck does he do that? Canaxi, you madman. Dagche tries to finish his round, gets about half health, not able to do it. Going to let fly with a frag, see if that one can get over the hill. It does not. Canaxi, through the smoke, just senses where they're at. Hip fires them down. Dials in with a 2x and finishes the job. My word, Canaxi, that is crazy.
Hip fire through the smoke. That is, yep. You don't see that one every day. And you gotta say, I mean, for Tianba, I think there's a strategy to this, to be fair. You want to line up next to a passive team. Because Tianba has had absolutely no worries for DXG peeking over towards them. I don't think it's just them. Maybe it's just them knowing, well, DXG, they never push anything. We'll just sit with them on one side. That means you won't have to worry about the other. We've seen it before where teams go right next to Day Trade or right next to Entry Force 36, and they barely even look at them, just out of expectation of they won't push anything. And that's why I got so surprised and so happy to see that Nation Gaming White earlier in the game push down to that compound. Goes, oh, okay, now you can't just take that for granted anymore. Fergus and Long K, they were 5 up before. Of course, they lose one going 4 up, sorry. They lose IQ 500 in that push, but they've done absolutely nothing to gain info over the hilltop. They've just allowed for Tianba to do what they wanted. Now they're the ones downhill when they could have taken hillside control.
Yeah, it's really going to be difficult for them. They are getting across that dirt path at least for Division X, but it's going to end up to the north of them is where the star will find itself. Now, Lorena just putting a few shots down towards T1, keeping them honest a bit. There's the center of the circle. Thank you, observers. Canaxi going to wait this one out as long as he can. He knows every other team has at least a couple going for them most likely, so it's his turn to try to get that rat victory. Long K is watching over, and Tianba is biding their time. Grenade in front of him. Ming's well aware that he's over there. Takes a touch of blue. Ming's now gets put down by Long K. So the patience so far not too bad for Division X. They're making their shots count.
It's so weird trying to say who deserves a win more than others, because all these teams have gotten to the late game, but I just gotta give credit to Tianba. They have been maneuvering so much. They have been really doing everything they could to hold off, and now, finally, we see Division X Gaming peek forward, and they slaughter them once again. Toby or Moron, stop cursing, teams. They get eliminated in seconds. Tianba does the exact same thing, and there you go, T1-2. It's just Division X Gaming and Buriram again with a chance to win. It's just Canaxi, though, 1 versus 2.
Well, Canaxi's already had a couple highlight reel moments here in this round. Let's see if he can finish the job and right the ship for Buriram. See if they can avoid another second. He has a decent angle there, isn't able to connect anything onto Fergus. More smokes just straight up the gut. Not a lot of utility for either of these teams. One molly left here for Canaxi. A bunch of stuns as well start ringing out. Long K on the flank here. Canaxi's aware of it. Goes right into the smoke. What a maneuver by Canaxi to avoid any fire. Coming up over the hill. Gets one. There's Fergus. Gets 2. That's going to be Buriram taking the game.
Finally, everyone's saying, stop throwing, stop throwing, stop throwing. And finally, after so many second places, after so many good, you can see them. They're so hyped. Is he? Oh my God, the emotion. The emotions on stage. He knows it. That is Canaxi right there. So happy for being able to bring that one home. He is, oh, I get almost emotional seeing him cry in reaction like that. There's just immediate reaction. They've been fighting so damn hard. They've gotten so close so many times. And look at him. He is all over the place. There's so much emotion running through the guy, and he should be. That is a massive win, a great 1v2. You called it too, Paper. In that situation, they saw me. Need to get back in the smoke while I'm reloading. Such a great play, Canaxi. Well damn played in the end game there.
And they've been so close so many times, and that's why the emotion is there. The pressure has been building for them. One of the biggest hopes for their region, for APAC, coming into this to really show that they are a force to be reckoned with on the global stage now for PUBG, and they are going to get their chance to shine this weekend in the weekly finals. What a game. What a back-to-back games for Buriram. Just absolutely incredible, and this time, I mean, my heart is pumping. I almost lost my headset because I jumped out of my chair and yelled at that, Toby. I was so thrilled to see that happen. Wow.
Any naysayer, myself included, anyone that ever doubted Buriram, watch back today, watch back yesterday. They have been playing lights out PUBG here once again. There he is in the middle of the screen. Canaxi, the 1v2 clutch master in the end of that game. They have been playing so incredibly well. Now, I want to see them maintain this same aggression, maintain this the same eager for control once they make it into the weekly finals, because we've seen them get to finals before and not deliver. I want to see them be able to go out and dominate the same way that they have been doing today. With that said, congratulations, Thailand. All your teams are in the Week 2 finals.
Whoa! You're right, Toby. Good catch. Oh my God. AAA Day Trade and now Buriram. Awesome stuff here from that region. They are just such a skilled bunch of players that come out of there. Watching them all year in 2020, they are so good all around. Now we are ready for their interview with Buriram. Can't wait to see what these guys have to say.
PGI.S Weekly Survivals Week 2 with Intel. That was our 14th match. And Buriram United Esports have taken home the chicken. I am here with player Noadra. Congratulations. So this is your first time making it into the weekly finals. How does it feel?
รู้สึกดีใจครับผมแต่ว่ามันเป็นเกมที่พวกเราพลาดกันใน3คนแต่ว่าคนหนึ่งทำให้มันเข้ารอบได้ก็ถือว่าเป็นเรื่องที่ดีครับผม
굉장히 기쁩니다. 저희 3명이서 실수를 많이 했지만
Feels really great. The three of us made quite a few mistakes, but the final player he really did amazing. I think that last moment was quite similar to what happened in the match yesterday. What do you think happened to make the moment repeated?
จบ ending เกมเนี่ยมันต่างกับเมื่อวานอย่างไร
มันต่างกันตรงที่ทีมเราเหลือคนเดียวเราได้ครับผมเมื่อวานเราเหลือ 4-4 แล้วเราแพ้ครับ
어제 같은 경우는 저희가 4명이 남아 있었음에도 불구하고 졌지만 오늘 같은 경우는 코넥시 선수가 혼자
So for
남았음에도
yesterday,
너무나도
we
마무리를
lost
잘했습니다.
even if there were 4 of our players left. But today, even with 1 of our players left, he managed to take the win.
이렇게 해서 에이펙에서는 벌써 3팀이나 파이널에 진출하게 됐는데요.
So now 3 teams from your region has made it to the weekly finals. What kind of strategies do you guys have planned for the upcoming game?
ที่ 2 แล้วในที่สุดก็ได้กินไก่แล้วทั้ง 3 ทีมใน APEC เนี่ยได้เข้าสู่ weekly final แล้วอยากจะทราบว่าการเข้าสู่ weekly final เนี่ยเราจะใช้กลยุทธ์อะไรบ้างครับ
ก็ใช้กลยุทธ์เดิมที่เราเคยเล่นมาโดยตลอดครับผม
저희가 여태껏 진행해왔던 것처럼 게임을
Just as we have until now,
기존의 계획대로 꾸준히 이어나갈 예정입니다.
we're going to continue in our strategies and do our best.
노아드라 선수 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
Thank you for your interview.
네, 이렇게 해서 브리람 유나이티드 e스포츠와 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 벌써 15번째 매치.
In their first game today, they got 4th. In the second game, they got 2nd. And in the third, they win it all and advance to the weekly finals. Congratulations to Buriram United Esports for stepping up and going the distance. You know, guys, we talked a lot about it. We said BP and Buriram, 2 teams that have been on the cusp coming into today. They both closed the deal. It's highlight time. Clover?
You know, definitely closed the deal. In fact, Buriram looked very energetic this fight. I'm not sure if the last match got to them and motivated them, but we saw them being a lot more proactive this game. I think it was actually during the mid where we saw a compound out on the western side that was available, and Buriram actually sent it from the far eastern side, and that ended up being a very winning position for them.
It was also down to how they actually played it out from there. They were taking really slow, really passive. They knew we don't need to take any fights. We don't want to take any fights. But they did take a fight against Furia. It didn't end up too well. They did lose a few people, but I mean, in the end, though, Konaxi being able to do that 1v2 clutch against them, and also, of course, him being able to clutch down the game against all of the other teams. We saw him basically joining forces with Tiamba against T1 there, and then Division X Gamer, of course, took out Tiamba, and that last clutch by Konaxi, the tables have turned. They're not the one who are losing those fights when they are more men up. Now, Konaxi was the last man up, and he brought it all the way back home, getting himself the first chicken dinner here in the PGI.S.
That is a big win for them. You can look at the boards as we check it out right now. Buriram United will move to the left side as GEX steps in to try and get their win with only 2 games left to play. What we'll do is let's focus on, you know, some of the teams that we thought would be performing better, Clover. We've got up there at the top of the list, you can see FaZe, Furia, Sonics, TSM, Don Juan Kia. These are all teams that I am, to be honest, shocked to see where they are still.
I know, that entire first row and in the center really looks like it's on the wrong side. And it's, you know, in part, a lot of these teams have been fighting each other early on. We've seen kind of the EU teams taking similar rotations. I can't even count the amount of times that Sonics and FaZe have run into each other early on. And I don't know if that's aiding in the fact that they're maybe knocking each other out, but something isn't quite working for a lot of these teams, and you would hate to see them sit out this week.
You know, Sonic said, hey, they were letting the fans have some time, and they were going to come in at the end and get the big win. Time is running low. Fraz, as a coach, if you're looking at these teams that you know have the pedigree to win, what do you tell them going into these last two games? How do you get them into the weekly final?
So one of the big things, we have a lot of people, a lot of teams trying to change up their gameplay when it comes to this format where we have, you need to get the chicken dinner. But it's not working out for everyone. So you got to start thinking, we're 1/3 way through all the weekly survivals after these two upcoming games. Have you figured out how to play this format or not? If not, go back, play like you normally do in Super Settings, because that's how you thrive. That's how you do best. That's how you play best, and that's how you want to play. That's how you're gonna win the game. So don't change anything. Just go back to what you used to do.
Well, let's look back at how the game actually went. Let's look at the point totals, and then we'll move over to kills and damage after that. But as far as who walked away with what points, obviously, as you look at this, guys, all that really matters is the win that Buriram gets with 20 points. Very respectable. Below that, it's more of an indicator, I think, of how teams are doing, Clover.
You know, and T1 on the top 3, their first match in. That's not a bad intro into this, but they've only got a little bit more time to play this week. Otherwise, hey, it's back down to the bottom 16 matches this weekend, but we're seeing some teams kind of start to step up a little bit. Furia, another one that I was starting to take notice for a lot of work that they did that match.
Let's take a look at the kills. Fraz, it looks like Canaxi coming out on top. Not surprised.
Not surprised at all after seeing him clutching it out twice for his team in this game. A little bit more surprising is to seeing Gray Hair. I think this is the first time we're seeing him up here, while we've seen the other members of Petrichor Road up there before. It's nice to see that a new face being up there. And we know that they've been playing with their sub play as well, so they've been having 5 different players playing all around from game to game.
I mean, you got to show some love to Petrichor Road. They got a player in the top kill list while going out in 13th place in that match. So there is a little bit of love due there. Same for Tiamba. Tiamba had 9 total kills in that game. You can see it, Ming Z1 represented right there. And again, they just couldn't break that top 3. And the time has come for these teams to sort of get there. And there's no more excuses. That game could have been an excuse for some teams, Clover. We saw an extreme Northeast circle, which was just wildly uncharacteristic, and then that shift yoinked so hard to the Southwest. I think only 2 teams were in the next circle.
I mean, anytime we see that road into play, it's always going to be something that's got to be really difficult for these IGLs to make the call. Do we go north? Do we go south? Because that street is a very open area, and crossing it anytime in the mid to late when there's not really any other ways to avoid being seen can be very detrimental. And we actually saw that be the fall of quite a couple of teams when Na'Vi took that push to Furia. And so for the teams that are making, I think, the right early calls, trying to guess where the circle is going to be, where they need to be, are the ones that we're starting to see come out on top. I mean, we've seen Tianba make it to the late game more than once today. And so, you know, it's got to be really frustrating for some of them because they're able to get where they need to be. They just can't seem to get that chicken dinner.
All right, I'm going to hit Sonics very quickly because they were the first team to qualify last week. They did super good in the seeding rounds. They've been a bit of a disappointment. I stopped by Sharpshot's stream last night. He's their substitute, and asked, hey, what are the terms for substitution? And he very quickly responded, emergencies only. Fraz, does this feel like an emergency?
I mean, no, not really. You're not in an emergency right now. They're still on top. We saw them, of course, well, right now we didn't see it, but on the leaderboard of how much money they've taken in right now, how much they've won so far in the PGI.S, they're still towards the top there, and that's what's going to matter most in the end, right? So right now, they're still up there. Sure, they might not get into this weekly final. We'll have to see. There's still 2 games left, so they could still win one, but I wouldn't call it an emergency yet. They just need to figure out what went wrong this time, what went wrong this week, because you're always going to have those kind of weeks, those kind of days, games where it's not working for you. But it's all about figuring out what happened, why did it not work, how do we make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay, I gave you a hard hit on Sonics. That's a rough one. You know, from North America, let's go to you, Clover, for a European hot take. FaZe, when is the rest of the team going to climb out of Uba's backpack?
Oh, you know, I mean, we've seen FaZe sometimes take it down to the final game, the final wire to qualify. They've got 2 matches to do so, 1 on each. So there's a good opportunity for them here. It's just like we've kind of talked about all day. Whatever happens, they're getting caught in weird rotations and weird crashes, and they're dying really early on. And I think if you're FaZe right now, you've got to be thinking, I know we play a little more aggressive. I know sometimes we kind of come in a little bit hot. We are starting to get stuck on the edge. We might need to slow things down a little bit, be a little more methodical in the way that we're taking these rotations and not get caught out so early.
Looks like we have a little bit of a delay as they get some maps adjusted, a bit of a restart. So we'll stay with you until that is ready to go. But I can assure you, as soon as it's up and running, the plane is in the air, we're going to jump over to that action. Let's keep going through some of these teams that have caught us, I think, by surprise to a certain extent, Faraz, where we expected more from. Damwa Kia. This is a team that was also very strong at the start of this event and has been chronically middling since then. What's going on?
Right now, what we've seen from them is that they've taken a lot of risk early on in the game. They want to get into a position already in circle 1 or 2 that would be favorable if that sorry, right, that's fake. If that was a circle 4 or 5. But because of that, we also see them trying to split up a lot around that kind of area or compound. And with that happening, we're seeing a lot of crashes happening, a lot of breaches to their compounds, and they're losing people on that. And from there on, they're already crippled for the rest of the game, and they can't really make the comeback from it either, because they are a team that thrive from playing with all 4 up. They have a lot of struggles playing with 2 or 3 people up, while some other teams is really good on handling that.
Let me refresh my memory again, Faraz. Which teams are still left that have played every single game during the survival round, starting from game number 1?
So from game number 1, we had FaceCam, we had Furia, Sonics, TSM, K7, and Navi. Those are the teams that are still playing, that has been here since the first game we started here, Weekly Survival, and they still haven't made it yet.
Let me ask you a hard question, Clover. A lot of people, chat, fans, however you want to say it's not fair. The format is just chicken dinners. Some teams are good at other things. If you've played 16 games and you can't win a chicken dinner, do you think it's justified that you don't get to go to the final?
You know, I think it is justified that you don't get to go if you didn't get a chicken dinner. I mean, there's a lot of different aspects about PUBG, about what make you not only a good player and a good team, but a chicken dinner should definitely be a huge aspect of that. I know you can, in traditional super settings, win a game without getting a chicken dinner. There's other ways you can get more kill points than maybe even the winning team. But typically, we want to see that come from the chicken dinners. In fact, I think it was even Froz that said earlier, typically the teams with the most kills are the ones that are coming out with a chicken dinner. And that's a lot of what we've seen so far this week as well.
Right, typically the team with the last kill wins the whole thing. That said, though, you know, a long time for us, we've been talking about bringing the pro game closer to the regular game. And I got to be honest, I don't remember any of my second places. All I remember are the victories.
Yeah, and so are these guys right now. None of them want to remember any of these games. I bet you if you ask any of the teams that is playing right now that has been playing from game 1 of this weekly survival, none of them are proud over their performance right now. None of them have established and performed to the level that they should be while being here on the global stage at an invitational like this. And they know it as well. I mean, if they are proud of what they've done so far here in the games, they probably need to look back and figure out, is this actually enough? Is this what we're supposed to do? Or should we bring more to the table? Should we get more points, more wins? Even though points doesn't matter right now, you still need to be able to rack up those points and be ready for the weekly finals.
You can see on the players' monitors to get ready to head to Erangel for the next match. Before we go to it, let's get some predictions because that's always fun. I'll start with you, Clover. Who do you think comes out on top and maybe a why?
You know, I mean, this is Erangel. It's going to be the last Erangel match of the day. I'm kind of a bit of a toss-up right now between TSM and Sonics. I think it's really going to depend on where the circle goes for this first phase.
All right, Froz, give me your pick for who comes out on top of this one and why you think they stand up.
I mean, I got to throw a little bit of a curveball here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say T1. We saw phenomenal performance from him in the last game there, being able to get to the top position until the end. I feel like they might be able to bring it back right now.
Okay, I think that pick is good. You know what? I'm going to go with TSM. I think that you've been stalwart with them, Froz, and now that you shift away from them, someone has to stand up for these guys. And so I think Team Solo Mid, they step up, they do this thing. They go the distance. Let's hope it happens, because honestly, I feel like they have been on the cusp, Clover, constantly and not quite been able to break through.
They're probably, I think, one of the most consistent teams that hasn't gotten a chicken dinner thus yet, and this might be their time to shine.
Well, it is definitely someone's time to shine as we get ready for match 15 of the last day of Week 2 Weekly Survival, powered by Intel. Let's jump into the map right now with the Sultans of Scintillating Syntax. It is none other than Toby and Paperthin.
Thank you much, Toffees, Froz, and Clover, the ever-elegant explainers telling us what is going on in between the games and breaking it all down as we continue to shift maps back and forth we go. And it is indeed Erangel this time, the last time we're going to see it here today. And Toby, you're either first or you're last. Let's see who can get it done this go-around.
There is no in-between, that's for sure, especially not with the format that we're throwing in ahead of these players. Now, we do bring in GEX. They are going to hop over towards the west alongside T1. That means I'm looking for... down one, where are you headed? Oh, you're still in the plane. That's why I couldn't find you in area. They're going down towards the south. Wait a minute. FaZe should be going from towards Nova. Oath made it through. They're gone. Virtus Pro went down to military. They're gone. Now, everyone seems to be wanting a piece of military thing. Okay, so neither Oath or Virtus Pro are here. This should be available, right? Zenith will be the ones to claim it, but 4 teams on Military Island, at least for now, should they be granted the circle as well, this could be very difficult. Like, this could make it very difficult for other teams to get any space on the island if there's already this many teams here. And, well...
No!
Much as I can encourage teams, I guess I can also predict circles now, because this one has a very good chance of hopping down towards the south.
You tell me how I'm gonna die right now. You explain.
Do you want to know? Is that do you actually want to know?
I'd rather not. No, I don't know. I'm good. I'm fine. So what to me, frankly, was a bit of a head scratcher for Damwon Kia looks to be a bajillion IQ. My IQ numbers just keep going higher and higher. Earlier it was 9 million. Now we're up to a bajillion. I don't have many numbers left beyond that. But it's quite fascinating. I've as far back as I can remember, Toby, and I've casted a whole lot of games of Damwon Kia. It's been a while since they've been to military base. You know, there's probably a time where it happened, but I cannot remember it for the life of me. And I'm really curious to watch what they do because, you know, Pero, FaZe, Zenith, we've seen them go to Sosnovka Island before. We know that they go there, but for Damwon Kia to do it, this is quite fascinating.
And that's what makes this one difficult, right? Because we get a hard western, plane with a lot of western looting teams. And when you're one of those teams that's, I don't want to say getting punched around, because that's not the case for Damwon. They just don't really have a place to call their own on that west coast right now. And then you kind of just got to try and fit in. And because so many teams go, oh, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine, they're last in line to pick. And I think that's why we see them as the furthest south team on this particular start to the game.
Yeah, for them being in Pachinki, pretty much uncontested in the Korea region, now they have to come through here with a couple teams that are really quite interested in it, and the Sonics are going to be the one who, in the long run, have really held fast on that territory, as Liquid has been less interested in it this particular tournament, but it seems to be that they're struggling. I mean, they're having a tough time finding good angles, they're having a tough time doing what I've seen them do well, and that's either take fights and win them in an efficient, extremely efficient manner, or that they find like phase 3, phase 4, something to dive center and take it, because normally there's not as much congestion in the center of the circle. Now let's see what Zenith wants to do here about this Pero situation that they find themselves in.
I was gonna very low-key start humming elevator music, as I thought these two players were just gonna sit and look at each other through the wall for the next 10 minutes. But finally, teammates arrived to the scene, and I guess for Zenith, they should have this one dialed in. They know where Gray is. Roth heard him before. He wouldn't have had a chance to leave, and it's really gonna be up to, well, the remaining Petrichor players to figure out, do we want to help this one out? Mamo is already leaving, so I guess that's a cue for them not to want to go in that direction. Long is nowhere near, but Gray doesn't have a vest on, and Ixlep ain't in a position to help, so I think Gray is kind of left on his own here.
Yeah, it's a perilous situation. See, Toffees, I could do puns too. Zenith now is going to run on in. Gray's instantly going to get taken down by Kickstart with the Scar. Aches left across the street. Nothing he could do to help Gray, and they're going to have to sacrifice that one.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of, oh, I don't want to say it too early, but I was going to say I'm actually kind of happy that Ixlep ain't shooting at them, because as far as I know, they don't know that he's here as well. Could just be, okay, there was one guy looting here, and we already saw Mamo leap with the car. That could be the fake indicator that all of Petrichor is left. So if he starts shooting now, you can be damn sure that all of Zenith will pull up and will pull up. Oh, did they saw Mamo? Do they know that Ixlep is here? Okay, so I thought Mamo had gone further away. I thought he'd completely left. So now there might be the thought of them going, okay, so if he's still here, there could still be one more guy as well. But I thought if Mamo had just completely left this area, maybe Ixlep could get to sneak out at some point on his own, but not for now.
Well, to me, this is territory worth fighting over, and Ixlep does get Shinboy there. So Shinboy very, very low, but now it's going to be Punij who steps up, gets Aches on the ground. Mamu trying to find some way to help, but as the circles tend to shift to the west, these compounds become extremely valuable on Sosnovka Island. Grenades outside, just impacting on the surface, damage not... So Punij catches the head of Mamu out the window. What a pre-fire there, or I assume it's a pre-fire. Maybe he was able to react to that fast enough, but regardless, what a shot.
Pre-fire or not, he had the time to fire one bullet, and he connected it extremely well. They will find them, and well, this is the last player. Long is not in a position to do anything whatsoever. It's gonna be the downfall of Petrichor, and unless if something goes absurdly in the favor of Long here, I think this is Petrichor's winning chances of the game out. But then again, with his Xiaojiang on Miramar on day one, get something going despite being a solo for a good time. So who knows? Maybe Long just picks the right tree to prone behind. One little statement. I want to throw one statement at you before we continue this one, because then you can kind of drill on that. Damwon Kia has played 30 survival matches and not gotten a single win.
Yeah, it's not good. It is probably one of the worst. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's probably one of the worst performances I've seen from Damwon Kia ever, to be honest, Toby. It is maybe since the charity showdown last year. It just feels like they aren't all on the same page. They're not. I think they kind of overthought the ideas of the survival rounds. They don't really. They tried to change their style up too much, and again, they're not finding those rotations that I used to see them take when they're able to find a center circle location, just kind of sniff one out around phase 3 or 4 where they go, I bet this is open, and they dive for it, and whether it be a dip or a compound, and they grab it. There's not that open space for that particular maneuver, and their edge play, while good, isn't typically where they shine. It's in their rotations mid-game that has really brought them a lot of consistent success throughout 2020.
Also, before anyone corrects me, I want to get the pleasure of doing it myself. It's not 30, it's 27 games. But I feel like the story is still pretty much the same. 27 games, 0 wins, very few placement points overall, actually. If you were to count any of those. Now let's see. Oh, FaZe and CSM. It's rare that you see these two teams brawl it on here. But for now, and what seems to be at least, well, forever in terms of them crossing the bridge, they will stay alive with, again, only one bullet hit. It's the second time we see FaZe try and do these sort of gatekeeps. We saw them try and do the same thing on towards the 12 stack, the north side compound of the west bridge as well 2 days ago, and they failed that as well. Somehow, well, TSM got through here pretty much harmless.
Yeah, it seems to be they're just a bit off. with those vehicle spray downs. Now, Long did find a house, but Metagaming is here trying to clear it out. And I was going to say for Long, he could just go into the military base proper and just hope beyond hope that it keeps shifting to that, because that's the only way as a solo you're typically going to find much success as time rolls along. And yeah, I think he's waiting this. You never know. He's incredible. And here they come through the door.
Wow.
Nope, Silzen quick on the draw. And there you go.
They were on
out.
the hunt. They were hunting.
Yep.
Nowhere in hell Meta's having a snake lie around next to them in this. If you're looking at the map, to all viewers who are looking at the map with 30 seconds to go into the next circle, one thing that's surprising me is that TSM is the only team that has committed to crossing before Circle 2. Everyone else that didn't land military are still on the main island of Erangel. That's a bit surprising to me, because should this one go south, I feel like right now there's maybe a 55 to 45% chance of where the circle will go. There's no one committing early, and that could make it very difficult, especially if we look at the map now. The west side, it's only Interforce 36 that's on the east. Let's see now where the circle goes. It is going to go military, and look at the west side now. That is going to be a cluster of cars trying to cross.
Yeah, that bridge is going to be insane, and Tianba bides their time, waits for that circle to show itself, and that is time for them to do some boat rotations, as they will be heading over to the western side of Sosnovka Island, and Sonics wait for Na'Vi, T1 waits for Sonics. It's going to be everybody politely taking their turns so far. Nobody's yet going for some of the shenanigans. Now, will Na'Vi try to bridge camp? They immediately dive over to the west. They don't want to fight anybody just yet. Maybe saying, all right, if other people want to fight, that's fine. We'll let you guys tear each other apart. We prefer to just get over here. And I think they're also a bit afraid that somebody could be up in the hills, either on the left or the right. As you come out the bridge, and oh boy, is T1 just going to head right into this too? Oh, no, 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 no. T1, not the right idea. Na'Vi's way ahead of you on this.
Yeah, that's extremely optimistic, thinking you're going to get that compound when you're the third team in a literal line of teams trying to cross over. They did see one team go east, but oh, Adder, it's picked out of the vehicle by Tap. Great shooting there. But I think there's something to what you were just about to say there. You don't want to risk sitting out and getting kills on the bridge because, A, kills don't matter. And we normally see the guys that do get kills on the bridge lose players in return of it, especially with the combat meta being the way it is now. So no one's camping anything. We saw FaZe camp the east bridge from the buildings, but no one else has done anything to camp any bridges whatsoever.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. That's why you can hang out on the other side and wait to make sure that this isn't, you know, going to hard shift up to the north. Like, it was still kind of, yeah, like you mentioned, I think about a 45-55 or something like that. Now, a little bit of crossfire for FaZe. They're going to roll up to the hill. Metagaming right around them. T1 has to settle up a little bit further west. Oh no, they're going down the hill, and Aqua 5 is there. He gets the knock on to Gustav. Fuzz finds the backside. Dangche is going to get Uba. Aqua 5 is down. Starlord and Dangche still up. Dangche comes over the hill, tries to get the double, only able to find 8C. Fuzz still alive, but the only one for FaZe. Scratch that. That is it. Starlord, he's alone, but he finishes the job.
Finally, we see FaZe try and commit Sender, and there was a Korean team there already that would not allow for them to sit anywhere nearby. They did get 2 knocks early, but didn't work out for them either way. They were even 1 player down early, but T1 prevails. Now, does T1 survive? The story is yet to tell, because Metagaming are right above this hillside, and Starlord knows. Starlord knows that he needs to go out and do something here in order to get Danche back alive, but seems to me like he doesn't have to do much, actually, because Meta's backing off.
Yeah, I think Meta's a little worried that with the way that these things normally play out, that there is going to be somebody who's going to third party potentially, or at least get long range shots onto them. But actually right now, nobody's even remotely close to this. Meta has free reign to third party this if they so, or not third party, but to finish this if they so choose. But instead, T1 is allowed to get their res, so Dangche and Starlord going to be the duo for T1. TSM does find E36. E36 made a late rotation across the eastern bridge, where in fact you can't even see it on your screen, but K7 is doing that right now as we speak. But E36 going to follow up behind TSM. TSM gets a kill for it. There you go. There's K7. Hello, boys.
Welcome to the island.
We're taking a bit of blue. Yeah, now you're coming in. Well, to be fair, Fury is coming in a bit late as well, Toby.
Cue Jurassic Park theme. They finally made it here. It's welcome to Sosnovka. I'm gonna stop right there. Finally, they do manage to get across. Let's see, Sonics. They get up on the hill. They get themselves into a decent spot, and I think they're in a prime position here because just east of them, we have that big open field that even with the rank remastered, nothing was really done to that particular area. So between the hill that we saw T1 and Meta and FaZe Clan fight around and all the way down to the military base itself, that's just an open field where you really can't do anything. And right now, Sonics have perfect vision of that area while still being in a position from where they can look in essentially any direction. So very good position for them to be in, almost center circle, and they don't have to worry about the east side at all because no one can come to them from there without them being warned at least like 10-15 seconds before they arrive on them.
That's a really, really good point. We saw a brief glimpse of GEX there. The team that is joining the lobby for this time. Next up will be LG Divine with one chance, one game. Try to get through. There is Starlord as they continue to navigate around that dead zone you were just talking about a little bit earlier. It is Sonics up on the hill above them, so as much as they want to get center, it is going to be dangerous pretty much no matter where Starlord wants to go. The closer he gets to the center, the more teams that are going to be hanging out in the area. Zenith still hanging out in their compound, as that seems to be the idea behind their strategies so far in this weekly survival. We've seen this a lot where they're keen to just, try to wait it out in their compound. Here's K7. They're going to run right into Detonation Gaming White. So for all this work, it might all be for naught.
Oh no, get through, get safely across. Oh yeah, finally. Fortunately, the vehicle doesn't get completely tripped up in the wires there. Do manage to get out, maybe get all the way into the circle. Nope, just gonna get the bandage up, get the first aid off, and make their way further forward. They are in the vicinity of the military base, but on the far, far southeast edge. Now, I feel like they need a desperate military circle to find anywhere to go from that they can really play from, because already now everything that's not in the base itself is taken. And I mean, they could still rep east, try and take control of the what do you call them, barracks or C block. Should be able to play from there, but now they have DXG. Now they have DXG straight in front of them.
Well, DXG is putting up a little bit of a fight on the edge right now. A little bit more than we're maybe used to seeing them do. Circle is going to leave the military base, heading up into the mountains there where T1, Sonics, Meta, and everybody's already kind of set up a bit of a home. Navi continues to be able to hold the compound on the northwest edge. But right now, a very calm and cautious game so far, but that can't last much longer. Yeah. Toby, there's a lot of teams outside of this next circle.
There's a lot of teams outside, and there's a lot of terrain inside you really cannot use. Because Sonic's hill didn't get shifted out, because Metagaming's hill didn't get shifted out, the entire center of this circle that is below the mountain is essentially unplayable. It's just a big pancake. Maybe there's a tree, maybe there's a couple of trees and a single rock or two for cover, but you cannot utilize that, as we said on Miramar as well earlier, while those hills are still in play. It essentially is a big field that you just cannot use for a whole lot. So while I appreciate Sonic's position, if they weren't battle tested before, they will be now, because people are going to be coming towards them from many directions. First team is going to be the Nation Gaming White, and Cess taken out early by Mime. Nice shooting on their rotation.
Yeah, now Detonation Gaming White is going to be diving into the bowl with K7 as well. They're going to try to get to the other hill. I mean, the top of the other hill is available. If Detonation Gaming White can safely get up there, that'll probably be the best option that's really in front of them. But there's a huge crossfire teams. Dangche and Starlord take down two from K7. Lickety split. Guyo, who does find Golkari on a Detonation Gaming White, and Detonation Gaming White stops up short of the hill and lose two members in the process. GEX going to cut in front of Damwon Kia. A lot of firepower there with that M249 and a clown car for GEX. Toby, here we go.
They have two M249s. They have got two M249s. You can see Fergus pulled out the Molly, expecting them to pull up. But where are you going, GEX? This gives me nightmares of when TSM, I mean, to be fair, they did end up winning that game, but TSM had a game where they were just driving and couldn't seem to find out where they wanted to go. Finally, seems like we found a place that GX wants to go, and that's down to the newly added blockade here of vehicles. Silson finds two. Oh my lord, I thought he was going to get the third there as well. But a lot of damage done, and it's now on to Meta to determine whether they want to come down and clean this up and potentially earn themselves another spot to play from. Because Silson was here, he did tons of damage, but the team just were not in a position to help out.
If they had any frags, they could really punish GEX there, but as far as I can tell, there aren't many available. Shrimzy now on guard duty for Damwon Kia. Under was knocked. Kale's going to work his way forward. Kale going to try to get the information. Oh, there's the grenade. It's E36. Sophia finds two with it and immediately backs off. Well, Leo does end up falling. Blue rolling right behind Damwon Kia. They are army crawling their way up the hill. Here come some more grenades from E36. They have the potential to wipe the map clean, and they do. Sophia finds a triple. Now over to Sonics and Damwon Kia. Pin their backs against the wall, trying to do something. Shrimzy spray not good enough. Kale's a little bit better. Indigo and Kale so beat up, though. I don't know how they're going to be able to do this. H-Win, it's going to be a grenade. Mime gets the knock from Indigo. That grenade not going to be able to find Kale. Kale gets the med kit off, trying to push up the side of the hill. All the hopes for this Korean team lie on him. He hits Tig in the head. But man, oh man, I can't imagine a world where he gets this done.
No, it's gonna be practically impossible at this point. Continue running out 21 bullets spare. Has Uzi as well and no throwables. It's looking grim and it's impossible. Down he goes. Damwon Kia. More games, less wins. It's getting really damn difficult for them now. Tianba trying to do the same move, but from the other side, M200 falls early. Lorena has to back off. No, Lorena actually is the one pulling up on this. Lin Shun is trying to get away from that. Does succeed in doing so, but they lose two in trying to claim control of the hillside. And there's just nothing to claim because Sonics, as fast as they have taken down Damwon Kia, managed to reset it instantly.
Yeah, and they had to haul butt to get Shrimzy because he had already been knocked, so he was bleeding out very, very quickly. And they immediately, the smokes were down, they were on there. So that caused a little bit of chaos for them, and it allowed Tianba to get a bit ahead. Pretty decent shooting from H-Win. Gonna get Mings to half. The rest of Tianba here, well, I should say the rest, it's just one other member of Tianba, him and Linshu, as Furia and Navi now squaring up, and it's a one-for-one trade so far. Both of these teams hanging out on the western edge, trying to inch their way in. Besto gonna be Johnny on the spot. Gonna try to get Kemba, the substitute player for Navi for today. Zenith finally reaching out, looking to maybe try to third party this fight, Toby. We were talking about how they should do it. This looks like a golden opportunity.
But watch out from behind. Don't get tunneled on Navi. They are coming. Oh, did Raspo just turn around to peek, or was it just a coincidence of him looking up the hill? Zenith are here. Now, fortunately, I gotta say, fortunately for Furia, they didn't opt to wrap behind them because they would have caught them all looking the other direction. They opt to push in underneath. Instead, I like the play. They just wrapped below them. They took the position Furia were trying to claim, but they were delayed by Navi. And now Zenith goes, well, you know what? We'll just sit inside the circle holding you guys out instead. Super heads-off play by Zenith, not to push, realizing, wait, we can just take the spot in below, inside the circle, and hold them out. 4 alive. Let's see if they can do this against Raspu. We've seen him do damage, and tons of damage previously, and he does have the MK and a level 3 vest, but is a 1v3 against Zenith. Too much to ask here.
Yeah, they're sending Roth back to cover the back angle. Really smart. I like the setup here from Zenith, but now they're all three just completely stuck behind this tree. It's a bunch of damage. Kill Demo's doing, not able to find any knocks just yet. Shrimzy from afar, though. Sonic's getting involved from range, about 250 meters out. Shrimzy does find the knock. Smoke's already down, though. I think Zenith will be able to get their res up over to TSM with T1. The T's gonna check each other out a bit. Just say hi with their bullets, which isn't a nice way to say hi, but it is what it is. Division X on the south side. Underneath Sonics. Now, again, these are questions I always have. How well aware is Sonics that a team is ratting down below them right now?
They have to know. they have to know that with military getting shifted out, a team came out of military. There is no universe, in my opinion at least, where there would not have been a team leaving military at some point, and given the fact that they saw the first Detonation Gaming team leave, they saw the second GX team leave, and they did not go there. They have, oh no, they have to be at least somewhat prepared for the fact that there might be a team down here. We'll see now if that's going to be the case. Now, shots fired. Fergus maybe should not have done that to be... I don't know. Oh no. Okay, so he gets him on a drive-by, taking some great shooting, but he should not have started shooting, because look at the open run they have to do now, and now it's TSM. They now realize that there's a team of Sonics coming in right below them. Woogie already cooking his nades, priming them, getting them ready to take this fight on with Sonics just below the hill.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen Sonics be a little more patient before they made this move. And like you mentioned, I think Tig, he does get that knock. He takes the opportunity, but that slows him up just enough that he is going to find a knock himself. Shrimzy chonking away with the SKS, catches a bit of damage, but a lot of smokes that have to use by Division X. E36 Zenith still up on this hill, still fighting for control of this western side. E36 grenades earlier, very, very profitable for them right now. In a bit of a depression. Over to Division X, they're still pushing up this hill, and yeah, Sonics finds themselves in a really tough spot in an open area with only vehicles and smokes for cover and a tree, I guess. That's about it that they've got to work with.
If TSM can hold off Division X Gaming here, they are in a very, very good position to take home this game, because while they're sitting on the east side of the circle, they have so much cover running down the hill. We saw kind of where Metagaming were earlier when they lost the player Silson down inside where T1 is prone now. If they can get these kills here and clear their south side, they will have so much space to wrap around. Mime was in the smoke fades, NBK finds him, and now 4 from DXG are gonna run up towards TSM. TSM are all 4 up and alive. You can see Iroh and Wookie for now are looking towards the northwest, but they have got to get down here and help hold out Division X Gaming. I think everyone right now is waiting for the next circle to pop and see if they have to move or if they should take the fight to the teams nearby them.
Oh man, E36 getting a bit lucky. If those grenades had found the mark, they were bunched up, could have done a lot of damage, but splashing off to the side a bit are those grenades. So Zenith now sees TSM on the side, gonna pop some shots down. E36 continues to play passive, not pushing up over that hill just yet. It seems like they're content to try to work their way towards the middle of the circle directly, maybe not through Zenith's path. Poonage now, Mark 14. Dangche gets in the vehicle. Dangche, you gotta be so careful right now. Oh my god, he just gets around the corner.
You can see the flick of the mouse, like, oh my lord, you've got to be kidding me. I knew I had to hit those. And we know you had to hit those too. That's unfortunate, but you can see the frustration. But you know what? Wash it off, throw it away, and focus on the game, because it's still far from over. Even though you missed a few there, there's a lot of shots for you to hit in the remainder of the game. TSM, they leave Division X behind. Now they take the fight to Metagaming. Ragnar caught with it, looking the other way, but it's going to be Miracle taking down. Great hold, great suppressive fire from the meta teammates below. Sparking finds Miracle, trying to peek over, but immediately after, Ragnar falls down to Bard.
Yeah, what a spray there by Bard. Ragnar doing a good job trying to bait TSM into the line of fire of his teammates, but instead he is going to find his death. A good grenade from Iroh flushes that one out up to the smokes. TSM starting to leapfrog their way forward. Metagaming going to have to probably do something pretty similar here very shortly, as now Division X getting plicked down by Zenith. Just shot after shot coming into their side flank, and again, they find themselves in a similar situation to what Sonics did. A lot of open space and some really good shooting from Poonage with the Mark 14.
Didn't take long to dial that one and finally connects it. I just love when we heard from Snakers, we don't want to win games for other teams. Everyone is third-partying other teams right now, so everyone is trying to win games for each other. But right now, TSM doing entry force 36-30. They get the wipe. They know they still have 2 Metagaming players on the north side of this circle. If they can wipe them again, they will have control. They lost the player before. There are 3 alive. Zenith still up with 4, and they have a great position in the circle now too. Zenith trying to split out, trying to take control, but TSM, they need to deal with Meta fast. They need to be able to reset, and now Shinboy, they're already in position. Meta Gaming are really, really being a nuisance to TSM here, because they're allowing for Zenith, with all the time they're staying allowed, they're allowing for Zenith to split out, and yes, that was all the time they needed. TSM eliminated once more.
I love the aggression we're seeing from Zenith. They're getting into fights. They're not over-aggressing. They're getting knocks. Here's some good lined-up shots for Kickstart. Gets a bit of damage. No knocks come in. By the way, Star-Lord's still alive. Froz is picked for this round. That grenade, if it makes it in, it comes up short. The angle looked like it might have been deep enough, but no way in hell. Star-Lord's going to be able to get that one close enough. Now Kickstart keeps working his way up the hill, finding better and better angles into meta. But he's got to be careful. If Sparking can line up a good shots, he could find himself knocked very quick.
Again, normally I don't like to talk about teams deserving wins in games, but I mean, Zenith has been fighting from start to finish. It all started with Petrichor in the compound. They held them off. Then they pushed up the hill, took the fight to Furia, held them off, and they have not lost a single player in all of this. They know exactly where the last players are. It would require nothing short of a miracle for anyone but Zenith to win this game. 2 falls down, 14 kills for Zenith. They've played 8 matches so far, and now Star-Lord, it's on you to do anything that would require... It's practically impossible at this point. We'll see. He's trying to run out, trying to get the kill. Not gonna happen. And one more NA team. Zenith finally can clinch their spot in the weekly finals. And as I said, I don't like to say one team deserves it more than others because everyone made it here. But wow, what a game for Zenith, fighting their way through from start to finish.
Yeah, easily the best performance we've seen from them. Really learning their lessons, I think, from previous games where they were a bit too passive. This time they maneuver out at the right times. They take control of high ground. They put the pressure on the other teams. They recognize, you know, they're really using that information they have on that western edge. Like you talked about, Toby, the middle of that thing's a dead zone. So there's not really a lot of players that, even if they do get into that dead zone, can do much about you on the western or the eastern side. So they recognize that, and they say, all right, we're on the west side. The other teams that are north of us are all fighting. Let's get involved in that. Let's put as much damage as we can to them. Let's leave Roth on the backside. He gets to watch basically all of everything that's over to the east and kind of in the middle, and then they can just lock it down from there.
They realized that while they got to eliminate Entry Force 36, actually, I mean, it was TSM doing the work for them there. Once that happened, they knew that TSM was still not done fighting on their edge. Because Zenith got to wipe their edge earlier, they got space to move out. And they knew, okay, right now, TSM are fully focused on dealing with meta. We'll split out, we'll get better off-angle positions, and we'll deal with them. Had they waited, had they done like other teams do, kind of turtled down and hit it out, TSM would probably be in the team that would have gotten to split out and take control. Instead, Zenith knew it's now or never. We need to make the push. We need to do something to actively go out and win this game for ourselves. They did it. They succeeded, and they got themselves a very, very well-deserved chicken dinner.
Yeah, a really impressive game from them, from, like you mentioned, from start to finish. Just so great to see these boys performing well. And I know coming into this, you know, they might have been considered the lowest ranked NA team. Let's just say it, but they are really coming through. Let's see what they have to say about this one.
위클리 서바이벌 2주차 16번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 제니스였습니다. 킥스타트 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 드디어 파이널에 첫 진출을 하시게 됐습니다. 지금 소감이 어떤가요?
It's your first qualification for the weekly final. How do you feel right now?
I'm just happy it's over, honestly. Like, it's really stressful, especially when you don't make it, and you get so many seconds, and it's a struggle bus out here.
저희가 이때까지 2등을 많이 해서 정말 아쉬웠는데 이번에 진출을 하게 돼서 정말 기쁩니다.
아니 보니까 위클리 서바이벌에서 2등만 6번을 하셨어요. 정말 많이 답답했을 것도 같은데 그래도 오늘은 조금 더 약간 좀 진정된 플레이를 보여주셨던 것 같고요. 그동안 팀원들과 좀 어떤 얘기를 나눴는지 궁금해요. 2등을 하면서요.
So during the weekly survival so far, we had 6 second places. I just want to know how you guys were talking through it with all those second places. I'm pretty sure you were stressed out as well.
Well, yeah, it was a lot of stress. We didn't really talk through it. We just like cried a lot, and we went back to 618. Just vibed out for the rest of the night. Got some room service. We didn't really talk through it.
사실 저희가 그거에 대해서 얘기하는 건 많이 없고요. 오히려 그냥 슬퍼한 게 대부분이고 가서 이제 룸서비스로 이제 맛있는 걸 먹은 게 답니다.
오늘은 기뻐하시면서 룸서비스를 시키셔도 될 것 같습니다. 정말 파이널에 힘들게 진출한 만큼 팬들도 걱정을 많이 했을 것 같은데요. 팬분들께 마지막으로 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
So I think all the fans that's cheering for you probably were sad with you with all those second places. Any comments for those fans?
Thanks for supporting us. Shout out to the SA fans. They're super nice to us. And I mean, thanks for supporting us. Sorry we got so many seconds. We threw a lot, and I'm sorry, man.
일단 저희가 2등을 많이 한 거에 대해서 정말 죄송하게 생각하고, 그러니까 저희가 던졌다고는 생각을 하는데 일단 그거는 정말 죄송하지만 저희를 응원해 주셔서 정말 감사합니다.
네, 킥스타트 선수 정말 승리 축하드리고요. 파이널에서의 활약도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 제니스와의 인터뷰 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 저희는 분석 데스크로 계속 이어갈게요.
If Zenith is the top, then the moment has come for Roth and the boys as they reach the pinnacle of the survival rounds, taking home the chicken dinner and advancing to the weekly final. Highlights!
Finally, Zenith get himself that chicken dinner. As we heard it, they've had 6 second places. That is a lot of second places, but finally being able to close it down. We had a rough starting circle with a 50-50 going on, and a lot of people were wondering maybe, why did we not see any bridge camps? Well, if you're bridge camping, you're just going to lose out. You're not going to get any good position to play from. You're basically sacrificing that for kills, and kills doesn't matter right now. It's all about that chicken dinner. Isn't that right, Clover?
Absolutely. You know, Zenith did land Military Island. They were basically looting out of the C block, and then they went for that position really early on, taking on New Compound and fighting Petrichor Road for it and winning that position, where they stayed for quite a while before moving in and playing the edge very meticulously. As you see there, that beautiful control with the Mark 14 getting those kills. I mean, Poonage, Roth, Shinboy, Kickstar, all 4 players of Zenith were being proactive this match, as we can just see through the highlights, fight after fight, making sure that everybody had been taken out. Unfortunately, there at the end with Star-Lord, nowhere left to go, and a very calm and humble victory for Zenith.
Not too shabby. A little bit of a flex, though, if we went home and had the room service to get ready for today. But good win on them. Let's take a look at how the standings are. Zenith moves to that left bracket after a great victory. And as you can see, there is no one left on the waiting list. If you don't know where DA is, they'll be playing on Saturday. Don't worry, you'll get to see them again eventually. But for now, this is all that remains as Divine joins the fray with 1 game left to play. Looking back at that last match, guys, I want to point out, yes, Zenith won, but second place went to T1, third went to Meta, fifth went to Enter Force 36, and sixth went to Division X Gaming. Froz, these are all teams that have entered no more than 5 or 6 games ago, so these guys are really putting the pedal to the metal.
I mean, if you just look at the teams that are playing now, if you would say this is the weekly finals teams, I would believe you. We got 16 really good teams here that will be playing out. And as you're mentioning, a lot of these teams are, of course, not coming in from their first games. So far, we have 5 teams that are not from the first seed, meaning they did not play the last weekly survival that has gone through so far. And that's kind of the same number as we saw last week. 5 teams that did not get in the first seeding was the ones who went to the finals. So we'll see what happens in the last game.
I don't know if I fully agree with you about this 16 that are left being a great weekly final. We'll see. Let's take a look at the standings from that game. There are some teams in here that have been surprisingly bad for me over the last couple of days, but we'll get into that. Match results, 25 points for Zenith coming out on top, Clover.
Yeah, it was a great match for them. They played that military game perfectly, and as you see, 15 kills just shows that they were staying as proactive. But like you said, I mean, T1 making it to the top along with Nutta. TSM is up there too, and that's the 7th time we've seen TSM with a top 5 finish this week.
Not too shabby. Walk me through the kills and the damage, Frost.
Looking at it, of course, we see E46, and we're fighting on the east side there, on the north side, having a lot of control, but it didn't go all the way. Silphe, of course, getting a lot of kills. And, of course, we see Poon and Kickstar. We saw him all the way until the end there. Poon with the MK14, not surprisingly, that he would get a lot of damage, a lot of kills with it. But what's surprising me most is that he's the one with the least amount of kills on the team right now.
You can see Wookie Bookie, the land giant, performing very well there with the second highest damage overall, but Punij had that MK14 and just did so much damage with it. Awesome to see. All right, this is the final game. After this, there are no more chances to make the weekly final this week. If you want your shot at that $50,000 first place, it's now or never, Clover. Talk to me about the mindset, the teams that you expect to surge to the top. Does a team like Divinity have a chance to take this thing home?
You know, LG Divine, I think, definitely does have an opportunity. It's not obviously unheard of when we saw Multi-Circle Gaming coming in and winning their first one, and T1 on their first 2 games and placing top 2 and 3. So, that said, I think we all know what happens at the very last match of a qualifying series when FaZe has not yet gotten there.
Interesting. She brings up a shadow from the past, Froz, and the idea that FaZe only needs 1 game. I mean, that's been the nature of them, right? Is FaZe just needs 1 day? Can they do it in 1 match?
I want to believe, looking at the performance from the past few games, I would say no, it's not happening. I'm sorry.
It's hard though. It's tough. It's tough to live long enough to see your heroes fall, right? And that is, I think, a frustrating point for a lot of folks who are watching right now. FaZe has long been a major contender. By the same token, Clover, Sonics is a team that people have heralded coming into this event. They've got 4 incredible players, but again, they're not in. Is there a chance that they make this 4 NA teams in the weekly final?
You know, historically, Sonics don't always perform that well on Miramar in comparison. I think the best chance that they would have had would have been this military game. And that's a circle that they're usually pretty comfortable with, and they didn't do so well. So I'm kind of feeling the same way about Sonics that Frost is feeling about FaZe. The way they're playing right now, I just don't see it.
Okay, so we've talked about some teams that have been riding the struggle bus. Let's pivot. Let's focus on the positive with 1 game left to go. Let's talk about teams that you think will either make it on this one or have really surprised you, maybe because they've had less games to play, but have stepped up and really thrown down in the little that they've worked with. Froz, what team really caught your eye? What team do you want to focus in on?
I gotta hand it to Metagaming and how they were playing it in this game in particular. We saw them going towards kind of the push when we saw FaZe and T1 clashing together. We saw Metagaming actually shooting at FaZe Clan while they were in the rotation going into that spot. We know that they were just a few meters behind, but they didn't want to crest the hill. They didn't want to take the shots against T1. They had all the information about who was knocked, who was killed. They saw it all in the kill feed. They heard it all as well, but they opted to go back, play a little bit more passive. Again, there was no need to take out T1. They were not a threat for them at all, and they don't want to take those risks because if they took that fight, they could have been crashed from by another team from behind as well. So them playing that passive and playing that well, I think they got a shot here.
Clover, which one do you want to keep an eye on?
You know, T1, we saw them look really great on Miramar. They just looked good on Erangel. They look warmed up. They look ready. I just think 3, 2, 1, first place. I think it's possible.
All right, may the climb continue. We'll find out. The teams are getting ready. We're just a few minutes away from the final match of the day, so don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with all the action.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Welcome back, everybody, to PGI.S. One more game, one more team making their way to the weekly finals. Paperthin and Toby with you here as we see Zenith finally come through, getting off the struggle bus, but there have been a few teams that are on it still, Toby, and in my opinion right now, Damwon Gaming Kia is driving the struggle bus. A few other teams right there with them.
If it's the lowest success rate in survival matches, then yes, for sure they are the driver of that bus. But I think they have some passengers that are trying to claim the seat in front of them. And I think, without mentioning teams in particular, just EU. It's we did manage to get the joy of seeing a few teams manage to make their way through VP and ENCE, but I mean the list continues. TSM, FaZe, and RV all failing to qualify. And while I agree with you that Damwon Kia is there, I think those three teams, at least in a lot of viewers' minds, are teams that will be looked for. And same thing going with Sonics as well.
I think you're absolutely correct. I think there's a lot of teams that we can kind of point fingers at a bit in terms of maybe not performing up to expectations. But I do want to make a point here about the regions as a whole. So for this particular weekly qualifier so far, we have 15 teams that have made it in. Mm-hmm. China has 4. NA has 3, EU has 3, APAC has 3, and Korea has 2. So, say what you will. I think coming into this, you know, one of my bigger takeaways from watching all the regions in 2020 and everything leading into this was that the gap had closed between all of them, and things are very, very evening out between all the regions. And I think no matter which region you're from, whichever one you support, it's exciting because everybody has a shot.
I think I can say this with one sentence, and PUBG Corp, you're welcome to quote me on this, but global PUBG is good PUBG. I mean, I have been throughout the entirety of 2020. I've just been waiting. Come on, when do we get something that even remotely looks like a global event? Now we get a banger of an event coming, and we can see it. All these teams have been waiting for so long to get on this global stage, and while week 1 might have thrown some curveballs at us in terms of some teams coming out of nowhere, now we're reaching the point already, very early in the tournament, where teams are starting to get used to, okay, this is what these teams like to do, even though we haven't played against them played against them a whole lot before. And I think the overall level of play is only gonna increase with this tournament, and more so every time we have global events, we go and see what do they bring back to the regions after the event. These 32 teams that are attending PGI.S, they will come back to their respective regions for PCS4 with so much in the backpack, and it's just only gonna improve the overall quality of competitive PUBG so much more.
Exactly correct, and we get to find out which team gets to compete in that weekly finals. The last game of the day of the weekly survival for week 2 coming at you. Miramar is where we're going to wrap things up. And Toby, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't at least mention a team that's still in the plane. The team from EU that always, somehow, some way, seems to find a way when it's the last minute, when there's no other choice, when their backs are to the wall. FaZe seems to win these games.
It's what they do. And it's as much if I try to hop on the no bandwagon as much as I try to be a naysayer sometimes, cause and then I go, no, I mean, just come on, it's dead FaZe Sunday, who cares? Same Sunday, they come out, they perform. I go back and I go, okay, this time around, come on, stop these building of stories that are just RNG. Next Sunday, they come back, they do the exact same thing again, and to be, I mean, I'm reaching a point now where I just gotta accept that more often than not, FaZe do come out clutch in these situations.
Yeah, I thought, just quickly during the break there, scrolling through Twitter, Purdy Curdy made a great point that somehow, like, losses just fuel FaZe up. Like, it just seems to get them going and get them fired up and get them ready, and it seems to really dial them in and focus them. Now, Circle, down towards Los Leones again. Please, God, no. Please, no
I'm
more.
already getting scared.
Please, no, don't do this to me again. I can't take it. I'm gonna oh my God, just repeated Los Leones.
Could you imagine 4 of 8 games on Miramar all going into
Los Leones?
Yeah.
Can it?
I mean, weekly survival is difficult enough as it is. We don't need half the Miramar circles to go into Los Leones. In the meantime, Lorena finds one of DXG. Last time around, it was Chianba losing a player early, and this time around, they seem to find themselves a kill down towards the southeast DXG. They stepped over their boundaries, and Lorena finds himself a vehicle and a kill.
Yeah, it's like no one can agree on that southeastern side of Los Leones whose compound is what. Every time it seems like there's at least one. There's at least one. Now TSM and Furia. This is kind of odd, actually. So we should actually mention this. Furia is doing something a little unusual. They're usually a Chumacera team. There's plenty of space over there, but they're up in the business of the power grid teams, and TSM kind of taking advantage of this double god compound with Miraku over here that's usually left open, particularly because you don't have Virtus Pro or Multi-Circle Gaming in the lobby. Instead, it's Furia having a similar idea, it looks like, but they recognize, I think, that it had been looted and that there's the potential of danger, and the spidey sense is tingling. Down the hill we go.
I'm loving the fact that they went up here. Even though it's a dangerous play, they know that there's no team looting the southwest side of Picado, so while they might not have eyes on, they're still in the position from where they can... Oh, that's an M16. And boop. Down goes MPK. While they might not have eyes on their teammates, they know it's a pretty safe passage back to their teammates. And as I say that now, they're starting to go towards Picado rather than drive safe south around, which I thought was what they were gonna do. So maybe that's not their thought process on this one after all. I just thought, I mean, they know they have a connection between the two sides of their split, and should the circle go north, they already now have a spot on the north side of that hill. So smart play, but then now they're going complete opposite direction of their teammates, and I'm just gonna hold on that thought because it's wrong, I guess.
Yeah. And I was actually thinking the exact same thing. And the problem becomes now getting your team together. It becomes more and more difficult the longer you wait because more and more teams are going to fill in the gaps between you. FaZe being one of them right here. Sonics as well. So it's going to be quite fascinating to watch this. Now, I suppose what they could do is set up on the edge of that Kato crater, watch what's going on to their south, hold the phone, mime, spraying. What? I think he got some tires onto Fuzzface's vehicle there.
He didn't.
And it's just enough. He didn't.
Oh, he didn't hit it.
No,
Okay,
he got one. I was going to say, that vehicle was doing weird stuff, but it is Miramar, so you never know. And now Star-Lord's up on this building. We talked about this building the other day being so important for control, and that is going to be one down. 8C gone out of this lobby.
This is only building to the storyline. Every time FaZe wins these, should never have won them games, it's because not only is it really improbable that the same team always goes out and wins the last game, but it just adds to the storyline that they also always come up to a really tough start in those games and then somehow manage to bring it back. Now they've lost one already. Fuzzface is on his own on the south side. If that nade is good, a little further forward, and that could have bounced around the back of the building. Aqua 5 is going to throw one more reload. Could have maybe hit the shot in the midst of that, but nope, not going to happen. And again, it just adds to, if they win this game now, not only is it unlikely you can have to win one game in particular, but now they lost a player, Fuzz is isolated. If they somehow do this, it's just absurd. It's witchcraft.
Absolutely could be witchcraft. That's a great way to put it. It would just feel like they could manipulate fate itself at that point. Now, K7 is finding a crate. This is east of Picado, before the Picado crater proper. And level 3 gear coming out of that. I think it was an AUG as well, if I'm not mistaken. I was looking at my map quick to see if anyone was around them to potentially do any damage. There isn't, as everybody's kind of, I think a lot of people are a little curious about where this one's going to go. Everybody's set up around the outside of Los Leones as though it just feels like Los Leones has the magnet this time. Sometimes it feels like, I don't know, to me, Labadita feels like it is a magnet. Is it going to be Los Leones' turn for this event?
I'm loving how even the Furrier logo was a little confused. Wait, this split, we don't know where to place their logo on the screen right now. They're so far apart from one another. It's like, where are we supposed to put them? But the logo came right in between. One part of them are in the southwest suburbs of Los Leones, and the other two players that we saw leave earlier, I still am a little surprised they didn't opt to just rotate south around, because that would have, A, it would have built my storyline. It would have made me look really good. But B, that's where the space was to move. They knew that there's no one looting that southwest side, and they opted to try and rotate over La Bandita. It took them so long that now they simply, at least not for now, have a chance to get back together.
It's gonna be quite fascinating to see if they're able to do it, Toby, because if they can, similar to the situation FaZe is in, it's going to be impressive one way or another. And I do kind of root for that in that sense, where I want to see teams overcome obstacles even if they put themselves in it. Now, TSM, on the other hand, hanging out in the same spot where they did in the first Miramar Los Leones game, to the northeast of it, as they just kind of cruise around that area. Meta loots the eastern side of Los Leones, so they haven't had to move too far. And Kia nestled up to the side of that. E36 coming in late. Pero coming in very, very late. Navi to the northwest. Nothing too unusual in this one so far, really, other than what we already talked about.
Thanks for clearing that up, Pedro. 4.7 million. Clinton, what would you do if I gave you $4.7 million right now? By the way, I'm not going to, just so you don't get too far ahead of yourself. It's just
well, thanks for ruining it. Man, there we go. I was getting ready.
You're getting a race, my friend.
There wouldn't be a whole lot different that I do, to be honest. I'm pretty happy with what I have. I'd buy a house in Japan. That's about the only thing I do different.
Okay, at least
I'd have a vacation home in Japan. Yeah. Other than that, I'd be quite content.
Okay. A man of simple needs, and I guess a Sparking is a man of dead. He is not gonna be alive anymore. Uber from really far away somehow got the flush on that.
I don't know where in the world that was from. Uba is in the city. He's in the middle of the damn city, and I don't.
Uba
whatever.
does this.
I mean,
Uba does this. He just finds skills everywhere.
he's just crazy. I mean, the angles, the way he knows how to find angles in this game is unparalleled. The guy is just an absolute magician. So we're going to wait, see which side of Los Leones this circle wants to go to. So, and I say that because 99% of the time the circle goes somewhere around Los Leones, and that kind of dictates where the action and where the teams are going to go to. And right now, because Los Leones is dead center, everybody's pretty evenly distributed around it. Crate going to fall in front of Navi. There still is Furia wide split in between Navi. This is a really odd western side of the circle.
And I'm loving the fact that you say 99%, because that's just an over-exaggeration to make a clear point. But you're not that far off. I mean, over half the Miramar games have gone in or around Los Leones at this point. It's getting pretty terrifying. And if this one centers up on the city again, I think a lot of tables will be punched across the world. It goes to the west. Is that better? Is that worse? I'm not actually too sure, because at least when you get to crash into the city, you have that. Now you get to crash into the open. Good luck finding a compound in this meta where everyone are just going to sit tight, snaking their compounds for as long as they can.
And I'm a little worried for the Sonics with their split right now, actually. And I like to see that what I hope they're doing is they're loading up and they're going to group as 4, because of how many teams are still alive, they have to group as 4. They have to defend something. They have to pick a spot out in the open. And this is one of those times where this circle likely, as you mentioned, to be in a unfortuitous position at the end, in a very exposed spot. Therefore, it's important to have compounds as early as possible. Get those vehicles safe as long as you possibly can. Hold on to them as safely as you can. And we'll see if they're able to do that. TSM, wide wrap to the north. And a lot of other teams heading south. I'd prefer to play south to north on this one myself, Toby.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from TSM opting to wrap all the way north around. They might even beat Petrichor to some of the spots over there on the west side of the circle. But I'm agreeing with you on this one. Sonic still maintain their two-way split. They have the space for now. But had it been weekly finals, had it been the ranking matches, it would make sense to maintain the split, because you can gain so much control. But I'm just feeling with everyone just bombing its center for compound control because of the way the weekly survival format is structured, it's too risky. In my book, you have to just flip a coin and say, we'll take this compound over the other, even if it's two evenly good compounds. I'd argue that the north side one that Mime and Tickles are in are easier to play from, simply because you have better vision than where Shrimsy and H-Win are. But I'm loving for them that they're not getting crashed right now. But at least for next circle, then commit to one. Yeah, exactly.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble, and if it pays off, it'll probably pay off pretty well. It'll probably pay very nicely. However, there's still a lot of teams over on the west side of Los Leones. There's still a lot of teams that are going to recognize at some point that potentially there's only 2 people in that compound. Now, maybe they'll get out of it. Maybe they're ready for it, and their plan is to leave if anybody even sniffs at one of the compounds. However, somebody might recognize it that there's only 2, and just say, you know what, guys. We don't have much choice. These circles are terrible on the west side of Los Leones. We got to go. We have a situation where we know there's only 2 in this compound. We have 4. Let's try it.
I was desperately looking for Damwon Kia, and while I'm looking for them still, I have found them now. There's a promo code on your screen for you. I could only see Son Yang, but the other guys are so far down towards the south. I was like, where in the universe are the remaining Damwon players? But they're going full ends on this, and well, I guess if Ents can win a Los Leones circle by chilling for a good while and then moving forward towards the city, maybe Kia are trying to steal some strats and do the same thing. And also, if there'd be a perfect silver lining to an ending to this one, LG Divine comes in, final game, and grabs the win in front of everyone else who's been duking it out for the last 3 days, trying to grab it. That now would be an absurd story, and I would love to see it happen.
It'd be absolutely wild, and I'm totally fine with it. I really would like to see the Vietnamese team do well. And here you go. Here's Damwon Kia. They're just chilling out. It's only phase 2 blue. It's not that bad. We're going to head up to the north. And this one's pretty gross. The area in between GEX and Sonics, flat garbage. The area up by the crater.
That's the best way to put it. Flat garbage. I love it.
I love it. Literally just paved over with trash that you dumped out of the back of a truck. So Zenon earlier, we did see him pick up that AUG as he watches T1. T1 makes a dash. What is T1's idea for this? Dips something in the center, just try to prone it out? Are we going to do the Virtus prone strategy? Big questions. Are we going to go for the edge of the Picado crater? Edge of the Picado crater.
I am looking at TSM right now while Long is shooting towards T1. They had a situation very similar to this one. It was a little earlier in the game, but where Vard, in my book, maybe overextended, ended up getting knocked. Iroh wanted to go for a rest. He ends up going down too. And TSM kind of lost their winning chances because of that. Oh, Kokori, you do not want to do that, especially with a vehicle with 2 tires and barely any HP. Pull up on Sonics, not the winning play, but there really isn't any other play for you to do right now.
Yeah, they drove across the flat garbage, and now they're on fire. And Machao is going to get taken down. Sungjong, by the way, he gets taken down out in the blue by Na'Vi. Still potentially time to res, I suppose. I could see Indigo driving that way. Senya now trying to click some more shots. Whatever happened there with Sungjong, pretty insane shooting from Senya. That's a long range that he landed. That's like 600. That's like 600 meters.
Very, very impressive. In the meantime, I was just going to say up towards the north, TSM trying to force entry force 36 to, to not take a fight to them. I guess for TSM, it would be the best if that vehicle gets back up to normal, but I don't think it is. He's out of the vehicle now. Oh no, now they're getting out of the bikes as well. I don't think TSM would have wanted to fight here, and if I know anything about entry force 36, they wouldn't want to fight here either. Vehicle not drivable. Can Satu do something about it? Boop. It seems like he could. Now we can continue rotating, and I think if you're TSM, just leave. What are you doing here, entry force 36? Just go away. We were fine until you came, and now we have to worry about you as well. It's a frustrating day to be a TSM player when you have teams building up at you that probably didn't want to had they not flipped the vehicle.
And I'm sure both of these teams are a little frustrated right now. Like, knowing Enter Force 36, they don't ever want to fight if they can help it. They'd rather just outmaneuver you to get their wins. And now the 3 surviving members of Kia, Sungjong was not able to be rezzed in time, are going to cut through more Na'Vi territory as they control so much of the western side of this circle. They have to clown cart. Not many choices available. Lots of shots damaging that poor Bronco. It looks like they're going to have to settle up towards a hill. There's really nowhere else to go, and they are going to be pinned here. I don't know what in the world Dam1 Kia can do at this point.
It's gonna be practically impossible for them to get out of here alive. Had they had a car safely, they could have tried to crash something, but that car will explode before it hits anything that even remotely looks like a building. Now Indigo falls down, and this could be Dam1 Kia failing once again to qualify for the weekly finals. In the meantime, DXG, they've opted to rotate forward. They're saying, you know what? We've heard something about going center and proning. That works. I mean, Virtus Pro qualified, right? So what if we do the same? Fergus ain't feeling it right now, though he falls to Shrimsy from afar, but everyone else will have to send it somewhere center because I hate to say the same things and bang the same drum, but there's just nothing to play in this circle.
Yeah, it's pretty garbo, no doubt about it. And now Pero watches a couple different teams. Meta and K7 try to scramble to see what pieces of the pie they can take for themselves. And there, like you mentioned, not a lot of pie to be had. TSM now finds T1 rolling on in. Wookie tries to spray it down. It does get Aqua 5 with the end. Dankche, he runs out of bullets, though. Dankche, what are you looking at? Dankche is messing up the vehicle there. Wookie's very hurt. Wookie finally gets it. T1 gonna go down. A bit of an unusual one there for both players, but finally Wookie able to come through it and pick up 2 kills.
That was terrifying. I was probably palms and sweaty mom spaghetti a little bit for Wookie right now. I know he's a big fan of hip-hop music, so I'll give him that one. That's terrifying, but does get to stay alive, and most importantly for TSM, while they are on the edge of the circle, they keep all 4 alive. Entry force, they managed to wrap around. They have the motel, but how long time are they going to be able to stay alive in here? Hopefully longer than Dam1 Kia, because down they go.
Yeah, there was just nowhere left for Dam1 Kia to go, and they made a late rotation, and the circle kept shifting away from them. And they paid the price, and once again, it's going to be a disappointing week for the team from Korea. Meanwhile, Tianba trying to avoid disaster again for themselves, trying to avoid falling into that redemption round. They have 4 members up. Detonation Gaming White over there. Meanwhile, FaZe somehow regroups with Fuzz. We don't know how, but it happened. They did it, and now they're going to find a plateau as they're going to look and see what's below them as they are still outside of the circle, but they got to get the information before they make the move.
With this circle closing in, I think it's safe to say there's only gonna be space for one team on that east side. Now let's see, FaZe up above. They have eyes on Divine. Turtle finds the first one, goes stuff down. Remember, AC fell earlier. Uber does get a fragment return. Now FaZe finds one as well, but Uber falls down in the end of it. Jayant gets him, and oh, the nade comes in return once more. Jayant goes down as well. These guys are just punching back and forth, and it's only Lewis up alive. He's on the other side of the road. I was gonna say he can't do a whole lot, which he can't, but it's actually a miracle right now, doing damage to Fuzzfage. Issue here being circle is closing on in. There's no way for them to be able to get the rest on up. It's going to be a one-man show. Fuzz, you need everything going your way, then some as well. Maybe find the leprechaun on your way to the circle, because this is looking grim.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough witchcraft. I don't know how much Eye of Newt he has left, but he's going to need quite a bit to get that cauldron brewing to really find the win. In the middle of this circle now, GEX, K7, and Division X with that prone strategy has found themselves at least enough of the circle to have a pretty comfortable margin from the edge. Navi is still doing a really good job working the western side of this. I mean, with how much space that Navi's controlling here right now, Toby, I feel like they have actually a really good shot at this. No one else can even get to anywhere within 300 meters of them.
They did a really wide split earlier, and this is exactly why they did it. They knew that should we get just one circle, and not even on us, but oh, good night, Lewis, you did. Should we get one more circle anywhere near us, we need to make space now. If we allow for teams to get close, similar to what we saw with TSM and Entry Force 36, sorry. If we allow for teams to get close to us now, we won't get the space later. But because they maintained that control for so long, kicking out that one here as well, they were able to bring home the win now. Let's see if it's a Hail Mary. It's a sent to the center. Wicked has hurt the car, not up to shoot just yet. Where are you going, Fuzz? Are you crashing into GEX, or are you just gonna try and prone it out on the hill? Huh.
Yep.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a dip by that hill that you can kind of hang out in. That's good enough.
The lemmings
That's
jumping
need,
around
Toby.
Inside the just like K7 doing, like hopping around inside the same shack. I love it.
It reminds me of the minions from Despicable Me, just bouncing up and down.
Exactly. Oh, Sonics now,
no.
it's their turn to send it, and they're taking casualties as well. So FaZe almost out of it. Sonics might be here as well. Let's see what's gonna happen. Down they go, FaZe eliminated, and so will Division X be 2. Sonics still alive. They did manage to get one up. They are Strimsy and H-Win holding off the edge here. Now, in the same time, TSM trying to hold off Entry Force 36. 6 kills for the team so far. Haven't taken any casualties. That nade could be good, and it is. Iroh falls down instantly.
Yeah, this is tough for TSM. 2 up on the hill, 2 in the shack. But there's a lot of teams around the lip of the hills that are trying to get into this. Amina alive. Last hope for E36. Gets the knock on the Wookie Bookie. Nice little push there. Still Miraku and Vard up. But there are some other teams, like I mentioned, Meta and Pero fighting each other, fighting TSM, everybody on the northern side getting into each other's faces. But this battle here pretty important between Sonics and Tianba. Ming's down, is up. Take that back. Linshu, Luren trying to see if they can get into Sonics, clear out this southeastern hillside, and then they will have quite a bit of terrain for themselves to work with. And this fight rages on. No one has wiped each other out just yet. I think E36 did end up going down. But Pero and Meta still kind of in a stalemate. Vard, the only one alive, it looks like, for TSM.
And this just puts more emphasis on the kind of the example we built up before. Had TSM had the space to push east around there without Entry Force 36 being around, they could have a potential YOLO play into Pero's compound, but because they were there, they had to deal with them first, and it came to cost them dearly with the blue pushing in as well. Now Sonics trying to make space on their side of the circle. They have 3 from Tian, but as you said before, holding off. They are alive themselves with 2, but they're not inside the circle yet, but at least they're closer.
Great lands on the roof. That is just, that's a wah-wah. I don't know, unless you got some motorcycle theatrics, you aren't getting up to that one. GEX, oh my god, is that a DBS I just heard? I heard it, I didn't see it. Mao Ye's got one. Rusty Zera opens the door. Oh my goodness, he throws a smoke out the door here. Ragdoll Dito does find Vard. TSM is gonna go down as that fight in the building. Oops, screw that. Let's go over to Tianba. Tiggleton is trying to hold the line here. A really good spray with that silenced M4. Gets flashed, isn't able to connect on Loretta. Get your head down, my guy. You're going to get taken out. I know you're stunned like crazy. Goes around the side. One, can he transfer to the other? He's going to do it. That's two for Tiggleton. What a spray transfer.
Gets himself the triple. Great play from Tiggleton. Now, as much as we appreciated that kill, it could in the end of it all be for nothing because the fight is far from over. They still have to make their way in. They will have space, and for them, hopefully, they will be able to abuse the fact that Furia and GEX are still fighting. Na'Vi continuing to clear space on their side of the circle. One team falls, but again, for them, far from over. They need to take the fight to Petrichor.
Well, Grenade's gonna fly up, but come up short. Hill just a bit too steep to get over. Pero now, I'm just gonna hang out on the back of this, continue to kind of take turns peeking, seeing what's going on. Nobody's down by that vehicle gray. It's okay, gotta check it just in case. And I'm gonna reload. Wait, Sonics, yeah, they do have this hillside kind of all to themselves. So the fact that they're able to win that battle against Tiamba at least opens up some space for them to work with. It may not be the greatest of space. There's no amazing space in this circle, but it's something. Grenade's finally reaching over the hill to Pero. And oh, Shrimsy now rezzed, dialed in with his mini. Gonna finish. Aches left.
This could be huge for Na'Vi. They were in a 2v3 on that side of the circle. Now that's a 2v2 because Mamo have to look the other way. They have best of luck across the street as well. And I think this right here is what's going to prevent Petrichor from pushing that out. I think they're, I mean, also them being Petrichor, they're a team that do not like having opponents around, similar to what Na'Vi are doing, but Na'Vi just isn't in a position to push around that side. So while Tickleton and Shrimsy might not grant themselves the win, they just helped out Na'Vi massively by taking out Ixleft there.
Uh-oh, the jig is up, K7. You can't put four in a shack. The door's there.
It did go in.
Did it go in? Did it go in? Oh, my God, it did go in. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're baking the cake. And, oh, my God. K7. K7. Oh.
He just got 4 kills. He just got 4 kills. Oh, no. Oh, no. And that's, I mean, not only is that huge, but it's double huge because Na'Vi just, they know for a fact that shack is free now. They just wiped an entire team with 2 mollies. And they have that shack now to play from should they want to push up in that direction. But again, they still need to deal with Petrichor Rope. But the fact that they now know for a fact that they don't have any opponents in that side that could potentially push out is going to make it so much more easy. It's still not going to be an easy fight, don't get me wrong, but it's going to put so much less pressure on Best of Luck to hold that angle.
All right, so Sonics didn't really have a good angle to approach the circle from Petrichor Road's side, so over to Furia and GX, hoping that they can maybe take advantage of the fighting that's going on. Kill Demo on fire now. A lot of people getting burned in this one. We're going to need some extra bandages and those kind of things. Kill Demo is going to avoid a knock. Tiggleton going to throw another one up in there. I think it hits him again. Oh, my word. Kill Demo is in a bad movie right now with all this fire around him, and he is able to successfully pull off yet another first aid kit. That's the last one in his inventory, though. Only bandages left at this point. Necro, in the meanwhile, seeing what's going on with GX. GX can just wait and goes, okay, you guys, go ahead. We'll just sit here and try to get this done. Now, finding a good angle is Necro, but Mao Ye puts him down. And for Furia, it's all up to kill.
I know Twitch chat is always really quick with the memes. Can we get a Furia plus K7 dog saying it's fine while being on fire? I need that. I need that in my life. I desperately need that. Let's see, Sonics. They were just 2. They have only been 2 for a good while now. Now they're taking the fight to the 4-man GEX. Let's see if they can fare here. Shrimsy folds. It's all on now Tiggleton to try and stay alive through this. Ain't gonna happen either. Leo around the side finds him, takes him down, but they need to reset instantly because Furia still isn't dealt with.
Yep, here they go. Here come some stuns, and never mind. Leo just swats that away. Down goes Furia, and a 4v3v3. Na'Vi and Petrichor have been fighting for what feels like half the game, and both of them doing a great job. Ooh, there's a grenade from Mamu. Gets Kemba down. This could be the go time for Pero, but I say that and Besto trades long knock now. Gray and Mamu stuck behind this sign, but Besto has to heal, so they're going to come across the road. Smoke's out in front of them. Gray trying to see if any members of Na'Vi are going to come out, but right now, the Tab is not keen to do that. They do see Kemba. They're going to put him down. Kemba at least can get a little bit of info on Pero's movement. In the meanwhile, GEX should try and take control of this.
I was gonna say, where is GEX in all of this? This is a perfect situation for them to push forward and take control, and here they come. Leo finds the first. Best of luck, not only flush, not only not, but taken down as well. Na'Vi eliminated. It was a great game for them, but they stumble on the finish line. Now Petrichor 2 versus 4 for the final spot in the weekly finals. GEX came in late. They have 8 kills already. They were blessed with a compound, but they had to fight to keep control. Now they need to fight their way out. They are in the open. The circle is gonna end in between all of these players, and again, I'm loving what I'm seeing here. GEX, they know they have the numbers, but they're not overzealous. They're not overcommitting. They're not going, okay, it's a 4v2, easy peasy, let's just push it and get it over with. They know they have the dot. They know they can wait it out. They knew Petrichor has been burning through utility for so long. Let's see how this unfolds.
That's a lot of extra utility that Mamo was able to pick up there. That's really, really useful for Petrichor Road. Is that the K7 shack?
It is the K7 shack. So many forces in there.
I thought so, because, okay, so that makes things pretty interesting for Petrichor Road, because I don't know exactly what the throwable situation is inside of that shack, but they could just make it rain for a while, buy a lot of time, and it's the center of it's right outside of that shack. So actually, if you could stay behind the shack and really just kind of not take any knocks, just force GEX into bad positions, you have the better position in this circle with that shack.
2 versus 4. Petrichor need to do so much damage in order to kick out GEX of this one. GEX came in last game. Finished 12th. Things didn't go for them when they had to go to military. They ended up going down, trying to make the push towards Fury. And now, only 1 game later, they have a chance to seal the deal here. Mamo is on his own. He's going to have to peek this side. Eventually does damage. CC is down to barely any HP. 4 HP and counting. Trying to stay put. Mamo is going to be able to go down. Nice peek from Yanli. Gray finds the first one, but there's still 3 more players left to kill. He cannot go for the rest. There's no universe where you find that rest right now. CC is on the top. Leo is there as well. Finds one. Finds the second. No, but it's not going to happen. And GEX, Global Esports Exit, finds themselves a win. Just 2 matches into their finals. And look at the dance moves coming out. Well-deserved win here. 2 games is all it took. Some played 16, couldn't find anything. They played 2. They get themselves a win.
Not to be outdone by K7, GEX finds their weekly finals for their region. Chinese Taipei coming through some nice dance moves. Everybody very much getting into it, and they are loving it. What a round there at the end, and it was a nice timing on the push to try to take control of that shack. They knew that they couldn't let Petrichor Road dig in there. Grenades and other things to back them off. They pushed through. Almost an incredible play from Gray at the end. He knocked 3 of them, or 3 of them were knocked. I think he got 2.
Yeah.
But oh my God, Toby, he almost 1v4'd that.
Valid attempt, that is to say the least. And I know there's gonna be a lot of people doing the, oh, they were in that compound since phase 1, easy win. And sure, they didn't have to move far, but there was a lot of people heading in their direction, trying to do damage towards them. It was a cluster with everyone coming in. Furrier were there. They knew that Sonics came down. Chiamba drove in that direction as well. So much heat on that compound. And again, I've said it before, not only do they stay alive through all of it, they keep all 4 up. There's so much utility. I was surprised to see how much utility they have remaining once they had to leave the combat. I thought they had burned through all of it trying to get out. But what a game and what a final team to bring to the finals.
Yeah, a really exciting finish. They do a great job holding off multiple teams, making good pushes at the right time. So really exciting finish. Really excited to see these guys, after 2 games, like you mentioned, are able to get it done and get to the weekly finals. Quite a wild one to wrap this one up, Toby. It's been a pleasure. We will be back for the weekly finals. Really excited for that. But guys, let's send it over to Toffees and the desk. They're going to break this one down for us.
Thank you so much, guys. You've heard of one and done. Well, for Global Esports Exet, it is 2 and through, as that is all they needed to get to the weekly final, Clover.
I absolutely, they put in the work that match. They looked great. They held their own in their compounds and came out with a chicken dinner as the last team, like you said.
They absolutely did. They came out with a big game. Froz, I think a team that not a lot of people expected to pull it off with how few games and sort of how their performance has gone up to here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last week. In the last week, the survival, they got themselves 3 games, and this time they got themselves 2 games. But I guess 2 games is all they need. GX, a team that maybe hasn't really surprised us that much in terms of their performance so far. It's been a little bit lackluster, but we saw them in PGC last year, even though that was kind of a completely another team. They managed to get to the finals there, being in the top 16. This time, it's a little bit different team. They have Leo, of course, on the team, and then they have a little bit of addition from the old AHQ roster as well that also played in the PGC. This is a team that has a lot of experience when it comes to the global stage, but they haven't really been performing to the top level yet, not to the grand top, and that's what I'm hoping that we can see, because what we saw in this game was a glimpse of that.
I hope to see them at the grand top at some point. Let's talk about how the end of that game went, where it was sort of almost like 2 different matches at the end there, Clover. It was sort of this global esports except versus Furia and Sonics, and then the other side of the field you had Na'Vi versus Petrichor, and I think K7 was over there for a little while before they burned to death in a shocking yet delightful way. And then also it just came down to the 2 remainders fighting across this giant void. Talk to me about how that final circle affected the way it was played.
We started to see this in a bit of a trend where we've got 2 different kind of battles that come out between 2 different squads, like you said. And I think that also really helped. Gex only had to focus on what was happening down to the south, as Na'Vi actually did a really good job clearing out much of what was happening to the north. In fact, Na'Vi kind of pulled back and did that work onto Petrichor. Unfortunately, Petrichor kind of get a bit of denial on that. But at the end, when things kind of came together, that's really where, as I think it might have even been Clint that said it, Gex had been sitting on plenty of utility. They had all of the lovely gear that was gifted to them by Sonics and Furia, and they took that with them to the final fight, and they came out it very healthy.
Little bit of a slowdown here, guys. I know all of you desperately want to hear the interview with Gex or see it, so we're trying to get that up and running for you and Drassel, but until then, we'll keep talking about this game. Frost, talk to me about Na'Vi. This has got to be brutally heartbreaking for them. They've been playing in every single game during this series, and we're so close there at the end.
They have been close from time to time, but this is like an outline of a game from what we see from their performance so far. It's so many times that we see them being a little bit too passive. This time, not. We've seen them being a little bit better lately in the past few games, but a lot of the times we've seen Na'Vi being way too passive, and it's not doing them any favor. Of course, today we've seen a little bit of change in the lineup as well, having Kemba instead of Orange, which is kind of a surprise to me, even though we heard Toby said he talked with Lara about it, and they have 5 people on the roster. But you're subbing out the player that was performing to the best. And if you look at other teams, they're usually subbing out the player who's not performing as well. Like on Gen G, you're taking out Loki, who was not performing as expected. And yeah, it's kind of odd, but I kind of like it in a way if they can get it to work. Right now, we're seeing a little bit of better performance, them getting to a 2nd place, but it's not all the way.
By the same token, Clover Furia, another team that has been just grinding it out, and they made it last week. They've been fighting, and they just couldn't close the deal again.
It's really heartbreaking, right? Because we think of some of the best plays that have come out of this week, and Raspu and Necro have been in the center of it, and to see Killdemo and Necro up pretty late in the game, trying to hold off Sonics and make that push towards Gex's compound. For a brief moment, before leading to that, you think this might be Furia's circle. You see a shift again, this could be Furia's opportunity, and for whatever reason, when one of them starts to fall, it seems like the team crumbles pretty quickly, and I think that's been part of the struggle for them.
I could definitely understand that. Well, let's talk about struggles as we kind of run through the teams. We'll go over everyone who qualified in a little while, but other surprises not getting through it. We've talked about Sonics a lot. Let's go to a team like Tianba. Froz, Tianba is another team that I think a lot of people have expected good things out of. They had some great moments, but ultimately they were not able to get to the weekly final either.
Yeah, I mean, Tiamba was probably one of the favorites coming into the tournaments, along with some of the other Chinese and Korean teams. But seeing their performance so far, it has not been looking what we were expecting. Basically, what we're seeing is that they're still going super aggressive, and it's a hit or miss in the start. A lot of the times, we see them drop down, and they lose someone straight away, and it's like going into a fight, 1 versus 3 in the start, in the parachutes. It's like, why would you even do this? You're crippling yourself. Even if you win that fight, you're not winning anything. You're killing 3 people for nothing. You're not gonna get their gear. Well, you are, which is probably like a weapon with 1 mag in it.
I mean, you guys got to see the shots, actually, of both of our Latin American teams there. We saw Meta, who's goofing off and having a good time, and Furia looked absolutely gutted. Because the reality is, for these teams, guys, that didn't make it, that played so many games, Clover, they have to show up for the redemption rounds. Like, everyone's going to play this weekend, right? The difference is some show up and they get to play for the big money, and some show up and they just have to play to preserve their position in this tournament. Let's talk about the highlights.
You know, this game started off kind of hinting that it might have gone to another Leonis, and we saw a couple of teams early on center themselves up towards the city, I think, and kind of the guess of where this circle's going to go. But, you know, as we've seen where the circle kind of shifted, favoring quite a couple teams there up to the late game, and watching this play with FaZe just breaks my heart again.
Well, PGI.S and hardships, 2 things that go hand in hand. So you don't want to go for center, just dive for the edges set and take something over there. You might just get the circle coming to you. That's kind of what we saw in this game itself. We saw Petrichor Road, we saw GX trying to take those early compounds on the northwest side, and they got the circles. They took those compounds in circle 1. They moved out in about circle 8 or 9. But the thing is that GX did play it really well in that compound. If you look at how they were flexing back and forth, going on the south side, up on the hill there, meeting and greeting with Sonics and Furia, making sure that, hey, this is our compound. You can come and visit us, but you're not going to take it over. This is still our compound. And then how we saw them going in with a perfect execution, going up with a rotation on the north side, going for the third party against Petrichor Road and Navi. Basically, they were just waiting for that fight to happen because it was too barren for them to just run up there without that fight happening.
All right, well, you saw the end of that match. I do want to give a shout out to Navi. You saw the burning in the building there at the end, but the Tab had 7 kills on that game, which is a bit of deserves some mention. And under normal circumstances, Patrick, that is big points for a game in the Super rules. Now, that's what we're transitioning to in 2 days. Do you think that's tough for these teams to mentally reset from a survival mode to points-based gains with only a day of transition?
No, I would say no, because the thing is that the super settings is what they're used to. That's how they know how to play it best right now. Coming into this format, when they change the playstyle for this, that's the big problem, to actually change yourself away from the super settings playstyle. So going back to that, it's going to be an easy regulation for them, and I don't think it's going to be a problem. We see a lot of the teams, like you're saying, Navi, they had 10 kills in this one, a third place. That's going to be a lot of points if it was super setting games, and that's kind of what you're aiming for, right? It didn't go all the way now, but we're preparing ourselves for the weekend already.
And the weekend is a very big deal, Clover. Kind of give me an idea of what we're dealing with as we look towards Saturday, both at the top and the bottom.
You know, at the top, this is a bit of a mix-up in terms of what we've seen thus far. We've got a lot of the Asia regions right now represented, and that's a variable meta to the way that each of these regions are coming into this competition for what they're used to playing. And I think it's really going to control and dictate not only drop spots for some of these teams, but also end the style. We're going to see a little bit more early fighting, some really crazy rotations, but at the same time from that, like Frost said, it's all going to go back into points, and we've got some good fraggers going into the top 16.
We definitely do. We've got some great fraggers, and we've got some great interviewers. Let's go now live to the interview with GEX after their win.
PGI.S Weekly Survivals Week 2. And the winners of our final match tonight was Global Esports Xset. I'm here with player Leo. Congratulations on your win.
정말 위클리 서바이벌에 진입하자마자
As soon as you guys entered the weekly survivals, you guys managed to take home the chicken on your second match. What kind of preparations did you guys have before the game today?
周中生存赛，然后你们获得了冠军。我想问一下，你们参赛之前都做了什么准备？
都做了什么准备？他问我们做了什么准备？什么准备？就是这次比赛啊。这周比赛。我们准备就是狂打训练赛啊，没了，就这样。
게임 할 때 현장에 최선을 다했다고 합니다.
We tried our best to focus on the game today. I think you guys had some really good defensive strategies. What do you personally think were the reasons that you guys managed to win in the match today?
你们的获胜秘诀是什么？
因为圈收在我们脸上了嘛，所以我们就我们只要打得保守，然后圈刮回来，那我们就可以吃鸡，就这样。
일단 자기장 운이 많이 따라줬고
I think we got quite lucky with the circle, and I think that was quite a big reason why we managed to win.
이번에 첫 파이널 진입이 됐습니다.
This is your first time making to the weekly finals for your team. So before the finals, is there anything that you would like to say?
你们想对大家说什么？
他说想对大家说什么？就是因为我们进入周决赛嘛。对什么说什么？就是因为我们进入周决赛，他说希望我们对他们说什么？对粉丝还是对？应该都是吧。我们会继续加油。我们会继续加油的。
앞으로 화이팅하겠다고 합니다.
新年快乐。
We're going to do our best.
네, 글로벌 e스포츠 X의 승리 축하드리고요.
Congratulations,
인터뷰 감사드립니다.
and thank you for your interview.
네, 이렇게 해서 글로벌 e스포츠 X까지 오늘 경기가 모두 마무리가 되었습니다.
Well, it's not every day you hear a team owning getting a little bit lucky, but GEX did so in that interview and said, hey, sometimes it just happens, and that's the reality, right, Fraz? Sometimes the circle just loves you.
Well, when you get the circle, you just gotta make the best out of the situation. That's what we saw from GX. And I don't think you could have asked any other team to play that better than what they did there. Basically, they did everything right. They didn't do anything basically wrong there.
All right, Clover, let's go over the standings and see exactly where everyone is right now. Talk me through this as it pops up on the screen.
And there we go, standings. These are all the teams that are going to be going on to the finals this weekend. As we see, Shoot to Kill, Team Liquid, Genji, all the teams that won on day one, all the way down through the teams that won today. And, you know, like I said before, this is going to be a really interesting matchup of players. I'm really excited, looking forward to this.
Fraz, you know what word comes to mind when I look at this? Stacked. It's going to be a good time this weekend.
It's really stacked. It's going to be nice. We also have, of course, a few new teams coming into this that we didn't see in the last week's Weekly Survival either. Daytrade, Battlegrounds, Zenith, GX. These teams won their first chicken dinner here in the PGI.S. today and yesterday. So this is the first time we'll see them in the weekly finals, and we'll see if they're going to be able to get that top 4 this weekend.
And some of these teams coming in very warm after how much they've played this week. Let's take a look at the other side of the standings. As remember, it's not just the top 16 playing on the weekend. There is also the redemption round. So this is going to be the 16 teams who are trying to get back in. You'll notice Digital Athletics up on the top of that list, so they will return to play on Saturday, along with everyone else who wasn't quite strong enough to make the cut, Clover.
I mean, you talked about some teams that are warm going into the top 16. We've got a lot of teams that are definitely ready and fighting for that redemption for the ones who have played all throughout this week. And this is going to be a good opportunity for them to work on things, try to figure out what didn't go wrong, or, you know, right, rather, and work on that for next week. Because the better your seeding is in the redemptions, the earlier that you get to go in next week.
Roz, are there any teams on this list do you think are just going to absolutely abuse the lobby?
I think there's too many teams that is way too good to be in the lobby. This is gonna be nuts to see how all of these teams are gonna be performing this weekend. I would be scared if I was one of the teams in here, because one small mistake might just get you dropped down so far down the list that you don't get to play until the last game. This is a super stacked bottom 16, and I mean, as I said earlier, this could have been the finals teams that we saw there.
I'll say, return to that point that you made before the last game, that really is a stacked 16. There's a lot of huge names in there that are shocking to a lot of us to be there in the first place. So that is going to be a lot of fun. And remember, you can tune in for that. Those games will happen before the weekly finals. So Saturday and Sunday, a lot of fun to watch. Well, guys, that's pretty much our show for today. I love to get final thoughts before we sign out for the evening. So I'll start out with Froz. Give me your final thoughts.
Final thoughts, I'd say it's nice to see that we have so many new teams coming into the weekly finals. This shows that it's anybody's game. All you need to do is get that one chicken dinner, and from there on, you just play the normal Super Series game.
Clover?
I mean, I agree with Froz there. It's a really good format for anybody to come in and win it. We've seen some fantastic games and some interesting upsets, both good and bad for some of these teams. So I'm looking forward to see how all of it unveils and what we're going to look like for Survival Week 3 after this weekend as well.
I can't wait to see what happens on the weekend. There's a one-day break for the players, yourselves, and all of us as we get ready for the transition back to the superset rules. It's going to be awesome. Make sure you're here. It's at the same place at the same time, bringing you all the action for the weekly finals. On behalf of myself, the broadcast team, and everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for spending your week with us. The survival rounds have been a blast, largely because of you guys hanging out to make it happen. So just thank you, and we can't wait to see you again. But until we see you on Saturday for the matches, play more PUBG.